Сегодня 8 сентября, 4 часа дня. Объявляем богатырей Украины. Обучается Украина.
Все добре, все.
Русский военный корабль. Предлагаю сложить оружие и сдаться. Русский военный корабль, иди нахуй.
Ну что ты за войну опять устроила? Мы так не договаривались, ну тогда зачем? Слова будто комок застряли в горле, а слезы отражаются от солнечных лучей. Я знаю, ты все видишь, ведь я вижу это тоже. Поцелуй меня в последний раз, как только сможешь. Теплый ветер гладит лицо, а я глажу твое, растворяюсь где-то. Это наш последний расход, и последний закат, и последняя лента. Теплый ветер гладит лицо, а я глажу твое, растворяюсь где-то. Это наш последний расход, и последний закат, и последняя лента. Протяни свою руку, а я попробую поймать. Я мечтала касаться тебя и вечно целовать. Нас накрыл летний дождик, и ты ко мне идешь домой. Нам осталось немножко, побудь со мной. Я знаю, ты все видишь, ведь я вижу это тоже. Поцелуй меня в последний раз, как только сможешь.
Everybody in the area ain't messing
Hello, everybody. Hello, hello. Ooh, what's going on? That was a bit slow. I have to fix the chat, sorry. My computer is fucking compiling stuff right now. I might just kill it because it's been going literally all day and it's pretty annoying. I did not think that it would go this long. Anyway, let me fix the chat. Hold on here. I'm also making dinner too, so yeah, fuck it. I am just gonna kill this. It was saying that I would experience, it was saying interruptions. Wait, Scott Horton's face is on the Piers video thumbnail? I'm guessing that means that that there's actually a debate. I kind of doubt that Zelenskyy is part of that debate. That would be kind of ridiculous. I'm assuming it's just a normal interview. Hello, Pragmatic American. I'll have to announce in the Discord. I was sort of hoping that Loner would raid me, but it's fine. I did kind of like just randomly go live like 3 seconds before he went offline, so it's all good. I'm just gonna chill. Also, I'm probably going on Dylan's stream later, so that'll be cool. I need to talk to him about the stuff. Wait, hold on. Wait a minute. Alex, I'm confused. Did you watch the Piers video? Like, is there an actual debate in the video, or is like are all of those other people just on the thumbnail to clickbait? Oh, they don't have anybody debate Zelenskyy. Okay, but they do. Okay, but like, does Piers just have a debate panel about it afterwards? Also, you may have noticed that I have a new chair. Yes, like the stream, folks. But it's not really a new chair. It's an old chair. But I'm trying to get used to it. I've had this chair for a while and I don't really like it that much, but I'm just trying to get used to it. Hello, Addie. Yes, Addie, I'm doing a late night stream. Unfortunately, I can't really do like, or I mean, like, I guess I can, but I don't know. It feels odd to stream the Moner is streaming since so many of you come from this community. So I'm not gonna like keep the same number of people. Chat. There we go. That's done. No, Chair Linda is over here. You see him? Whoops. Well, okay, I guess the chat is kind of in the way, you know. I'll have to set up the cat cam again. I just got back from the store, so it's like, oh. Wrong thing. Okay. Hello. Actually, I am just gonna do that. Hang on. I might switch back to the other chair partway through this. We will see how uncomfortable this chair makes me. This chair is it's kind of a got this it's got this weird thing that you can move up and down for the lumbar support, but it sticks out way too far and it hurts my back. Oh, there's another Anna. There's so many Annas. All right, I'm gonna check out that debate panel then, because that sounds fucking awesome. Hold on. Here's Morgan. Here's Morgan, uncensored. Wait, okay. President Zelenskyy on Trump, Putin, Paralympics, and why Russia should apologize. So wait, is this the full interview, or is there actually a debate panel?
Absolutely.
Oh shit. Ah, I see. Okay. So he talks to Zelenskyy for like an hour and 10 minutes, and then brings in this panel of then I guess he goes back to talking to Zelenskyy. Okay. That's funny. This should be a good one though. We can watch this. I think that would be entertaining. Do you see Ukrainian Anna calling out Olympic hypocrisy by commentators? Yeah, I did. Yeah, no, I'm doing WIC tomorrow. Tomorrow I'm doing WIC. I'm doing the another like the lib versus left war panel basically. I've been looking into Zelenskyy. I've been looking into a bunch of stuff about like Gavin Newsom's record and whatnot because I wanted to talk about that. No, I haven't debated Lactoid yet. You'll know when I do it because I'm going to do it on Wix panel only P, and I'm going to stream at the same time. Don't worry. It'll be at the end of it's going to be like sometime in March. A lot of people in Dylan's community do not like Newsom, it seems. Dylan's community's got a lot of progressive people in it. So yeah. Or rather, like I suspect Dylan's community is probably further to the left is probably further left than he is. Because that I know there's lots of Voshites in there too. Just because that I guess they have lots of audience overlap or whatever. Yeah, Dylan has a lot of Vosh viewers, so yeah, I'm not really surprised by that. But I mean, obviously, Dylan, I think he weighed in on the thing, and I'm sure that what he said was something to the effect of, obviously, you should vote for Gavin Newsom. What the fuck? I don't think no, only P. Dylan is, I think, like a liberal or a social democrat. He's not a socialist, or at least I've never seen him express such claim. Not from what I could see anyway. And he's also debated like people who were doing insane purity testing shit in the past. Like when Dima Mama tried to cancel RGR and get her fired from the thing that she was working for to like actually help trans people like through passing legislation that would help them in Maryland. And Dima Mama went after her because that she dared to have an opinion that was different. I'm a Voshite, but he's been pretty cringe lately. Yeah. Vosh lost the plot. It sounds like he lost it a long time ago. I think he's like insanely brain broken on his I know that he's always been brain broken on Israel Chase before you say it, but I just mean that like it seems as though the Gaza war just kind of activated it and just made it worse. And then he's inside of his fortress so that he never gets challenged by anybody. And he's never been great at taking comparison or criticism to begin with. And yeah, yes, Alex. Dylan is absolutely, yeah. He's a lib slash sock dem. That's always been my impression of him. He's generally it seems like he's pretty pragmatic, which is honestly based. Okay. Yeah, I think the election loss, Chase, I think honestly, it probably also broke something in him. Like he I suspect that I feel like there were a lot of people who thought, "Oh my god, there's no way Kamala could lose the election," and then she did. And now a whole bunch of people have just kind of rewritten history to be like, "I knew this would happen. We warned you." You know, I haven't seen Vosh doing that, but it feels like Vosh is just like he's so fucking doomer now that he just got on the train. Um okay. Introduction. Yeah, all right. I'm not gonna watch the intro because I don't want to, you know. Now he's super doomer now too. He used to be a very hope-filled guy. Maybe he's in a depressive phase now. I think he's just doomer because Trump won. And unfortunately, Vosh has always been on this sort of you know, like I swore back in the day it seemed like he was on this the revolution is coming guys kind of train. Like he actually thought that that it was going to happen or some shit. I don't know. Or not the revolution is coming, but that the fascist takeover is coming. Because he used to compare America to the Weimar Republic a lot. Because he's fucking weird. And I mean, I still think that comparison is stupid. Bosch and monotone and smug. Now, yeah, I mean, he is also that too. Like, I don't know. I used to like him because then I enjoyed his pragmatic takes or whatever, but it just seemed like he was it seemed like it was kind of cringe. But yeah, so tomorrow I'm planning on coming prepared with a bunch of stuff the for the panel and whatnot. But yeah, and hopefully it won't just turn in because it's against Prime and Doobie. I really hope to God it doesn't just turn into that's a genocide because that's just like ugh. Freedom say I wish Biden didn't win because Trump is more powerful now, etc. I did not hear him say that. That's insane. Hey ZJM. Yeah, Vosh's Ukraine takes were really good. We may not be in complete Weimar territory, but political violence is getting worse. Oh yeah, no, it absolutely is only P. It is getting worse, but like it's nowhere near like Weimar territory. And I feel like that, yeah, it's not. Now, I'm not saying that things aren't really bad. I'm just saying that I think that America's fall to fascism, if it happens, is going to be way slower and look different than what happened in Nazi Germany because the two countries are different and like the kinds of triggers that are there to make it happen are different. And yeah, it's not the same kind of shit. He speculated that if Trump beat Biden, we have a Dem president now. Okay. Yeah, but then you'd have a second term of Trump. A Trump who will have still learned all the same lessons. Actually, wait a minute. Maybe he wouldn't have. But I don't know. I'm wondering that now. If Trump won that election, would he have just carried on and would his second term have just been really bad, but not as bad as this term because he would have still surrounded himself with people who were Republican establishment figures rather than like these insane sycophantic lunatics that we currently have? I mean, maybe. But who the hell knows? It's possible that things still could have gotten really bad. But I don't know. Economic conditions in Weimar Germany. Yeah, exactly. The economic conditions, because like things it was real bad, you know, like people were like bringing their cash, they were transporting their money in like wheelbarrows because of the inflation. And there was also a bunch of other stuff too that contributed to it, like the loss of the war, which was like a huge hit to German national pride, and like obviously all the soldiers who came back and the crazy violence in the streets among the extremist parties and you know, and the economic things just compounded everything. The fact that it was a democracy run by a bunch of people who didn't really believe in democracy, except for the Social Democrats who did. Although even like people among their ranks were people who were like they didn't necessarily they still saw themselves as socialists and they didn't necessarily want, you know, to do the whole capitalism thing or whatever. Because yeah, like because social democrats back then were still like a relatively newer-ish thing, at least as far as I understand. Since Soc Dem started out just as like I guess more pragmatic socialists. The January 6th showing a big tolerance to fascism. Yeah, you're right, it did, and that's insane too. Okay, I'm gonna get some water and hold on. Uh, uh let's see here. Eee. One sec. Okay, there you go. You guys can see him, yeah? You guys can all see him and everything? Stewart live. Yes, exactly. There we go. He is not an asshole. He's a huge sweetie. Hi. He is a huge sweetie. He's got a very loud purr and he's very snuggly. And yeah, he's a lovely 12-year-old distinguished gentleman. Although sometimes he can be an asshole because he's a cat. And if he doesn't get what he wants, he'll be a huge dick about it. Okay. Yeah. Yes, he is. Stuart is a gentleman. Never say otherwise, my friends. By the way, Trump had a run pretty similar to Yanukovych. Oh, you think so? Like, you mean like Trump won or Trump's current term? I mean, I suppose also which Yanukovych one are you? I'm assuming you're referring to Yanukovych's election in 2010, right? Not the other election, the one that he rigged, and then he got overthrown in the Orange Revolution. At least I think that was. Okay, can you guys hear me? There we go. Now I can keep talking while I walk away. The Trump Museum of Corruption will be interesting. Yeah. He's only sweet when Kalinda is around. He's worse than Vosh. Thanks. Well, I'm about to walk away, so he's about to give you some. Have you seen Slovakia and Hungary threatening stop diesel exports and electricity exports? No. What the fuck? Why is Slovakia doing that? I know that Hungary is like. Oh wait, is Slovakia like? Are they like a Putin shill? Slovakia seemed hella chill during the breakup of Yugoslavia. They had like that little war with Milosevic, and then they kind of just like I don't know, fucked off. Although that's partially because Milosevic didn't care about them because there were no Serbs living there. And then like they got their independence, and then they were just gone from the rest of that story. The one thing that was interesting about Slovenia actually was that if I'm not confusing them, which I hope I'm not, I think they were the one republic who was like super hella liberal and based at the beginning, like when in Yugoslavia and stuff, and they were all liberal. And they would regularly like print stuff mocking the government. And there was like a magazine there that I think they actually leaked stuff relating to things that Milosevic planned on doing. I don't remember exactly. I need to look at my notes again because I wrote all this down. But also, I look forward to eventually learning about Kosovo. I will get around to it one day. Copium, copium, copium. I will certainly get around to that. Also, someone came in and suggested that I should build a new computer. And I should like buy like maybe slightly older parts instead of like buying the latest and greatest shit, so I'm not spending $6,000, which is the amount of money that it would cost me to buy a new computer if I bought all the stuff that I wanted to buy. Because I'm kind of a crazy person. Where did I put my scissors? A new computer with the prices of parts nowadays. Well, it would be like the thing that's insanely expensive is RAM. RAM is the thing that's crazy expensive, and not hard drive. Oh yeah, like the stream guys, Stuart does indeed demand. Yes, Melania is from Slovenia. Project Pat. I think that that's actually part of the reason why yeah, Slovakia is a different country. Slovenia was in Yugoslavia. Wait, hold on. Did I get that wrong? Somebody said something about oh, it's Slovakia. Slovakia was the one that that is fucking around. Slovakia and Hungary. Where the fuck? Yeah, Slovakia is wait, is Slovakia in NATO? Yeah, of course both of them are better than Serbia. Jesus Christ, all these fucking NATO, Hungary's in NATO too. All these goddamn NATO countries are basically just like ugh. I know that Orban is like super pro Putin, which is really gross. I hope that he gets voted out in the election. I really do. I don't know what the chances of that are, but I really hope that he gets voted. Slovakia is west of Ukraine. They and Hungary have stupid reactionary. Yeah, that I actually feel bad. One of the things that I should probably do is I should probably look at the I need to play the map game for Eastern Europe, Eastern and Central Europe, so that I can like learn where everything is. Reactionaries have Putin's hand up their ass. True. Orban opposition already stated that fast EU for Ukraine won't happen or whatever. Well, shit. I mean, as long as they're not like super pro Russia. I don't know. Honestly, I still want them to win because I think it would overall generally probably be better for the people of Hungary, just because that Viktor Orban is like a crazy right-wing lunatic, and some of the stuff that he's done with education seems kind of nutty. Fuck, where did I put my? I'm just like, I'm sorry, guys. Now we're just chilling and chatting because I can't find. I don't know where my scissors went. And without them, oh, there they are. This desk is an absolute mess. But I hope that you guys are enjoying the cat. Hopefully the cat brings you joy. I should turn the audio on and make it so that you guys can donate so the cat will be able to hear you. I think that that would be based and epic. Petition to Trump to exclude Hungary from NATO. Well, I mean, you can't. I think in order to be able to kick a country out of NATO, it has to actually, I don't even think there's a mechanism to for the EU. They let them create a new political project that represents. Wait, Project Pat, are you talking about? Oh, was that like 70K for a pickup truck? Somebody glazed Trump so he does what I asked. I mean, it would be funny if that happened, Phil Vassal, but I feel like he would he would want to, and then he would get told, no, you can't actually do that. It's not that simple. Because it's really not. But yeah, I've been. Hopefully, Ukraine can continue to take advantage of that Starlink shit, and I guess retake more territory that Russia never really held to begin with. That's still so funny to me. It was just like one guy in a house along the front line at different points. What? Oh my god, the cat abandoned you guys so that he could come over here and look at me with sad eyes, even though he's got food in his bowl. Oh, why? Why would you do that, Stuart? I'll be right back. I just gotta put the dinner in. And then I'll come back and we'll start. Actually, hang on. Ow. I'm gonna start the video. Stuart, you're breaking our heart. Yes, he left for snacks, I guess. I'm still sad about it. He abandoned you guys. If he comes back, I'll put the cat cam back. Anyway, let's start this.
Four years ago, Vladimir
Oops.
Putin launched a war he believed he could win in 4 days. More than 1 million of his men have been killed or wounded since then. So have more than 500,000 Ukrainians. And we're more than 1 year into a presidential term that was supposed to stop the killing in 24 hours. A lot has changed in 4 years, and not just the lives of the millions of people living with grief. President Zelenskyy, revered as a Churchillian hero, became a bogeyman for US conservatives who want nothing to do with the war. The Ukrainian flag is no longer the prevailing symbol of struggle, flying above official buildings and emblazoned on social media. First it was Gaza, now it's Iran. The war itself has changed. Ukraine has moved from defense to attack with audacious drone strikes on Russian soil. But despite all of this, the big picture, frustratingly, looks exactly the same. Europe is not doing enough to solve a war on its doorstep. The US is giving Ukraine enough to survive, but not enough to win. Russia, we're told, can't possibly sustain those losses, but is also strong enough to raid the rest of Europe if Putin isn't stopped. And most importantly, neither side wants to blink. As we prepare to record this interview, Trump-brokered peace talks in Geneva have reportedly ended in acrimony. The US president is pushing for Ukraine to make concessions. The Ukrainian president, Volodymyr Zelenskyy, says that isn't fair and the pressure should be put on Russia. Well, President Zelenskyy joins me now on Uncensored. President Zelenskyy, it's great to talk to you again.
Thank you very much. And hello, everybody. Maybe good evening. I don't know. We live in different countries. So hello, thank you for invitation for this dialogue, Piers.
President Zelenskyy, I came to Kyiv and interviewed you 4 months into this war. And I was struck then by the extraordinary spirit of you and your First Lady and your people. Ukraine was united, it was resolute, and it was prepared to do whatever it took to win this war. Many people feared that Ukraine would be taken quickly by Russia's forces. That hasn't happened. As we approach the 4th anniversary, what are your feelings about this war and where Ukraine now is?
Thank you very much. And of course, it's people more tired than it was the first year of the war. It's understandable. Yes, because it's long war, big land war, and now with new technologies, with drones and etc. So another war and cyber war. So hybrid war. So I mean, this of course it's was difficult, a terrible winter. It's still we still have winter, but mostly, of course, it's in the past. But it was terrible because they understood. I mean, Russians, they understood they can't have success. They can't have successful goals what they had before on the front line. So they're not winning on the front. That's why they decided to make chaos, or to try to make. Now we see to try. We see the answers that they couldn't manage this, but they wanted to make this, terrible winter, taking our energy. As you know that, for example, we have 18, about 18 gigawatts in Ukraine, what people need each day, every day, but Russia destroyed 10. So it's understandable where we are, that people have and had 4-5 hours a day electricity. Not everybody had heating. Of course, we renovated as quick as possible, everything, everywhere. But the unit.
Oh, we are running a fundraiser, although technically the goal for it has already been met. And that's yeah, it's on PayPal. I could link it in case there's anybody in here who hasn't heard about it yet. Also, I completely forgot.
Of people still very strong. For example, how we renovated everything in the capital, because the capital was in the most difficult situation. And of course, Kharkiv, Odessa, Poltava, but the most difficult situation was in Kiev after all these energy attacks. And can you imagine that 230 brigades, I mean, it's a lot of people in each brigade, they came to renovate Kiev, just from all the regions. It was not just my signal to them.
Oh yeah, he is he is a pretty impressive dude. I mean, keep in mind, he's not a perfect guy, just so y'all are aware. That's another thing too, is that I'm reading a whole bunch of stuff about him and um like about like the extent to which that maybe he may have said certain things or like done certain things related to the front line, or the fact that at the start of the war, his like, or that he didn't really believe that it was going to happen. And there were some decisions made that were not great, but luckily there were other people who managed to do things that saved things. So, yeah, but he's still like overall he's an excellent PR man. And I think he's been generally a really good wartime leader, you know. And I do think the Churchill comparisons are warranted, but yeah, it's not well, no, he's not George Washington. Yeah. Also, people saying that he's a dictator is so ridiculous. Like I said, that's like that anti-corruption shit from last summer. Like I think I said this before, but Zelensky is like the pussiest dictator ever if he's a dictator, considering that it was like a few hundred to 1,000 people went out on the streets of Kyiv in protest of like him trying to get rid of that the independence of that anti-corruption agency. And then immediately he's like, okay, never mind, I take it back. So yeah. Yeah, they can't have elections in martial law. Oh hey, actual facts racing. Yeah. Oh yeah, he does roll well with the punches. I do think, yeah, he was the peace guy before the war. He wanted to like end the war in the Donbass and stuff. And he was like people from Eastern Ukraine supported him. Um yeah, yeah, he's a shy dictator. I don't know. He just I feel like he wouldn't make a great dictator if that's what he's trying to do. Maybe he's meddling too much with the war stuff, but I don't know. I hated him so much before the war. That is what I've heard from quite a few like Ukrainians who are not who don't like Russia very much or who were Maidan protesters. Like Anna said the same kind of stuff.
To come. Yes, it was, but not because of this. I mean, it because of the willingness of people. They wanted to help, and it was like the first days of the war when everybody joined it against the aggressor. That's why I said yes.
Yeah, Anna said that. Yeah, I remember that.
People are tired. Yes, people want to finish with this tragedy, and of course, we want to stop Putin with this war, to end this war as quick as possible, of course, but in the right way, not to lose dignity in any way. That's why I think this our country didn't lose the morality and the dignity like it was first year. But again, a lot of losses comparing with the beginning of the war, a lot of losses during these 4 years.
Yeah, he is very Churchillian, and I feel like it's nice that Piers recognizes that he's one of those people who recognizes like I guess the general importance of that kind of thing. Because I do think that the Churchill comparisons and the World War II comparisons in this particular case, and I'm usually very careful about making comparisons to Nazis, but it's really fucking hard not to when Putin is literally playing the Hitler playbook with the whole, oh, we just want to protect the ethnic Russians, guys. Like, that's what the fucking Germans did. Were like, that is what they said. That was their line. That like ethnic Germans were being persecuted in Czechoslovakia and in Poland and shit, It's way more, yeah, it is way more comparable than Oh, I'm glad to hear that only. Oh, yeah, I know Piers is British only. I'm glad to hear that. Yeah, I think apparently in the UK it's still very popular to like helping Ukraine. I'll have to look up. I want to find some polls. One sec.
Of the war, we're thankful to the partners, but you know that we pay for this, for Russian war against us with human losses. It's a very high price. That's why we do what we can. If if you're asking what's going on the battlefield, as I said, they didn't get successful stories for them. Russians, they try to sell their audience the successful steps, but they can't really. Even their audience, even their very, that they have this very nationalistic, very radical part of Russia, even they
lied.
Don't trust their government, Putin, because they see that there are no successful steps on the battlefield. You mentioned before the interview, you mentioned meeting in Munich, and during this meeting, I said that really Russia now loses 35,000 difficult wounded or killed per month. And they really lose 56 people dead people for 1 kilometer. So to occupy 1 kilometer of our land, sometimes that it's temporarily occupied, and then we have our offensive steps and they lose and etc. But in any way, even to occupy 1 kilometer, they need 156 dead Russian soldiers.
I mean, these are staggering statistics and a appalling toll on human life, both military on both sides and civilian. As we were about to start this interview, the news broke that the trilateral meeting in Geneva between Russia, Ukraine, and the United States had broken up. There have been reports that it was acrimonious, that there was a big dispute there, but there is going to be another meeting shortly, apparently. What can you tell me about the current state of these peace negotiations?
I think the good point really that we had meeting in Switzerland. So I mean, this is very important. I always raise this with all respect to Middle East and other countries, but I think if the war is in Europe, then we need to find a place and people, Europeans, they have to feel that this is the aggression against us and against Europe. And they recognize it. Not everybody, they recognize it. And that's why I think peace negotiations have to be in Europe, to my mind. This is not the priority. Just wanted to say that it's in Switzerland. And you said about next meeting, I just wanted to underline that the next meeting will be also in Switzerland. That's what I have information for today. Of course, our group will come back and I will have more open brief than by phone I had. But in any way, so we had two groups, military group and diplomatic group, political. So on military direction, we are closer than on political. Why? Because military guys, they trilaterally, they spoke about how to monitor, how to develop monitoring mission for ceasefire when it will come, when political will open these possibilities. So they discuss details, technical things of capabilities of both sides, and first of all of Americans, because they will have leadership in monitoring mission. And I raise now about Europeans because it's always, difficult discussion about the role of Europeans. For us, the role of Europeans is significant. We again raised the topic that even during monitoring mission, during monitoring of ceasefire, when it will come, whenever it will come, I think that, of course, it's great that we have Americans. Of course, it's understandable that in this group will be Russians and Ukrainians because we stay both sides of contact line. But again and again, I'm underlining that I think that we need also European representatives. Yes, military guys. It's up to military decision who will be, military guys' decision who will be, but I support this idea. So on the military direction, as I said, they're closer to result, that we will have a paper where it will be written all the details, how it can or it have to monitor immediately after ceasefire. On the political direction, it's more difficult. We don't have same view, even trilaterally. We have different three views on the land question. Yes, and I think this is not simple, but we try to be very constructive. We supported the idea, which was previously, I think that you remember Saudi Arabia. It was almost 1 year ago when we supported big compromise as Americans proposed us during the meeting in Saudi Arabia. They proposed ceasefire and to speak about other territories which are temporarily occupied only in diplomatic way. Only diplomatic way, but first to make ceasefire, and ceasefire from the point where the sides of the war stay. And it was a big compromise for us because we always said that about accountability. We spoke about it and we said that they have to go out from our territory. And then they said, Americans said, look, let's try to find a way how to stop, how to make ceasefire, move this battlefield just to the diplomatic way, and then during diplomatic conversation, you will decide. I mean, you Ukrainians with Russians and with our also mediating role that Americans had, but it will be after. And
Yes, 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 I know, I was muted. Jesus. Anyway, yeah, I hope that eventually Trump will realize that like Putin is just kind of dragging him along. Because that's all he does. That's what happens every time. Is that like things get proposed, Ukraine makes modest counteroffers, when really they shouldn't have to. And then like Trump's like, okay, and then Russia just kind of just keeps dragging their feet. And the cycle continues. It's so stupid. So yeah, I don't know. I guess that Putin and Trump need to have like another face-to-face meeting so that Putin can piss Trump off again. The UK seems to see what's happening in Ukraine like a 21st century blitz. Yeah, I think that that's a fair comparison in a lot of ways, especially with the bombing of cities and everything. Oh yeah. Wait, only P. Are you talking about the Reform UK? Apparently, one of their guys got arrested for like taking Russian money or something. Yeah. I wonder what the what's the other one called? Restore, the new one. I wonder what they think about Russia. I've heard rumors that Melania has corrected translations given to him to let Trump know he was being insulted at least twice now. Ooh, interesting. Yeah, I honestly I suspect that Melania is probably whispering it in Trump's ear a lot in favor of Ukraine, which I think is good. Because I mean, and that's totally fair, you know, like she's um she knows. She knows that Russia's not good. And I suspect that the children's stuff is probably something that she cares about too. Oh yeah, what happened? Is Tucker in Israel right now? What the fuck's he doing there? Why is he there?
that was 1 year ago. And now we are at a little bit other position when Americans said, look, we have to speak about free economic zone. We said that, look, guys, we are at the same, by the way, your American position, which been proposed in Saudi Arabia. But okay, we are not delaying everything. That's why it's my position, Piers. I want to support any kind of format, not to speak dialogue. And that's why, but it doesn't mean that I will accept everything, just accept to withdraw from our territory.
He went there to interview Mike Huckabee. Why the fuck didn't he just do it remotely? Really? Hasn't Tucker interviewed people remotely before? At this point, we might have to acknowledge that Trump has a humiliation kink with regards to Putin. Maybe. Oh yeah, no, Chase. I saw Lerner talking about that. I'm sure that Tucker probably was questioned at the airport on account of the fact that he pushes crazy conspiracy theories about Israel and he's an insane person. But yeah, it was probably like nowhere near as bad as like he said it was.
Even from the territory which we control, like now the proposition of Russian sounds. So they said that their proposition for Ukrainians to go out by forces from the part of the it's a part of Donbass, Donetsk region territory, just to withdraw by ourselves, and the war will stop. but we can't just withdraw. I mean, it's unbelievable how it can be. It's our territory.
Yeah, that's like such a crazy demand. Or the other one where they were like, the Ukrainian army can't be any more than like, what was it, 60,000 people or something stupid like that? There were like this weird demand. Like, Russia may as well just put a little side note in the margins that says, like, please make it easier so that we can invade you again in 2 years. Because that's what they want to do.
And of course, this is also our territory, which is temporarily occupied. That's why it's not just occupied, it's temporarily occupied. And we are not recognizing judicially it. And even we are not recognizing it de facto in any papers. Yes, it's temporary occupied territories. It's very painful for us, but let's stop where we stay. And this is a big compromise.
Can you imagine any circumstance in which Ukraine, while your president, cedes any territory to the Russians in terms of sovereignty?
Just give by ourselves. I can't really support such idea. And I think that in any very difficult circumstances, I'm not sure that our people will be ready because, as you said, thousands, dozens of thousands of Ukrainians have been killed on this direction, defending this part of Ukraine. And I just want to tell to everyone.
Yeah, many of them are from there, and they're fighting to get their homes back, too. I mean, I don't know about that short stat goblin, if there are actually Trump P tapes. I'm not sure if that's... Honestly, I think at the end of the day, I think that Trump's overriding desire is that he just wants peace so that he can get a Nobel Peace Prize, because that he is that fucking shallow, and he doesn't care about anything.
But it's not only about morality. But morality, by the way, is very important for us. Very important. Like values, like freedom. It's not just empty words. For us, it's very important. That's why such strong answer was from the first day of this war. And defending these values, we have to understand that Donbass is a part of our independence. It's a part of our values. It's not about the land. It's not only about territories. It's about people, it's about membership, and also about strategy.
In an ideal, albeit unicorn fart-filled world, we would set a deadline and say, Putin, if you haven't compromised and made a fair deal by X, we're putting the US and EU boots in Ukraine to enforce a ceasefire. Yeah, I know. Like, that would be the idea. The P tape thing always reminds me of a Last Week Tonight ending song.
How to defend our country. So for today, nobody can give us, very strong word, with all respect to powerful American president and America as a whole. I mean, there's America like a strong country, with all respect, and we need their security guarantees. But even have all this, nobody can tell us and give us the word that Putin will not come again.
Yep.
When we speak about security guarantees, we mean we need strong security guarantees that the rest of the world or some countries will be ready to answer Putin if he will come back with his aggression. Or when.
Putin will keep this up for decades because he knows we're all terrified of his nukes. I mean, that's the stupid part, right? That's something else that I'm going to read into before the debate with Lactoid, in case he tries to pull that shit, because that, Russia ain't using nukes over this shit. Like, I think there's only a very specific circumstance where Russia will use nukes. And it's only if they feel like they as a country are in danger. And I'm sorry, but they're not going to do that because that their invasion isn't going well. Like, they would have to legitimately think that America was about to, like, fucking invade them, or about to nuke them. And there has been like no chance or like no signs of that.
He will come.
And also, as has been pointed out over and over again, like if Russia tried to use their nukes, yeah, I don't know. I'm pretty sure America's nukes are better than Russia's nukes. So
Again, it can be ending the war, or it can be freezing
America's
the
nukes
conflict,
work.
or it can be pause. And it doesn't matter. This is a pause 2 years or 10 years. It's not about me. We have to think about next generations. We have to think about next people who will be in our chairs, but they have to manage this. We can't give them, empty paper. We have.
oh, it's beef tortellinis, windmill stalker. I'm like addicted to these. I love them, which is not good. Because they have like a billion calories. I picked up so many bad habits after I started working at the store when I was walking around constantly, and then I put on weight after COVID started because I wasn't walking around anymore. I need to get back to doing the walking arc. I should be walking every day on the treadmill. And then I should be walking outside once it gets warmer.
We need strong, security guarantees. One of these guarantees, of course, security guarantees from the United States. Then EU membership is important, like representatives of Europe on our land. We support this idea, coalition of the willings. Also, our army, why I always been against that our own army can be decreased by anybody. Anyway, it's up to us, up to our government, up to willingness of Ukrainians. That's why we need these 800,000. And one of the very important moments, defending lines. That's why when we speak about security, when we speak about Donbass, Donetsk region, I also think like a president about this, defending lines, which are very strong, especially there. What will be if our forces will just go out without any kind of security? And if Russia will begin aggression again, if they will be at this territory already, how we can defend? For example, when we spoke with military guys from the United States, Europeans have, by the way, the same position, but with the United States, when we spoke with all these generals, I showed them on the paper, just on the paper, I showed them that, look, I draw them that, look, what does it mean, cities? This is one defending line. And what does it mean after the cities, it goes the field, kilometers of fields. And that even if you will, will make these defending lines there, you will need for this not less than 1 year to make them very strong. This is one. Yes, of course, if
in hindsight, if we rolled a carrier group up to the Black Sea when Russia was stacking on the border and okay, step across the border and see what happens, you really want to push the button over this, it probably would have worked. Putin only speaks strength. Honestly, yeah, it very well may have. I think a no-fly zone would have also been a good idea too. Like I kind of went back and forth on that, but now I'm just like, fuck it. I guess like Epic has just completely like fucking like hawk pilled me in this regard because I used to think that wasn't a great idea, but yeah. Wait, I don't know if Addie is still here, but apparently there was a fire that broke out in Iran near Tehran after there was an explosion. This is something I saw that in Lonerbox's stream suggestions. I'll have to look at some stuff. Epic and I agree on something, Epic. Oh, yeah. Huh. I mean, I'm not usually a hawk, but I'm not like a dove either. I feel like I was sort of like somewhere in between them. I don't necessarily think that being a hawk is a bad idea. It just depends. You just have to like not be a stupid hawk, you know? Yeah. Like I'm not like a fucking neocon, but I think that that's different. Also, a lot of people don't know what neoconservative even means anyway. I'm a stupid hawk. I'm a full hawk. Oh, you can be a full hawk without being a stupid hawk. Like I think Hillary Clinton's probably was like not a stupid hawk, but yeah, I don't know.
The United States, all the building business will come to invest to it. Maybe they will build it in half a year, but in any case, it will be strong, but it will not be the same defending lines as the cities. When I speak about cities, it's not about people. Not people. I'm not.
Kalinda Rumsfeld. Oh God. Don't make me start talking about unknown knowns and known knowns. I mean, so my understanding of the term neoconservative is that it actually means like in a foreign policy sense, it's like a hawkish foreign policy person who feels that or rather whose goal is to spread democracy around the world. And like and to topple and to do so like by going in and toppling regimes that are doing bad stuff for the sake of like general stability and like for the good of the United States, and like this notion that like, you know, spreading democracy is good and all that kind of shit. I think that a lot of the neoconservatives used to be disaffected like who used to are like disaffected Democrats. So a lot of them maybe are like more liberal on like domestic policy stuff, at least on social policy. Yeah, they don't believe it. Yeah, they always want to do unilateral shit too. That's the other thing, right? Like they're just like fuck the rest of the world. We can't rely on them, you know. America needs to like it's very much like America, fuck yeah, you know, like that kind of thing. I need to make a soundbite of that. Irving Kristol, the founder of neoconservatism, was a commie. Wait, really? Jeez, okay, that's funny. Anyway,
Not thinking that people are the shield. No. Now, the cities and there are fortifications which already been done there, been built there. That is why I said we can't just withdraw. It's a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 10 reasons why we can't. And it's not fair. And then it's not fair.
The Russians have stated that there are two absolute red lines for them. One is Ukraine cannot be allowed to join NATO, and there must be a guarantee.
Oh, get fucked, Russia.
Of that, and that secondly, NATO forces cannot be on the ground in Ukraine as part of any security guarantee.
I mean, that's not going to happen, but I mean, Ukraine wasn't going to join NATO anyway, but still.
That you've been referencing. What is your view of those two red lines from the Russian perspective?
I think it's more about ambitions of Russia. It's not about the real logistic steps. When they speak about that, they also need security guarantees. They said that they don't trust Ukrainians, that if we will have ceasefire.
Oh, nice Trey Parker impression. You know what's funny? I've never actually seen Team America World Police from beginning to end. I've seen like parts of it. Any red line they draw is always going to be just on the other side of reasonable. Well, yeah, of course, because that they don't want an invasion, or they don't want Ukraine to be like protected enough or whatever, you know? Because they just want to come back and try again. Yeah, Project Pat, I know.
Russians are not ready for ceasefire because they're afraid that Ukrainians will prepare and begin offensive operation. So logically, it doesn't.
Wait, what's the first one that we need to watch, Pat? I watch it every 4th of July. Oh, that's like me. I watch Die Hard every Christmas. Except I didn't watch it this Christmas, which I kind of feel bad about. I was like at my parents' place and stuff.
Work for me, because if Europeans or Americans state how we can begin any offensive operations. This is a guarantee that these representatives of NATO, by the way, can give security guarantees that we will not begin offensive after this war will end, if representatives of these countries will stay. So it doesn't work. And for me, if Russia doesn't want representatives there on the front or deeply, it's the answer that they are thinking that maybe they will come again. Because if there are Europeans or Americans, it's more difficult for them to begin offensive.
Oh yeah, I do need to watch the Boondocks. Yeah, I should watch that. I should just grab that and watch it. Oh my god, Jingle All the Way. That movie is so silly.
It's true. Yes, it's true. The same about sea. How we can use sea drones. They're afraid that we will use sea drones, hundreds of them on the sea, in the Black Sea, maybe in the Baltic, and etc. But how we can do it if the ships of our foreign friends will stay.
Okay. I watched this documentary the other day from the Kyiv Independent. So obviously, like, there was at least some level of bias there. I think that they may have overplayed the extent to which that Russia was involved in, like, the Crimean independence movement, although Russia certainly was supportive of the Crimean independence movement. But I watched this, and there was like, I didn't know this. There was like a huge wait, Project Pat, you said you didn't see Die Hard until like last Christmas. You know what? I completely understand. I actually did not see Die Hard until I think 2014 or 2015. But then I watch it every year. I was so impressed with it. It's probably like one of the best action movies that I've ever seen. It's really, really good. And then I watched the second one and I was profoundly disappointed because it was nowhere near as good. Anyway, there was this huge fight over the Black Sea Fleet. Because the Black Sea Fleet was mostly stationed in Sevastopol, which, by the way, is apparently actually pronounced Sevastopol. But yeah, like, they had like this whole thing where a bunch of the sailors tried to pledge allegiance to Ukraine, and Russia got mad, and it was like this huge issue. And eventually, in 1997, they finally agreed to split it. But the thing that's really shitty, a part of me just honestly, and maybe I should just say this, there's like this huge part of me that just wants to say, you know what, fuck it. Fuck Russia. No, they don't get to have like the fucking naval base. Why should they get that? It's not their country, and it's not in their country. Why do they get, why? Why the fuck should they get that shit? Like, if Russia wants to take part of the Black Sea Fleet, then sure, I guess, just because they helped build it, or rather, they helped pay for building it. But I don't know, man. The base people know that it's Akyar, not Sevastopol. I don't even know what that is. That like what it used to be called before, or is that the Tatar name? They're too lazy to build another port. That's why. Well, I mean, like, that's what I mean. Like, that's their only warm water port. Are you telling me that there's no other warm water ports? Like, they couldn't build one? The original name is Akar. Oh, I'll have to look up how to pronounce that, but
There in the Black Sea, and will control security, just security, that there is a silence in the sea, that there is a food corridor, the grain corridor, that everything works. And the same about sky. When they said about satellites and etc., we need Europeans and Americans. they can control the sky. So that's why I said it doesn't work with the NATO or representatives of NATO. The second point, I know that Americans and maybe some Europeans, they discuss with Russia about something new document between NATO and Russia.
Ask America, Keck. They had two unknowns, one less unknown, Russia post fall of the Soviet Union, and they placed the bet that the best thing would be to kind of give them all they want Ukraine so bad. Oh, are you talking about with regards to the like the Black Sea Fleet or whatever? They want so Ukraine had zero knowledge. Oh yeah, I mean, the United States was very conciliatory to Russia after the fall of the Soviet Union. It looks like, in terms of giving them shit that they wanted. And with Sevastopol and Russian concerns over Black Sea, rent was signed by Yanukovych till 2042, literally GTA 6 release. Anyway, yeah, I know. That's the other funny thing, is that it's such a stupid concern. I don't think I'll have to look this up, but was there even any talk of like taking away that naval base lease from Russia after Euromaidan? Was anybody even saying that? Was anyone floating that? Was anyone seriously considering doing that? Was this even a thing that anybody discussed? Kharkiv agreements, may their name be forgotten. Yeah. We were worried about a major collapse leading to mass nuclear proliferation. Oh, well, yeah. No, I understand. Yeah.
And I always said that we are not in NATO. It's a pity, but we are not. And we've been not, involved to NATO. I don't remember, really in practice, not in just words, in practice. The United States, previous administration and this administration don't see us in NATO. Let's be honest. And they say this, but it doesn't mean that
neither does the rest of NATO, unfortunately.
in the future, Ukraine,
at least the Western countries,
will not be. But again, it's not up to us. We already did what we had to do. We said that we want and we are ready to be a part of NATO, to be a strong part, and to strengthen all the allies. What we can do more? Nothing. And now this is now the ball on the side of our partners, NATO countries. That's why I said to NATO countries that it's up to them to have us or not, to accept us like for future for us in NATO or not. That's why when they will have the document between NATO and Russia.
You know what? Let's ask the clanker about it. Also, I kind of want to push the clanker and see like what kind of questions I can ask it and how good it is at answering certain types of questions. Batniks always say that Russia just had to take Crimea to secure Sevastopol, but Russia could have just stationed troops in Sevastopol if they feared losing it, not take the whole peninsula. Well, yeah, I know, exactly. They absolutely could have just done that. But they just wanted Crimea. That was the whole thing. And they figured that they could do the breakaway region game in Donbass as well, too. But then, like, their ship failed. And because Ukraine was beating them, or rather, Ukraine was beating their proxies, and that's why they had to start sending in regular Russian troops.
They can discuss everything. But for me, it's important that they will discuss our potential place in NATO with us, not just with Russians, but with us, because it's about us. But they can do it also without us. Maybe we don't know something, so we will react on surprises in any way, if they will be. This is about NATO. That's why I said that Putin speaks a lot about Ukraine in NATO, but it's a pity, but it doesn't depend on us.
You mentioned Vladimir Putin there. I interviewed the former US President Bill Clinton a few years ago now. And he had a crossover period when Putin had first come to power and Clinton was president. And I asked him what it was like to deal with Putin. And I wanted to play you a
Oh yeah, Clinton was I think pretty good friends with Boris Yeltsin. They got on well.
clip. It's gone viral recently again. I wanted to play you the clip and then get your reaction to what Bill Clinton says about dealing with Putin.
I think the right strategy most of the time is, but it's frustrating to people in your line of work. You should be brutally honest with people in private. And then if you want them to help you, try to avoid embarrassing them in public.
Right.
Now, sometimes they do things which make it impossible for you to keep quiet. But by and large, I found all the people I dealt with appreciated it if I told them the truth. How I honestly felt and what our interests were and what our objectives were. And they also appreciated it when I didn't kick them around in public for as long as I couldn't kick them around. So, that's my experience. And
did Putin ever renege on a personal agreement he made to
Putin.
you?
He did not.
So behind closed doors, he could be trusted?
He kept his word in all the deals we made.
I guess the obvious question, President Zelenskyy, is, would you trust Vladimir Putin? You have suggested that you would be prepared to meet with him, leader to leader. And at some stage, I guess that has to happen for a peace deal to be done. Would you trust him if he gave you his word? You know, I found it very interesting at the time, but this is a long time ago. This is early Putin. But
Hey, Wasserman. This is a long-living legend that, Russia doesn't have warm water ports. Even people here say, have you looked at that map, guys? Yeah, I don't actually... Listen, I'm not gonna lie to you, okay? I'm very stupid about certain things, all right? Oh, okay. That's what that means. I didn't actually know what the term warm water port referred to until this very moment. And even though I've continuously heard people mention it, I never bothered to look it up. It's the harbor that remains free of ice all year? Wait, really? There's no fucking ice? Does the Black Sea have no ice at all? Or is it just like that part of the Black Sea that has no ice? I'm assuming that Sevastopol is an important military base, but not the only warm water port. Okay, if that's true, or if they could like fucking build another one, then all this shit is dumb. And I was thinking that anyway. I was thinking like fuck you, Russia. You don't get to just take Crimea. Okay. It's dumb regardless, but it makes that talking point even more dumb. It's the biggest warm water port. Well, you know what? Maybe they could just build another one. Spend the money and build another one. It'll make some jobs. Like, is it really impossible for them to fucking do that? I'm not. Novorossiysk. Yeah. Jesus Christ. I'm gonna need to, the bigger problem is that all this could be avoided if Russia was just more diplomatic, but they're not true. It is the warmest of all warm water ports, very comfy. yeah, I mean, I don't know. It's like, could they not? Wow, look at the weather there. Look at these motherfuckers with their fucking 6 degrees, 9 degrees, 10 degrees. Wow, okay. I mean, I guess that makes sense because it is like in the south or whatever, but yeah. I really close. Novorossiysk is very close. They moved the BSF there due to the Ukrainian drones anyway. Oh, wait, how much of the Black Sea Fleet is even left? How much of it is left? Is it fucked? My my original Ukraine research chat got too big with ChatGPT, so I had to make another one. Um was there any discussions in 2014 after Maidan about revoking the Sevastopol lease on the military base to Russia before Russia invaded? I'm just gonna ask ChatGPT to comb around and look for sources in Ukrainian media and shit and see what it can find me. Look up a list of Russia ports in Black Sea. There are numerous. Okay. So basically what you're telling me is that this whole thing about how like, oh my god, it's essential and they need to have Sevastopol, and if they don't, then yeah, they're building a port in one of their proxies now in Georgia, I thought. Yeah, okay. Like, Russia, Black Sea. What is this weird shit? Um, 8 major Black Sea ports. List of ports in Russia. Okay. Yeah, these would all be warm water. Wait. Oh, this is Republic of Kalmykia. Is that like another little republic in Russia? Okay. Oh, these must be little guys. Oh, I see. Okay, yeah, Russia's got some little republics in it. But yeah, all right. No, so that was a lie. They absolutely have other warm water ports. They don't need fucking Sevastopol. So like I think it must just be because I think a lot of the Black Sea Fleet was built there. So maybe that's just like they're just obsessed with that for some reason. Um I don't think it's in Abkhazia proper. It's just on the border with it. Oh, okay. If Russia wasn't run by paranoid imperialists, they could easily get something. Well, yeah. Well, it would be dumb even if the port was important because, again, diplomacy is a thing. Well, yeah, I know. That's what I mean. Like, they could have easily kept that port in Sevastopol without having to worry about any of this shit.
But I found it very interesting that Bill Clinton said, however rough stuff got in public, that if Putin gave him his word, he always kept it. Would you?
Oh, wait, is Sevastopol the only deep water port there? Like, they say it's the one military port, but I mean, they say Sevastopol is place of Russian glory. They drowned fleet there previously. Yeah, I think it's probably because a lot of their shit was built there. Like, a lot of the Russian naval stuff was built there.
Do you feel confident that Putin would keep his word to you?
Of course not. With all respect to President Clinton and to other partners, I mean, he never had the war against Russia. So he never been, God bless, I mean, he never been in such circumstances.
Oh yeah, that's another thing I was thinking of. Russia shouldn't have given Crimea to Ukraine in the 50s if they have no other place for their fleet. Just say, yeah, I know, right? Like, listen, guys, get fucked. If you didn't want to give that to Ukraine, or if you didn't want Ukraine to have it, then you shouldn't have fucking given it to them. It's too late now. Crimea is Ukrainian now, bitch. So... Oh, okay. It's deep water. It's a container commercial port. That's why it's red on the map. I'm guessing that like it's a commercial port. So they probably couldn't they expand it to add like a fucking navy? I don't know. Just fucking build another one. Jesus.
And relations as we have. We don't have any diplomatic relations with Russia. We have now war dialogue, and which just began. Dialogue during the war. And I mean, this not even me, I mean, this on the technical level.
Yeah, Epic's not here to talk about Navy stuff, because I feel like he probably knows about that too. But
of our teams. And we are enemies. I think he, of course, I can't trust the person who killed so many people in Ukraine and who began full-scale invasion against my nation.
That's why Russia and Elon calls it Khrushchev's mistake. Yeah. That, I mean, yeah, like, I don't know. They shouldn't have fucking... But you know what? They did, so too bad. It's not their territory anymore. And I mean, like, if they wanted it to be their territory, maybe in the 90s, they should have made some sort of negotiation through some shit and then let the people vote and they could have decided where they wanted to go. But that's not what happened. Too late. That's link dots, please. Wait, what do you mean, Vasserman? Oh. Novorossiysk is deep water. Yeah, you said that. Azov is 15 meters deep. I think a lot of the ships in the Russian Navy were built in Odessa. Oh, yeah, okay, so they were still built in Ukraine because Odessa is part of Ukraine.
And we answered, you know, that we spoke about it today. He attacked all our civilians, infrastructure, people, schools, and etc. And of course, we answered to them, but not on civilians. Everybody knows about it. But in any way, he understands. I think he understands who I am, and I understand who is he. And that's why I will not trust him. That's why I have more specific dialogue with him. It's not about trust. It's about to decide how to end the war. I'm not sure that.
As I remember, ships are built in Mykolaiv. Oh, you mean like during the USSR? Yeah, I'm assuming that nowadays Russia builds their ships elsewhere. Obviously,
our teams can really decide the question of the land. Of course, it's up to our people in any way. At the end, it's our people to accept the peace deal or not up to anybody in the world. And it doesn't depend on a strong country or strong leader or not. No, it's up to Ukrainian people. But before it, I see now the result of our negotiation meetings. As I said, there are some points which are constructive. Americans put a lot, and everybody want. I mean, it's not everybody. We want, Ukrainians want very much to end this war. But I see now that only on the level of leaders we can try to end this war. On the level of leaders, we can really try to solve the question, the territorial questions, which are very sensitive and painful and difficult. That's why we speak about security guarantees, because we don't trust Russians. Personally, Putin, and personally, Russians. It's not just about Putin, it's about system. It's about his people around him. Even when another person will be on.
Oh, is Odessa spelled with one S? Is that the Ukrainian spelling? Avoided saying cunt. True. Just build a port as good is also not really a thing. Geography of the area matters for military ports. Sevastopol has a great bay. Novorossiysk, can't compare. Okay. Oh, that's the Ukrainian spelling? Okay, I'll try to remember that. If Palestine are unaliving their own civilians for not accepting Israel deals, is Ukraine unaliving their own civilians for not accepting Russian deals? No. Novorossiysk. Okay. Novorossiysk. Novorossiysk. That's probably as close as I'm going to be able to get. I was saying, do people that insist that Sevastopol is deep water, that previously Russian containers were heading Sevastopol and later transported mainland? Oh, okay. So there are other deep water ports. Odessa also has a Tartar name. I will not attempt to pronounce that. Oh, you notice that YT. I don't know what the hell's going on with you.
His place, and another people will be on my place, of course. On my place, of course. I don't know what will be with him, but on my place, of course. It means that we have to speak about the institutional trust, but not to each other. Trust to the institution of security guarantees. So because we will not support personally, we will not, trust personally. But also our nations will need, I don't know how many years for the dialogue. I don't know. They have to be.
They need to apologize to you. You want to hear an apology?
Not to me. No, to me. I mean that. What I mean that I don't know how many years, dozens of years, or I don't know, hundreds of years, and at the end we will need for the dialogue between our countries. But in any way, it's not only about years, it's about the position of Russia, like the position of today's Germany, which are apologizing for all these Nazi years.
Novoross. Same O sound, not all O's. Novorossiysk. Oh, Novorossiysk. That's it, yeah. Would Piers be this polite with Yanwar? No, because pro-Ukrainians are inherently Islamophobic. Okay, what the fuck are you on about? I don't know what you are on about there, buddy. Sikh. Esk. I
And it's understandable that it's not about
maybe I should listen to a sound. Say this. Novorussik's harbor.
modern Germans. It's not about these young people, new generation.
Novorussik's. Is that it? Is that how you say it? Mr. Masiks.
But they know that at the end, it's all about their roots. It's all about their country. And it's so difficult to clean all this. In any way, you have to change your strategy.
Close enough, thanks.
From the point that you've been right to the point that you started the war against people and you are the aggressor. And recognize, now I found this word.
Novorossiysk. Novorossiysk. You are getting there. Good job. Thanks. Jesus, how many people in here like know how to pronounce Ukrainian or Russian names? Or like Ukrainian names or whatever. The O is always the same O sound. Two S's together isn't one sound but two. Oh my god, ask Google LO. Just ask Google LO. I should do that. Row is such an American pronunciation. Row. Oh, I'm sorry. Should I be saying row? Because that's how the fucking British say it. We need some Duolingo streams. Oh god. Listen, if I'm gonna pick up Duolingo and try to learn a language, that language is gonna be German. Because I already like am at least partially there with that one. Row. Rue.
Couldn't find the word to recognize that they started the war, to recognize that they really had real fascism in the 21st century. This is this regime, which is now in Moscow.
True.
And that's why I said that we don't know how many years. It will depend on the position of Russia.
If you were to sit with Vladimir Putin to try and finalize a deal, and you were face to face with this man that's committed such horror on your country and your people, what would you say to him if it was just you and him face to face?
I don't have personal things to him. No emotions. No emotions. Just I have understanding.
The U.S. is prepared to strike Iran as early as this weekend, but Trump has yet to make a final call. Oh boy, we're back at this shit again. Where Donald Trump, the moron, is like, he has to like make a decision about a complex geopolitical thing that he absolutely in no way understands. Slav languages are hard phonetically for Westerners. Don't stress. Oh, thank you. I feel better at least. Listen, most people in Arizona speak 90% of English, Spanish, or Spanglish, and 30% of the other two were trying. Damn it.
How really try to finish this war in the, this not permanent pause, and just try to finish this war. I'm not sure that he will hear my arguments, and I don't need it because I'm not aggressor to find arguments why I'm aggressive. I don't need arguments for, it's just for the world, why I'm defending my life, like all the Ukrainians. We don't need it. That's why we don't need to lose time for all these historic issues, with all respect to history, but I don't want to lose time on all these issues. We need just now, and even, by the way, we need just now to finish this war, and that.
Wait, what's Mr. Bombastic saying?
That's why even it's not interesting for me why he began this war. He has his, this reasons, and it's his personal. I don't want to speak about it because I don't have time.
Based.
I have my point of view why he began or why this system.
Okay, hold on.
Новороссийск. Новороссийск.
Novorossiysk.
Новороссийск.
Novorossiysk. Okay. Thanks, Mr. Bombastic. Russian isn't always pronounced the same way it's spelled. This is why Ukrainian is superior. Based. Wait, really? Okay, well that sounds more based. Novorossiysk. Okay.
Began, and
I'll try to remember that. I don't know if I will.
Definitely speak about it and etc. But I don't need to waste time on historic issues, reasons why he began, all this, I think, bullshit, what he
based! Hell yeah!
is raising with Americans and etc. That it's not simple things about the Peter.
You're not on National American television, Zelenskyy. You can totally say bullshit. Well done.
The first and etc. I don't need it because for end this war and to go to diplomatic way, I don't need all this historical shit really, because it's just to postpone. Because I read not less historical books than Putin, I'm sure, and learned a lot because we have to know everything about this country.
Hey, I'm sure that most of Putin's historical books have probably been like weird shit. So, you know, about Oleg the Wise or whatever the fuck it was that he was rambling to Tucker Carlson about him. Oh yeah, it is that it is shit. It's true. Someone needs to do a meme where they put the sunglasses on Zelenskyy.
And I know about his country more than he knows about Ukraine simply because I was in Russia in so many cities and knew a lot of people.
Oh yeah, Zelenskyy. I think is Zelenskyy's first language Russian, because that was like the language that he mostly spoke, and then he switched to Ukrainian, and now he speaks like really good Ukrainian. I think someone mentioned that further up in the chat that Zelenskyy's Ukrainian at first was not necessarily great, but it got much better. So yeah, like this guy, I don't know if there's any other languages that he speaks, but 3 is okay, yeah. So he's a Russian speaking. Yeah, he had to learn Ukrainian. Okay. I don't know. I wonder if that's difficult. Like, is it difficult to learn Ukrainian after you know Russian or vice versa? Because the two languages aren't there like similarities between them? Or is it not, at all easy? I think some people have said that once they know one, it can be harder to learn the other one.
And so many times, and he've never.
Or maybe it's in particular. Some people have said that they'd rather just speak Russian or what have you. But
been so many times.
But I mean, the two languages definitely share like the same like grandparent anyway. Because they evolved out of the same group of the same like early Slavic language. Ukrainian was considered country bumpkin Russian during Soviet time. Of course it was. Yeah, that lines up with what I read. It's because that Russia was is the term lingua franca. It's the language that like Russian was the language that you basically had to know in the Soviet Union if you wanted to get anywhere. Yeah, that's how they saw it. Yeah, because they didn't want no nationalism
in Ukraine, and he was only in the big cities. I was from small cities, from the northern part to the southern part, everywhere. I know their mentality. That's why I don't want to lose the time on all these things. It's about them. They decided to have such system. Russians decided to change to change themselves, Russians decided that they need new Tsar. But it's up to them.
Oh yeah, Jesus. Also, like, holy fuck, I'm gonna need to compile like a list of all the insane repressions that are going on in Russia now. Because I know that I was like kind of exposed to it before, but I there was just like so much crazy shit. Like I think that like free speech in Russia seems to be like pretty much gone. I know it's been like being eroded over time, but I think it's just worse now. Like you can't say like anything against the government too much. I'm surprised that those mill bloggers are even doing okay. But I guess that it really depends on you probably have to walk a very fine line. Learning a two similar language is easier at beginner levels because you learn typical phonetic substitution, and harder at advanced levels because you have to unlearn that crutch. Ah, okay. That sounds about right. Wait, hold on, Short Stack Goblin. How similar is Portuguese with Spanish? Isn't even Moscow starting to feel it at this point? I think so. My Spanish is like 30 words and 12 substitution rules. Portuguese and Spanish are similar, aren't they? Portuguese is nothing like Spanish. Okay. Putin is so paranoid that he even throttled Telegram recently. Yeah, I know, right? And it's just because that they want to be able to tell what the like everybody is saying, and so they have to have like they want to be able to spy on everybody. Censorship in Soviet times bad. Only difference is the FSB makes you less disappear. They just convict on anything. Yeah, that seems to be the thing that that occurred. I mean, so I keep up with there's this guy that I watch. Hang on. Where is he? I watch a lot of this dude's videos, NFKRZ or No Fuckers, otherwise known as Roman. And he is a Russian who left Russia, and now he makes videos about like basically what life is like in Russia still, for like all the shit that Putin is doing there. And I think his most recent one was about Russian comedy, and he reports all these things. So that's like kind of how I know a bunch of this stuff. And that's also why I watched Mr. Nobody against Putin, because I watched that movie. Yeah. Oh, screw this guy, to be honest. Oh, you don't like him talk about. I mean, I can kind of understand. There are definitely people who are Russian detected opinion rejected. Well, he's not a pro-Putin Russian. I find his videos interesting because that he does talk about like what's going on in Russia and how bad things have gotten and everything, as well as like the history of the country and stuff. And yeah. But, I stopped listening to Roman after he attacked Cowlin Robertson. He lives in Europe and whines about his Russian accounts being blocked. Oh yeah, he does. He has done that, yeah. I don't know. It's kind of a... Yes, Chase, I'm aware. Yes, his Israel takes are bad, and I don't think that they are good. Apparently one of the symptoms of investing of polonium. Oh, wait, you did that. Russian detected opinion rejected. Also, hello, Epic. Welcome to the stream. No one outside of Spain will pronounce Barcelona as Barcelona. I don't know, but I find his videos to be interesting. Just because that you can kind of like learn some stuff about it. But at the same time, though, I understand. I feel like he even understands that why like Ukrainians wouldn't particularly like him, or people who are sympathetic to Ukrainians. I can understand the appeal of his videos, but yeah, if you follow him long enough, you might see the issue. I mean, I do see some issues with him. Like he's kind of like a brain dead progressive on some things. Like his Israel takes are pretty shit. Don't most anti-Putin Russians still have fucked up opinions on Ukrainian nationalism? Not him. Like, he seems very understanding. He calls it a war. I think for a while he referred to it as a special military operation because he was worried that that if he ever got deported, you know. But yeah. Also, yes, Sevastopol was their only year-round warm water, deep water port. Without those, you can't build a blue water navy. So wait, Epic, are there other ones, or could they potentially build another one? Without like, because at this point, because God hates them, because at this point, I kind of feel like I really just want to say, you know what, fuck you, Russia. You don't like. You're not entitled to have Crimea and to have like Sevastopol, so you can have your fucking warm water port. Like, go get fucked or whatever. But I don't know if that like it. But then other people in chat were telling me that it's not their only warm water port, and yeah, Syria helped with that warm water port need. But you know, oh yeah, you're right, true. Building a deep water port is a decades-long, multi-billion-dollar investment. They can't afford that right now. Well, you know what? Maybe they might be able to afford that shit if they stop spending their money on stupid wars. But yeah, to be clear. Them wanting that port doesn't mean they have any right to it. Well, yeah. I mean, like, yeah, like the argument is not to say they have other ports. It's who cares what Russia wants or needs. Yeah, I know. I know. Yes, objectively for Russia, that port is their only shot. Okay. I'm guessing because they lost the one in Syria, so it also kind of fucks them, because I know that was their other warm water port. I don't know. I'm sus of good Russians. Even Navalny's widow tried to hijack momentum and convince Europe to be easy on Russians. No, listen, Vasserman, I'm not expecting you to like somebody like that guy whose videos that I watched. You know, I get it. Like, I don't think Ukrainians have any reason to trust Russians, even Russians who say that they're like good Russians or whatever. You know. Oh yeah, you're not talking about. Yeah, you're specifically Sevastopol is where Russia historically built its entire navy for a reason. I thought they built it. I thought that a bunch of ships got built in Odessa. Yeah, oh yeah, I'm sure that was Navalny still like a crazy nationalist even when he died. I thought that he had moderated something, but I don't know. That's the other problem too, right? Is like there's like a whole bunch of shit with regards to like Russian society or whatever. What are you guys allergic to pragmatism? Listen, Mr. Bombastic. According to the Clanker, at least, with the sources that it has provided me, there was no serious discussions going on in Ukraine before Russia decided to swoop in and take Crimea to like revoke the fucking, or at least not after Euromaidan. There was no serious discussions. So you know, it's just. Like, I don't know. Nobody was gonna take fucking Sevastopol from them. Oh, he said racist stuff in 2008. Listen, I completely understand why Ukrainians are skeptical about, you know, good Russians or whatever. Especially since there are so few of them who actually show up and, like, go out in the streets protesting in Russia itself. Because like they look over there and they see the apathy, and obviously that's going to be incredibly like shitty, you know. And then like, you know, like they look at the kind of stuff that Russian media is saying about them, or like even just the stories that Anna told about the family that she has in Russia, and like the kind of insane shit that they would say.
But there is a security.
2008 was almost 20 years ago. How does that make everyone feel? It makes me feel very old, Sans. Thank you. Thank you for reminding me. Even Russian Americans are still yeah, like, Russia is, yeah, I don't know. I one day I would hope that they, get their shit together or whatever, but alas.
Things. There is a big war against us. There is our lives. The only thing what I want to speak with him that I think that we need to manage.
What the fuck was wrong with Novorossiysk? It's in the Black Sea too. The fact that people born after 9/11 can buy alcohol is what makes me feel old. Novorossiysk is not a fucking it's a commercial port. And they also, and I don't think ships get built there. That was what Epic was saying. Yeah, it's not just being in the Black Sea. It's that I think that it has to be deep enough, and there has to be like room to build stuff. What makes a deep water port very specific, deep water military port very specific. Not many locations that work for it on Earth.
Most successful war.
And empires have gone to war over access to those ports. Yeah. I remember. I mean, it must have hurt Russia real bad when they lost that port in Syria. Any port can be deepened if you try hard enough. I grew up in San Francisco Bay. Spain and Mexico and America and the UK all fought wars for this bay. Because it was a good location for a deep water port. America, meanwhile, gets like the best ones ever.
Way successful, I mean this quick way, without not too much losses again and again to end this war. And that is why, what about, I want to speak only about such things.
President Putin and his forces, they have made multiple attempts to kill you. If you had an opportunity to kill Putin, would you authorize your forces to take that opportunity?
You know that
he probably wants to say yes so badly. The bay is ice-free and open for navigation all year round. However, in winter, the navigation occasionally stops due to hazardous northwestern. Yeah, I mean, it is a really dumb question. I don't know why. Like, what the fuck does he expect him to say it publicly in an interview? Why, yes, I would in fact authorize like the assassination of the leader of the country that is like going to war against me. Like, come on, do a Tito Zelenskyy. Oh yeah, he should do that. Oh yeah, no, Fasterman, I understand that it's all year round operational, but like what Epic is saying is that there's something very, very specific about Sevastopol that makes it makes it work as a military port as opposed to like other ports that are not military ports. And it's also a place where you are building ships. And yeah, and it's like I don't know. It seems like these ships they're like 40 stories tall. Oh yeah, I keep forgetting that. Like I guess. And like 12 stories underwater. So it has to be very deep, and the depth, I'm guessing, needs to be not too far from the shore, and the water needs to be fucking deep as shit. So yeah, so the warship doesn't hit the that's I keep forgetting like just how big all this stuff. Oh, Epic! I saw this cool video the other day of like a takeoff of a plane from an aircraft carrier. And apparently they have to get like shot out of something in order to I thought that they just like went down the runway and then took off with their jets or whatever, but apparently that's not the case. The guy didn't really explain it, but there was like a YouTube channel that he had where he filmed like cockpit videos and stuff. Yeah, oh yeah, okay. So they get they're basically slingshot. That's like cool. Was it an F-35B? I don't know. I'll have to find it again. Yeah, Epic, the conversation earlier was the idea was that Sevastopol was the only okay, yeah, so it's not the only it's wrong to say Sevastopol is the only warm water port. It's not. It's the only warm water port specific for like for the kind of military for a military base that Russia needs in order to build ships. Yeah. They have to catch them on the runway too. Jesus. Okay. Let's see what Zelenskyy says in answer to this insanely stupid question.
I don't, in the, you know, in their system, I'm not sure that another person will not be Putin. The same as Putin. It's not about, I mean, this, it's not about such things. I don't know how many times they tried to kill me. I mean, this security service told me about some of these times. Yeah.
No, guys, listen. I think I've kind of I looked it up a little bit, Epic, and I'm not convinced that I would likely ever be able to actually go up in the Strike Eagle, because it seems like that's a very rare thing, especially since I'm not, you know, a yes, Mr. Bombastic, it was Growler James. However, if I could go flying in one of those Cessna planes, that'd be fucking like awesome. That would be really cool. It might be neat to be able to do something like that. They have stream catapults and newer, better electromagnetic catapults that Trump tried to cancel. Jesus.
I understand that in my country, maybe in this difficult period of time, it was like a push Ukraine to chaos. But when you see our people under missiles and under attacks on our energy system, like one of the elements which are very important during this war, not the only one.
Hey, Samuel. I mean, PR flights are rare, yeah. Knowing somebody helps, but I would not really bet. I hear good news I back from anyone. With that said, a Cessna is just a matter of renting one. Yeah. And knowing somebody who like I would rather do it with if I knew someone. But Cessnas are boring. Do something like an aerobatic plane, way more exciting. Oh, okay. I mean, wait, is there other do you have other planes or other, like, I guess civilian planes or whatever that you could fly? I don't know what it, is that like a crazy type of airplane that like will allow you to go upside down and shit? You know, something that's yeah. You only need millions of subs on YT, then the Navy might collapse.
Of course, the priority is army, the strongest point, which is very important. But there are some other things, business, which pays, defending.
I mean, Sans, I think that some of them would have been built in Leningrad, but the thing is that wouldn't have those have been different kinds of ships? Legally, I can fly any airplane under 12,500 pounds without a type rating. That includes all aerobatic planes you see doing stunts and shit. It's just more to insure for a rental. Big boy stuff. Yeah, okay, you need a type. Okay. Which is specific to that aircraft. Some places will do flights with World War II fighters and bombers out here. Ooh. Yeah, oh yeah, I know that. I know a lot of Russia's ships are old shit. Also, they really like screwed Ukraine over apparently when they split the Black Sea Fleet. They took 77% of it, and all the ships that they gave to Ukraine were like fucking dog shit. And apparently they sabotaged them too, so that they like didn't even run particularly well. Man was not made to conquer the skies, it's seriously. Yeah, Moffat, where I lived near growing up, my parents took me on a ride on a B-25. They still do them. It's like $300. But that's some other loser flying. I think I would be more interested. Wait, have you flown in one of those, Epic? Or is that not something that you can fly in?
production, energy system, water supplies, a lot of different things, banking system, yes, anti-cyber system, and etc. So a lot of things which give Ukraine a possibility to defend. So in our system, the president is one of these elements. I'm not.
Sevastopol shipyard is used to repair, but not build ships mostly. Probably not anymore. But like, where were? Yeah, I have ridden in a B-25 a few times, but to fly an airplane like that, I would need to train on it first for a few weeks, get an endorsement from someone who teaches that. Oh, of course. Okay, yeah, that would make sense. Yeah. Southern Cali is similarly famous for preserving old machines.
I'm not comparing.
The shipbuilding infrastructure was spread across all of Crimea back in Soviet days and Odessa. Okay. Yeah, because people were saying, yeah. Also, apparently Odessa is spelled with one S, the Ukrainian spelling. I don't know. I keep hearing it like everywhere. No snow means no salt. Or at least that's how it's spelled. But I continuously hear it with like two S's. I don't know. That's one that I think people probably will have a harder time knowing. But I'll try to type it with one S if I remember. No snow means no salt. True. The fleet HQ and some port for the Black Sea was Sevastopol. All that went back. Oh yeah. Epic. Last night, I learned about. I was watching this documentary by the Kyiv Independent where they went and talked to a bunch of old Soviet naval officers, like Ukrainians who were in the Soviet in the Black Sea Fleet, basically about the whole fight over the Black Sea Fleet after Ukraine declared independence, and how like what they were saying was. If what was in Ukraine belongs to Ukraine now, but Russia didn't want to give up the Black Sea Fleet, and then they agreed to split it, and there was like this whole big thing over. And yeah, like that was like a huge thing. Leningrad shipyard and Mykolaiv shipyards were the only ones big enough to build the Russian large cruisers. Mykolaiv was the only one large enough to build cruisers. That was probably where they built a bunch of the would have been where they built a bunch of like the Black Sea stuff. But Leningrad is like not anywhere near though, isn't it? Isn't it like up in the north? If Ukraine kept its ships and bombers, it never would have been invaded by the Russians. Yeah, Russia really they really screwed Ukraine over with that deal. And obviously I don't know that Ukraine was really in any position to kind of say no, but yeah, of course they could not afford to maintain that. So yeah, that's unfortunate, you know.
And I'm not sure, and I'm not sure, of course, that I'm the very important person. It's more about institution. The president in Ukraine is one of these institutions which strengthen the country, and they understand that to delay me, first of all, you always can find somebody in your country who will be maybe more diplomatic. Yes, and another thing that the first period of time, country can be in chaos. But again, I think that it's not smart to do, because, as I said, as a tax on our energy, it didn't break our country. It was oppositely.
Oh yeah, I know Leningrad is St. Petersburg. I'm aware, but back then it would have been called Leningrad. We could not keep bombers. U.S. insisted we discard that. Wait, is that okay? I mean, I don't know. It seems like the U.S. was very. I don't want to say they were on Russia's side or whatever, but obviously the U.S. It seemed like they were pretty conciliatory towards Russia and all of that. But yeah, I actually learned like a whole bunch. I watched Sarcasmatron's video about Putin, and it was good. To be fair, there were hundreds of cities in Russia named after Lenin and Stalin too. Wait, what happened then, Epic? I'm assuming that you've read about this. They were broken up in the USAF and Russian Air Forces too. It was a global thing. Only the Chinese didn't follow suit. Oh, with it. Oh, so it wasn't just so wait, so the US also agreed to get rid of like their like certain types of bombers and Russia did as well. It was this part of like some sort of nuclear deterrent thing and the only one who didn't do it was China. Oh, it was arms control treaties. Okay. So in that way the US did, I'm assuming the US forced Ukraine or got Ukraine to sign on to an arms control treaty along with and then they and Russia signed one too. Majority of the world's bombers were destroyed back then. Okay. As part of nuclear arms drawdown. I see. But most of the USAF too. Does that even matter anymore now? Because we used to have 1,000 bombers. It was part of nuclear drawdown only, P. So that because obviously if you're gonna drop nukes on people, usually you're gonna do it with bombers. We have 100-ish, stayed less than 100. Russia had thousands, now has like 100. But
hateness to Russians increased after that. That's why I think it's the same how to kill people. Even the president, it will not break. It will not break. I think that the reaction can be another, which Russians, it's a pity, but they don't estimate really the reaction. And
when did ICBMs come around? Haven't they been around for a while? But now how are you meant to use your air supremacy if you don't have any bombers? Everyone still has some bombers. Also, I'm assuming, Epic, that when you say that when you're talking about bombers, you're talking about stuff like this bad boy right here. Wait. No. I assume that you're talking about wait, no, not the B-52 or what the fuck is the new one? This is old. This is old as fuck. My god, it's huge. Whatever the ICBMs have been around longer than our modern bombers. B1s and B2. Do you want me to hop in VC? Oh, it was the B2 bomber. Yes. This guy. Look at it. It's so sleek. Yeah, you can. Yeah, the Spirit. Yes. I really should just start learning their nickname. Yeah, you can if you want to, Epic. Hold on. Fake aircraft. Wait, why are you saying it's fake, Mr. Bombast? Guys, I have War Thunder installed on my computer and I've never opened it. And I'm kind of tempted to, just so y'all can laugh at me as you see how bad I probably am gonna be at like flying any airplanes. Of course, Mr. Bombastic is over here wanting me to buy fucking DCS because he's like, oh my god, Kalinda, there's a sale. You can get these aircrafts. I'm like, bro. You want me to buy like the most complex flight simulator game in existence, really? Well, you said if only we kept bombers, the ones we kept were discarded. Yeah, oh yeah, I know. Like you basically didn't get any, Vasserman. That's what I mean. But like, yeah, Epic was just saying that was the larger context of that was that everybody agreed to get rid of all their bombers or most of their bombers, and I guess Ukraine just didn't do it. Okay, hold on. Yeah, Epic, you can hop in VC if you want. Oh, shit. There we go. Can you guys hear him, chat?
So the whole world, bombers are really important. They always have been. They're arguably more important now than they ever have been. Nuclear, non-nuclear, lots of roles. But in a nuclear war, they have tons of pivotal roles, and I'm not going to bore everybody with all those details. In the 90s, most of the nuclear capabilities on the planet were destroyed, and this is why, like, today the US has like 2,000 nuclear warheads and like 500 of them are attached to missiles. And back in 1988 we had like 75,000 warheads, almost all of which were deliverable, and those warheads were like 100 times the size each. We don't live in that world anymore because of what happened in the 90s. And it wasn't just the warheads, it was also the delivery systems. So we got rid of all our MIRVs, which are multiple independent reentry vehicles for our ICBM forces. We got rid of multiple warhead mountings on our submarine launched ballistic missiles like the Trident. We cut in half a bunch of our bombers and then put them in the middle of open fields so the other side could see them from space. So like we used to have like 300 B-52s, and then after, by like 2000 we had like 86 left because we cut most of them into pieces and then left them in the desert so Russian satellites could take pictures, and they did the same. And that's why we live today in a world where there's not a constant threat of a general nuclear holocaust that could kill like 5 billion people. Now we live in a world where the worst that could happen from a nuclear exchange, you'd have under 100 million deaths in the worst possible case scenario. And that's because of what happened in the 90s.
Hmm.
Whether or not that was a good idea is a whole different thing. Was it in Ukraine's interest to do any of this? Absolutely not. But like it wasn't like the America jumping in to get down Ukraine in particular's throat with the bombers in specific. This was like a global drawdown of strategic nuclear firepower across the board, from cutting up missiles to bombers to warheads and everything.
Yeah. No, no, only P. I mean, there was 100 million would obviously still be really bad. It's just that the fucking, I guess the nuclear holocaust thing is kind of like a thing that people still go on about, and it really wouldn't be as much of a thing as people think, but it would still be really bad. I presume.
Most of those
Yeah.
100 million wouldn't be NATO citizens. They'd be Russian and Chinese citizens. But yeah, it'd be really bad. I don't want to see that world. Nobody wants that. That's why we should avoid a nuclear war. But yeah, it's just we don't live in the world where like we could destroy every major population center on the fucking planet in 15 minutes like we could have in like 1988. You know, that's just not the world anymore.
Yeah.
And to be honest, thank God, like that's one of the few successful things from all the crazy, like end of history nonsense. The strategic arms reduction was like one of the only things that actually did happen. Like in part because it was self-enforcing. Like we literally did in batches. Like we're gonna saw 10 B-52s in half and wait till we see you've sawn 10 fucking Tu-95s in half, like for like. There were Air Force planes. Actually, my first commanding officer when I was a cadet, the guy who like taught the training detachment at the university, his career in NATO, he deployed on looking glass missions where they flew reconnaissance planes over Russian airspace with Russian escorts, taking pictures of the Russians taking apart their nuclear capabilities. And the fact that this all happened and that it happened to the two superpowers, nuclear superpowers, meant that like 90% of all the nuclear capability on Earth was wiped out in a single generation, which is actually pretty cool. So,
Hmm.
yeah.
Well, at least that's
But
something.
wasn't in Ukraine's interest. Fucked over Ukraine.
Yeah,
I get
that's.
that. And that also is a perspective. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean that's so I guess apparently it's pronounced Sevastopol, but I don't know. It's gonna be so weird to stop saying Sevastopol. But
I don't know. Yeah.
uh in any
Yeah.
case, I think that so ultimately at the end of the day, it is actually true when Russia says this is our only military warm water port, whatever the fuck thing, in the Black
Well,
Sea.
it kind of not just Sevastopol, because when we're thinking about this like more broadly, we're thinking Sevastopol. Think of as the capital of like a system of naval infrastructure that the Russian Empire invested in for 200 years, starting with the Tsardom of Russia, like starting really with like. When they moved the capital to the west to St. Petersburg, like there's this big focus on naval capability, and I guess I'll compare it to the history of my country, like when we expanded westward, we set our eyes on Hawaii very early on when we realized that the Indo-Pacific would be a huge part of America's like economic reach. That like as soon as we realized that a lot of our trade would go through East Asia, through the Strait of Malacca, we decided Hawaii was going to be part of the Union, whether or not the local people liked it. This kind of just is how empires have behaved historically. Like there's certain things that are super important to a country's security, and they will generally, like even the US is a democracy. Like when we annexed Hawaii and we didn't necessarily ask what the people thought about that, you know, they call it the I think the bayonet revolution is what the native Hawaiians call it. You know, they weren't exactly willing. I mean, it's not the same as Ukraine because we didn't do like a cultural genocide and like Americanification, like that didn't happen. But the point is, countries will tend to do extreme things to protect these interests. And for Russia, the reason Crimea is so important, they've invested for so long, mostly under the Soviet Union, but before the Soviet Union, into this Black Sea fleet that could sail through the strait in Gibraltar, or not Gibraltar, where Istanbul is, or whatever that strait's called, and project power into the Mediterranean and threaten all of Southern Europe. Like this is when the Soviets are like how they would have threatened Europe is that you'd have the Black Sea fleet and then the North Sea fleets, you know, sail out from and kind of wrap around Europe north and south, and they'd try to meet, you know, around Spain, right, and isolate Europe from American reinforcements that would have to come by ship and airplane, right? And this is something they still want to be able to do. And they're not going to be able to do that if they don't have all that naval infrastructure that could support in the same way. Like the Pacific Fleet without Hawaii is a lot less of a Pacific Fleet. Like the fact that we could forward deploy ships to an island that is halfway in between the US mainland and China, and they can fuel there and their crew can rest there and they can operate out of there instead of San Diego, which is so fucking far away. For Russia, they don't have a San Diego. Like this is their, if they lose access to Crimea and Sevastopol and all this infrastructure there, they don't have the ability to rebuild that. Like they built that with the blood of Ukrainians, right? Like they built that uh, with centuries of investment from stealing other people's wealth and resources. They're not gonna, and they're not a superpower anymore. Like the Soviet Union built all those shipyards and shit. Have you seen how hard it is for America to like rebuild our shipbuilding industry? And we're much richer and more prosperous than Russia. Um, from the Russian perspective, like if they don't seize this and keep it, I don't mean the average Russian. I mean like as far as their security interests right now, if they don't do that, they're never going to be a great power. Like it's just they're going to keep declining from global relevance. Their navy's going to keep getting smaller every year, and it won't be much longer until India is a much more relevant global maritime power than Russia is. That's probably going to happen in 10 years at this rate.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's yeah. I mean, I don't
Yeah.
know. I don't know what, like it just on the one hand it's like okay, yeah, obviously Russia does have like actual security interests, but at the same time
Well, yeah,
yeah.
who cares? We had security interests in Hawaii. If I were alive in the 1880s, I'd like to think I'd have the integrity to be like, okay, annexing all these islands in the Pacific, like without even asking the native people what they think about it, is probably not a good idea, right? And again, what Russia's done to the Ukrainians is 100,000 times worse than what we did to the Filipinos or the Hawaiians. And I'm not defending what we did to the Filipinos and the Hawaiians. So yeah, I just don't like understanding these security interests exist doesn't mean we need to give them any moral consideration whatsoever. We should only give them consideration in context to how it affects our security. We should understand that Russia might lash out to defend these things, and that's why we should be prepared to bomb them into submission every time they lash out, as far as I'm concerned.
Honestly though, you know what? Fuck it. I feel like that's like I've come around.
That's peace through strength. That's look. Ronald Reagan said like 3 intelligent things, and one of them was that. Okay.
Yeah, you were like I don't know. I feel like you've hawk pilled me on a bunch of different things just because it like there's just so much shit that we all thought, you know, like we can't do this because because nukes. and that kind of shit.
Yeah.
But yeah, that doesn't seem to be.
One sec. Sans is saying something that's true, but it's true in a way that doesn't matter, I guess. Odessa does have I think Odessa has way better shipyards than Kherson even, but Odessa, Ukraine, there's parts of Ukraine with better shipyards. Russia wants those too, right? Crimea is just like in the short term, to stop the short term decay, the home port of the Black Sea Fleet that's where like the Admiralty has stayed. That's like where the command and control infrastructure is. That's where it's easiest for the Russians to park their ships. And so Sevastopol in the short term, most important. In the long term, they want all of Ukraine. Yeah, I mean, obviously. And obviously in the long term, if we're talking like really shipbuilding industry, it's mostly in Odessa and other parts of Ukraine anyways, for sure.
Hmm. Yeah. That's welders in dry docks got terrible work conditions. I don't even.
I just want to like, because I don't know. I know there's like Ukrainians in here that probably have because I'm going to talk about Russian history, that are going to cringe because they're going to know so much more about Russian and Soviet history than me. But I don't know if you know, Kalinda, but like the Russian obsession with like being a great maritime power, like it dates back a long time. Like they moved their capital from Moscow to St. Petersburg because Peter the Great literally thought that in order for Russia to be a great country, it needs to be a great maritime power. And otherwise it's nothing. It's the laughing stock of Europe forever. It'll be a backwater forever. It needs to be able to assert itself across the high seas. And I need that to happen so bad that to stimulate the growth of a maritime culture and industry, I'm going to move the capital city from Moscow to this new place in St. Petersburg. It's like that's why the capital was St. Petersburg for the latter half of the Russian Empire. It's like a long term, um, it's not just a Putin kind of thing, these considerations.
Oh yeah, I did kind of know that because I remember hearing about that. Peter the Great was the one who was like he was really really obsessed with that naval stuff. I don't know if it
Yeah.
went away after he died or if they stopped caring
Well, a
as much.
major, I mean, the last time the Russian Navy met a pure, another great power in conflict and fought them, it was Tsushima in 1905, and they lost, and it caused a revolution that nearly toppled the monarchy. I just like again, I'm not, because again, there's so much history to Russia besides like maritime power. It's like a very specific lens, but there has been like a 300-year like Russian fascination, at least like in the security kind of area, with like being a great maritime power. And like part of the reason the Soviet Union collapsed, there's a lot of reasons, obviously, but one of the contributing factors was that in the 1980s, the Soviet Union decided to try to compete with the US Navy and literally spent so much money that they bankrupted the country. Obviously, there's tons of other things happening. There's other economic issues. I know oil prices are dropping and all this, but
Also,
like that is a
Afghanistan.
component of it too. Yeah, Afghanistan.
Apparently,
Yeah, yeah.
Afghanistan
I'm just
fucked
saying,
them.
like, I'm not saying this is like the driving thing of Russian history. I'm just saying it is a big deal to them, to certain people in Russia, especially ones that have, been in positions of leadership, making some of these
Hmm.
strategic decisions.
Yeah. Oh, by the way, did you ever find that thingy about the story about Putin crying in his office after the Soviet Union fell? Because that would be
You know
really
what? I
funny.
haven't even thought about it since, but I'm sure if I remember he talked about this once. I think he said I wept for hours. It was the saddest day of my life, if I'm remembering correctly. Putin
Okay.
mentions. I'm just gonna try to Google it and see what I can find real quick. But
I feel like
Putin mentions.
yeah, I don't know. Actually, if you're
I'm
able to
assuming you did look and you couldn't find anything.
I mean, yeah, I did look. And by looked I mean I used the glorified Google scraper to try to find it for me.
Uh, yeah, I don't use that. I don't use those, so I'm not sure whether that's a good or a bad sign. Did Putin really say that?
Yeah,
Hold on.
that's the
This
thing
might
that
be misinformation. The
okay, cuz like
misquote. The mis. Sorry, go ahead. I'm just
oh,
reading something.
ChatGPT couldn't find it either, but it did find me a bunch of other things obviously about like obviously Putin was very mad. He was very upset about like the fall of the Soviet Union. But yeah.
Oh, I don't want to have to pay to read this.
Is it
Um,
what is it? Is it like a newspaper article?
It's the Medium article, but I think
Oh,
I'm just reading the first paragraph and headline because I don't even know who wrote this, but I'm pretty sure whoever wrote this, Mike Pohl, I don't know who that is. Oh, I guess he writes about Ukraine a lot. Interesting. I think that it's saying it's a misquote here because the summary he is obsessively misquoted as having said in 2005 the collapse of the Soviet Union and then dot dot dot. So I think it's saying it's a
okay.
misquote, but yeah, I'm not. I'll have to look into it actually, and yeah, because I'm not
Okay.
seeing anything when I search it up. I might be in error on that one.
It's a funny thought though.
Yeah, I could swear I remember hearing that, but I don't know where I would have. So yeah, I guess right now it might be misinformation, and I'll get back to you if I can find more on it.
Okay, yeah. I mean, he definitely, obviously, it profoundly impacted him, and he's super mad about it.
Yeah.
But yeah, I
Yeah, well, I mean, just more broadly his life, right? Like he was part of the Soviet. I mean, he was part of the KGB, right?
yeah,
I'm sure you know enough about the way the Soviet government was run to know that, like, he was at least whether or not he was the person, because I don't know if he's talked much about it, but he was surrounded by people who were like resentful of the changes and liberalization and reforms happening under Gorbachev, and I at least like a lot of the KGB were when that coup was happening. What was it, 94? When the tanks were shelling
wait, are you talking?
when Yeltsin was president.
Oh,
What when
that.
did that happen?
I was gonna say, what about the were you talking about the attempted coup on Gorbachev? The one where they
Oh yeah,
played
well I mean,
Swan Lake
yeah.
on TV for 3 days, apparently.
Well,
um,
well, that one there's probably like people who know way more about their Russian history than me who are like throwing their fit right now, but I think these would have been people who support that. Yeah.
oh yeah, they probably would have. It was a bunch of hardline communists that tried to do the coup against Gorbachev because I remember vaguely reading about this that there was a lot of art like they wanted to like tamp down on all the repressions and try to like pull it back in and save the Soviet Union and stuff. But I guess
Yeah.
like but yeah, then there were tanks. That was something else that did happen with Yeltsin. Um, now August
I don't
1991.
remember the date, but there was like basically a dispute between the Russian parliament and the Russian president, and my recollection is that the parliament was in the right as far as the constitution was concerned, but the president used executive power to crush it, and that included tanks shelling the parliament.
Oh
That's my
yeah,
memory.
yeah. Yeah, you're right. That
Yeah, I
did
could be
That was in the
mistaken some of the details.
Sarcasmatron video that I watched, or one I watched a couple of those
Uh,
videos.
yeah, I mean, as far as I'm aware, that would be when Russia stopped effectively being a democracy. At that point in history, the Russian Federation, not like the Soviet Union, but
Yeah, the 1993 Russian
yeah,
constitutional crisis.
so
Yeah.
that sounds right. Yeah, that sounds right. So, like, my understanding of the facts is like Putin would have been alive when he was alive during these events, would have been like very strongly in support of what Yeltsin did, which my to me, what Yeltsin did there was kind of destroyed their democracy. But yeah, it's he's been consistent for a long time, as far as I know. But
Yeah, that seems that does sound about right. It's just kind of like a crazy, I don't know. I might read that essay that he wrote in 2021, but I don't know. A lot of that just seems sort of pointless. It's like there's not really much point in maybe just to prove that he very obviously doesn't think Ukraine is real or legitimate, and yeah, but I don't know how much that'll even matter in the argument with Blackchoid.
yeah, I mean, I don't know, because then like there's like I don't know if Lactoid would even. I don't know if he sees Russia as a dictatorship. Like I don't know if he sees
I don't
like
think
this
he
is just
does.
Putin's decision. So yeah, I don't know. Um,
I don't understand how
I
he
think with
couldn't.
with
Yeah.
people like Lactoid, like generally like libertarian kind of retard types, they're gonna generally like their argument. the morality doesn't really matter to these people, so it'll shift pretty fluidly based on what's convenient. What matters is like how much money is the U.S. spending, how much is it getting back from that investment, like how is this helping us materially, and that's generally, in my experience, the only thing these people care about. So I
Yeah.
usually just focus on that when I'm
I
talking to these
mean,
people. Like I have friends that from high school that are still libertarians, unfortunately, that I like made when I was a libertarian, and like I've changed the view of their minds on that. I'm not saying I could change Lactoid's mind, but usually with them, I find the thing that's most convincing is like just explaining the cost, benefit of like we're paying almost nothing, and in most cases now making money off the Europeans to arm Ukraine so they can damage an enemy that we spend about $40 billion a year defending ourselves from.
yeah.
I
I
yeah.
think my problem with this whole thing is that every time I've seen Lactoid get in any kind of debate with regards to this, like the debate prompt when he went on Wick was like, America shouldn't be helping Ukraine. And like you would think that all of his arguments were going to be, well, why should I care? Like the same kinds of arguments that you were just talking about. But instead, the entire conversation essentially devolved into him justifying everything that Russia has done and like pushing this notion that the West has been sold a lie about Ukraine and Russia. And so like I don't know why he rejected my debate prompt of Russia did not have just cause to invade Ukraine. Like I because he seems to think that they did. So I don't get why he wouldn't just like be a man and just defend what he clearly actually believes. But
I
yeah,
don't think he thinks they did. I think he just doesn't think it's as bad as you do. I genuinely think that. Could be wrong. I'm not in the guy's head. But I think in his head, his honest interpretation would be no, Russia didn't have a right to do that, but also America didn't have a right to annex California and Texas, and that should be Mexico, but we have it, and I don't regret that, so who am I to judge, and I don't care. That's my perception.
maybe. I don't know. Like he does think that unless he's just steel manning, it seems like I watched more of his debate with Wick and he like says in there that he thought that Russia intervening in Crimea and in the Donbass was like good or okay, and he cites that they were being oppressed, which by the way is a huge load of bullshit, but like yeah, he seemed
Yeah.
to think that it was
Well,
okay. And
that's because I just the way I come at it, I think these people are generally passively consuming a lot of Russian propaganda. Like, if you go to a Libertarian Party conference, you're going to see Russia Today on the televisions. So I think he probably just, like, his understanding of the facts is just the Russian propaganda points. And I think if you believe those Russian propaganda points uncritically, and you think there's like Nazis going around Odessa, the Donbass, like firing grad rockets at churches, then you probably would think that peacekeeping forces going in is justified, and that probably wouldn't take you having a self-consciously pro-Russian position. It would probably just take passive consumption of Russian misinformation
yeah,
narratives, which is kind of the point, by the way, of Russian misinformation. Like it's not to convince like somebody like you or me to be pro-Russia by like changing our like view on the ethics or morality. It's to convince like a normal, uneducated dipshit like enough silly, wacky facts that come from AI-made websites run by like Igor Chalakian or whatever the fuck.
oh, Egon
Uh,
Shalokian, that fucking
yeah,
guy.
it's just to muddy the waters and make it easier to like, who knows what's real? The Ukrainians say that they didn't gas anybody, and the Russians say that they invented fucking COVID. So, keep in mind, like, these are the same people who like don't know who won the last election. Like,
Yeah,
I like you're looking at this as someone who's like thinking about all these like logical contradictions, but this is somebody who like thinks like Donald Trump and Kamala Harris are the same. So, like, you're totally, in my opinion, putting too much morality into it and too little just where we're at cognitively. And again, in my opinion, I really don't know. I'm not. You've watched more of his stuff than I have. You have more information than I do on how he thinks. I'm just going by my experience talking to these people in real life. But
yeah. I mean, I don't know. He claims he's a libertarian, but my problem with that is that I feel like everybody who says they're a libertarian nowadays isn't actually a libertarian. They're just like fucking MAGA or halfway to MAGA or like some sort of weird tradcon or some other such shit like that, where
Yeah.
like they don't actually believe
Well,
like fucking Fabian Liberty is an excellent example of this. But yeah,
I mean, the Libertarian Party is super libertarian. Like so they're because they're libertarians, they don't believe in like a national convention, so they don't have one. Like each state, that like New Hampshire libertarians are actual neo-Nazis. Like they literally, their platform is that George Lincoln was a war criminal and the Confederacy had a right to exist because they kept the blacks down. Like they literally tweet shit like that. The New Hampshire Google New Hampshire Libertarian Party Twitter and just read some tweets if you ever want a blast. It's insane.
I think I've seen it. They're the ones
But then you go
who
to like you go to
tweeted
California
Zelenskyy
libertarians
was
and they're like, yeah, we like weed and gay marriage, you know? So it depends like what kind of libertarian we're talking about. Like Rand Paul's a libertarian and his whole thing is like isolationism, really. That's his biggest like thing in the Senate is balanced budgets and isolationism. But then there's libertarians that think like NATO is important because it like protects the non-aggression principle. Like, you know what I mean? Like it's a very schizophrenic, you know, there's no unity nationally. There's like different libertarian chapters in different cities in the same state that are different. Um, I think that probably contributes a lot to the everyone who says they're libertarian isn't, because the reality is like libertarianism is like a horribly defined, incredibly stupid school of thought. It basically amounts to like the federal government is bad and shouldn't exist.
hmm. I was just gonna say, oh my god, don't let SDA. No, I'm just kidding. SDA hates it when I call him a libertarian. 'Cause he's probably not. And yeah, it's not. I, chicken tenders aren't a right. Neither is someone else's labor. Oh my god. Yeah, I don't know. I'm
Yeah,
just.
I mean it's just yeah, and but then like you go to the Louisiana Libertarian Party and they're like Donald Trump is the biggest threat to democracy, and you know Louisiana is breaking the Constitution by putting the Ten Commandments in school. Hashtag separation of church and state, and their big thing is pushing against Republicans right now. You know, and these are like both libertarian parties in the U.S. You know, and there's going to be people in Louisiana that call themselves libertarians that look at their Louisiana Libertarian Party shitting on Republicans that might be like center left voters that think the Democrats are too woke because they're from Louisiana and not California, you know? And then there's like New Hampshire libertarians that like want to repeal civil rights. Like that's part of their fucking platform. And these are both libertarians, right? I just keep that in mind.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah, we're retweeting JD Vance. Yeah, I mean New Hampshire libertarians seem way more Trump pilled. Oh, wait, are those the Mesos
No,
caucus
they think
people?
Trump is too left wing and socialist.
Oh, do
They call
they?
Donald Trump a communist.
Oh my
Yeah.
god.
Yeah.
Wait, do
I
they?
I need to find this. There's one of my favorite it's I would say memes, but it's just a screenshot of something they said.
Merch
Let me
events wait, what is this it? Is this all it is? Where's your platform, you motherfuckers?
here it is. This is an incredible thing. I'm gonna put it in the open chat in this Discord here. Why is this image not? Oh, because it's on Reddit. I hate Reddit so much. I'm just gonna put the link there then. That should get you the image, yeah. Just look at that tweet.
A good libertarian candidate for president would be against democracy, reject neocon framing on Ukraine, China, be non-woke, pro-merit, support secession, recognize property rights, allow for progressive and social and conservative social views, endorse repealing civil rights agenda. Okay then. Okay.
But like again, this is the same national party where like in my state, like one of the reasons when I was young liked the libertarians, I became one when I was in high school, was because they were the first party in America to be pro-gay marriage, was the California libertarians, and they were the first to be pro legalization of a bunch of drugs during the war on drugs. So like again, like very different, but both libertarians, and as far as American politics goes.
Yeah, I didn't realize that the party was that fractured. I thought they did have national
They don't
convention.
have like a federal. They don't even have federal. Like they don't have national primaries. Like they do a popular vote, but they don't care who wins. They just appoint a candidate.
Interesting.
Yeah, because they don't believe in like the federal government, so they don't really believe in like federal. Like they don't think that like one chapter in one state should be able to tell another state what to do because they don't like federalism. They want like a lot of libertarians. Like at the end of the day, if they get everything they want, like you'd have 50 different countries. There wouldn't be a United States anyways.
I see. Yeah, that's
Yeah. Deeply unserious.
Oh, yeah, I forgot
Someone
only
asked
P
what my political position is. I'm a liberal. I don't
based.
know what that word means to you, but there's a 90% chance it's wrong, but still right enough.
Wait, what does it mean to you?
Well, I mean, like up until Trump, like okay, Ronald Reagan was a liberal. So was Obama. So was Kennedy. Like liberalism is very, 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 very broad term. So when
Oh,
I say liberal, I'm not saying that much.
when you say liberal,
But
you mean
yeah.
like as in liberal democracy, as opposed to like, you know, the kind of liberalism that
Well, political liberalism is yeah, the belief in liberal democracy. In the American context, it also means in the constitutional order. But if you're not from America, that's probably not going to be part of what you define liberalism as. And then it's going to be some type of liberal market. I mean, you don't need to be a capitalist to be a liberal, but almost all liberals are capitalists. You could be a democratic socialist and also still support liberal democracy and all those other things, but more often than not, they don't.
Okay. Well, someone in chat said classical
Yeah.
liberal, but I thought classical liberal was more like a libertarian, but maybe or actually wait, no,
That's like an online politics word that doesn't actually like you don't when you learn political science in the US, you don't learn about classical liberal. That's not really a thing. Our like classical liberal, so like um I'm not a neoliberal, so I'd be what's called a capital L liberal. Like I don't really like neoliberalism. Neoliberalism is what Reagan and Thatcher brought about. It's focusing on
yeah,
deprivatization. I'm sorry, it's focusing on privatization, reducing the size of
deregulation.
welfare
Yeah.
systems, reducing the scope of federal spending. I'm not a neoliberal. You'd call it like a capital L liberal. You know, some people in American politics we use like we'll say like Jacksonian democracy for like the alt right fucking first generation original like crazy schizo populists in the U.S. or like we'll say like New Deal Democrats. I say Kennedy Democrat a lot because I support his kind of Keynesian economic policy of like large federal budgets with a lot of spending on scientific research through things like NASA as like a stimulus for the economy. Like these are things I would support again. So you could say like Kennedy liberal, capital L liberal, something like that. And then I'd be someone who's very, very progressive, as instead of socially conservative. Most of the country
Yeah.
would call me like a radical progressive, but in California, I'm more like a moderate progressive.
I've been reading about Gavin Newsom's his record because I need it for tomorrow night because tomorrow night we're having the I'm having the WIC panel. Oh, hello Mina.
Oh yeah.
Hi.
How you doing? I don't think Dylan's streaming tonight. I was gonna message him because I was supposed to go on his stream and stuff, but yeah.
Yeah. I'm talking really quietly because my man is sleeping, snoring next to me. I just finished crunching all the numbers, and I think we're done. Oh my god.
Nice.
Oh yeah, we've the fundraiser.
Oh my
Epic. Have you
god.
heard about the fundraiser?
Yeah, I saw it.
Yeah,
How much did you
he's
guys get up to?
13K.
Oh wow, in just like 3 or 4 days, huh?
been like 2 days, I
Yeah.
think. Wasn't it introduced like yesterday?
2 days?
Come here.
Wow, that's quick.
No, it wasn't.
Oh, it
2
wasn't
days,
yesterday.
like,
It was the day
yeah,
before
2
yesterday.
days-ish, like 2 days and something.
Yeah, like I don't know. It took off. Like I went on Destiny stream and I talked about it, and then Anna tweeted about it. Destiny retweeted me, so it got exposed to a whole bunch of people, and then Anna tweeted it out as well. And yeah, so it's everyone has
Yeah.
kind of jumped. Yeah. Hi, buddy.
Oh,
But yeah, it's
the
we were
power
just.
bank,
Oh, you still
I
you're
legit had a crash out for like, yeah, I had a crash out for like a good 6 hours about the power banks by myself. I was just losing my mind by how absolutely swamped the German market is with Chinese absolute trash power banks. Oh my god. I legit lost it. I was so close to just like saying, fuck it, we're not buying any power banks, we're just getting power stations for the soldiers, and well, the civilians are
Very
fucked.
soon there will be no Chinese power banks flying across the Strait of Malacca. Don't you worry. I promise.
Yeah.
Wait, hold on. Can I throw out a Steelman epic about China? Unless Mina, did you have more to say
Oh
before I
God.
slightly change the subject? Uh, possibly.
No. No. I came here to complain about power banks. I'm done.
Oh, okay.
No.
Fair.
Yeah, I'm joking, but I
The
mean,
Chinese
I
have
would
a
like
yeah,
to
it's
listen to the
they make
Chinese
all the
stuff.
batteries. It's a big problem. It's a fucking the big California as of now. Most of our power comes from solar instead of natural gas, which we've been working for a very long time. But the big problem is all the batteries come from China, and we're in a trade war with China, and they don't want to sell us the batteries. So,
Yeah.
yeah.
And I mean, it's
Energy
just.
prices have doubled in the last year. It's really fun. Love that.
Oh, he's purring.
It's really insane.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, here's my thing, all right? Or rather, at least this was something that
Okay.
I was told. Apparently in apparently China, according to a friend of mine, is throwing their weight around, and they're doing something that I think they refer to it as like they said there's a term for it. It's called like face or something, but there's a specific term for it in Chinese that's related to them like they're trying to they're saber rattling, but they're not necessarily actually going to do anything. Um but they are but yeah, like I guess like my friend is suspects that perhaps China will not actually invade Taiwan, and that they are that they're trying to like I guess I don't know how I don't know if I'm explaining it very well, but like do you understand what I mean?
Well,
Like
they're
they're
not saber rattling. If they were saber rattling, they would rattle their sabers. They're not really doing that. They're more just like calmly preparing to invade, and we're just watching them do it. I mean, no disrespect to your friend. I don't think an educated person can have that opinion. Like,
oh, I mean
I don't
I'm not saying that they've
think
like
that's within the realm of
looked into it
like
hugely or whatever,
reasonable opinions. Yeah.
but I don't know.
Well, I mean no disrespect, but if they have that opinion, I don't think they have looked into it. And I'm not trying to downplay anything. I'm just saying like I don't believe that opinion's compatible with what China's been doing for 10 years, which would be my counter argument, basically. Like I would say just um, in like 2010, it was during Xi's first term. He like came out with a blueprint for like becoming a leading naval maritime power, and like it was pretty explicit, like, yeah, we're going to do this over the next 10 years, and we're going to do it so we can compete with the US to change the global order. And then they did that, and now all those ships are built, and now they're doing exercises around Taiwan, and they're releasing plans like, yep, we're going to invade Taiwan, we're going to do it next year, this is how we're going to do it. They give like speeches in public on video that you can watch, talking about how they're going to do it. They like, and every few months, the exercises they do, practice practicing the invasion get more and more close to an actual invasion as more ships enter the fleet, more components of an actual amphibious assault force enter the fleet, and like it's all happening, has been happening. It's like when we were watching Russian forces build up around Ukraine, there were a lot of people with different
Yeah.
opinions, like influencers, about whether or not they would invade, but everyone who had a serious education on the topic knew about 6 months in advance, within a week of when the invasion was going to happen.
He means
I
Hassan
remember
when he says
like reading,
influencers.
yeah, I remember in March of 2021 hearing that look out for something between February 18 and 30, or 18 and 28, I think it was, in 2022 in Ukraine. Like Russia's moving forces, it looks like they're going to make a move, and that intelligence was made public too. Not much, So uh,
No, it's
I
okay.
get
I
why
mean,
someone without any understanding of what's been happening might come to that opinion you just had, but it's completely detached from any
okay, well,
understanding of
it's
what's
not
been
my
happening,
yeah,
in
it's
my
just stuff
opinion.
I've heard. I don't know. I mean, a part of
Yeah.
me is like really kind of
Well,
clinging
No,
on.
I don't
maybe
mean to be,
the
like I
only
said, I
difference
don't mean to be disrespectful or, yeah.
No, it's okay. It's fine. I
maybe
just
the only difference is that like outward facing Russia kind of says, oh, it's just an exercise, it's just an exercise. Whilst China is mainly saying like, no, we will do this at exactly this time. And it's not really
And
like
Z
yeah.
has written a couple of books about like Chinese rejuvenation and what that looks like, and like it's all laid out, like it's all there. You can read it. I recommend it. It's really interesting reading, to be honest, to see what his mind is like, because he actually gets pretty deep into that stuff, like why he thinks this is all necessary, like the way he sees it, like China has one attempt to make this all work, like the generation that's alive right now before the population starts declining, like this is their moment to become a superpower. They're never going to have another one, and like all of Chinese history for thousands of years has been leading to him being in charge of this country at this moment. That's how he sees the world.
Jesus. Okay, like that's I God damn. Yeah, I don't know. Listen, the only reason why I just kind of ask you that, or if you were even perhaps familiar with like that, I guess the concept or the notion about not saber rattling, but the whole like I guess saving not saving face. It's like some kind of a thingy that involves puffing up your chest or whatever. I don't know how to describe it. But
Yeah, it's
regardless,
saber rattling, but I mean that's like saber rattling. It just doesn't look like actually doing the steps towards invasion. Like these are, and sometimes they look different on purpose, right? Like because oftentimes you're saber rattling towards another country's civilian population, but you're not trying to actually disturb their military establishment.
Hmm. Yeah, I'm assuming too that like obviously you're very deep in this because like it's literally I think I'm guessing part of your job or whatever, and like you read a whole bunch of shit about all this stuff, and you know all the websites where
Yeah,
to go, and yeah.
yeah,
So
but I don't think you need to be that deep, honestly. I think like if you read like if you just like subscribe to a couple of like news outlets that kind of focus more on the Indo-Pacific community, if you like, I'm going to be honest, like the average civilian in Korea or Japan is fully aware of everything I just said. Like there's Takashi won re-election with like the biggest supermajority, I think, in the history of Japan's democracy, because
Yeah.
her election was about national defense, and she's the biggest pro-military person in the cabinet, or from the cabinet and the entire national diet. Like one of the biggest election victories ever, and the biggest thing they were debating about in that election was how we're going to deter China, because we're like staring down the barrel of a gun the trigger's going to be pulled in the next like 18 months. Like that, this is the perception that you have in the Philippines and Japan and Korea and Taiwan. I'm going to be honest again. No disrespect. I get where it's coming from. It's just it can be frustrating to hear like people in the West. I'm in the West, who haven't really looked very closely. Like this is why I turn off Lonerbox every time he mentions China, because the the way
Yeah. It's
like there's such a
a
lack
bit
of awareness
infuriating.
for how close we are to the biggest conflict in human history, and like there's Chinese and Japanese ships have shot at each other in the last year. Like we're
hmm.
really getting there. and people just have no awareness, and it's really difficult to even have these conversations because I'm like I need to establish so much like years of history that like we all lived through, and it's weird to me that like it's not common knowledge, I guess.
No, yeah, I understand. That's fair.
There are Chinese like ships right now operating around Senkaku in Japanese waters that the Japanese have detained Chinese ships in the last week and like arrested Chinese sailors, part of their maritime militia. You know, like I think 5 days ago they seized another one. Um, and there's two there's there's what is it? I think it's the is it George Washington? Yeah, the George Washington Carrier Strike Group right now is like within strike distance of Lianyang Carrier Strike Group, and they're literally playing games in the South China Sea, trying to position to sink each other in case war starts tomorrow. Like the our planes flying along the Western Pacific are getting lasers shot at them by the Chinese in international airspace.
Yeah.
They are not playing games. They're deadly serious.
There was a
They landed
big
Marines on a Vietnamese island last year and started building a military airfield. And that's part of why Vietnam's buying as many American weapons as we'll sell them right now.
Is there wait, didn't China like build an artificial island or something that they could use for military shit? Wasn't that a
They built
thing?
like they built a couple thousand artificial islands in Filipino and Vietnamese waters, and they did that in 2018, 2019, 2020. And then last year they said that 50 miles around each of those islands is now their waters, and they're sending people to go arrest Filipino and Japanese and Vietnamese fishermen in Filipino and Japanese and Vietnamese waters, and they're sending Chinese destroyers to escort them with orders to sink anybody who stops them. And they have actually attacked ships that have tried to stop them from Japan and the Philippines, U.S. treaty allies.
Jesus.
We almost went to war with China last year. Like the conditions of the U.S. Philippine alliance were met. The U.S. was deploying ships to go to war. They were sailing out of port with weapons in their VLS tubes, ready to shoot at the Chinese. And the Philippines asked us to back down, which they can do because the alliance allows the attacked party to decide to seek diplomacy. And this was when Biden was president. It was 2024, so 2 years ago now. And the literally like Biden sent Sullivan to go meet with the Filipino president to ask whether or not we were going to invoke the 1956 U.S. Philippine Defense Act. Like I just it's really weird that people don't know about this, but it's been we've been like seconds away from like a conflict with China could start tomorrow, realistically. And that's been the case for 2 years now.
Yeah.
And
oh, hold on.
the biggest
Just a sec.
question
I just want to clear something out. Noble Cactus, my friend's not
yeah.
a China glazer. Don't worry, okay? My friend has like family in Taiwan and stuff. My friend is not a China glazer. Yeah. Anyway, sorry.
Yeah.
Go ahead. I think that's just.
I just mean to say, like, yeah, like historically, conflicts don't even necessarily tend to start on purpose. Like the most likely way we get into a shooting war with China and Taiwan gets invaded, it's like two ships a little bit too close to each other, bump into each other, and one starts shooting at the other, and enough people die that it starts a conflict. And that's why I said like we could go to like that could happen tonight. It could happen. It could be happening while we're having this conversation, and it just hasn't hit the news yet. In the last few years, there have been multiple times Filipino and Chinese ships have rammed each other and caused damage to each other. The fact that that didn't lead to one being sunk is luck. And if one was sunk, we would probably be at war with China right now. Like we're very close to this event. And we keep getting closer, and the Chinese keep saying, yes, as soon as we have enough naval power to overpower the Americans, we will do it. And they've set the goal to be next year. And by all accounts, they seem broadly on track to hit that goal next year.
Well, damn. Yeah, that
Yeah.
is honestly, with Trump in charge, I feel like that is a frightening prospect. But
Yeah, it is. Yeah. And I'm not saying January 1st, 2027 a war starts, but like that it's more likely every day we get closer, and it's really likely something happens around then. Not like January 1st, but the Pentagon is a bit more conservative. They think like 2028 is when the Chinese will be ready, but I mean, you just look at the metrics. Like they have more J-20s than we have F-22s. They are building J-35s at a rate. Pretty soon they'll have more than we have F-35s. Um, our carriers are being delayed because of shipyard delays, so we're gonna lose a carrier next year. The Nimitz is gonna retire, and its replacement, the John Kennedy, is not gonna be finished until like a year later. So we're gonna go down in size a carrier next year, and the Chinese are gonna finish another 2 carriers next year. They have more submarines than us in the Western Pacific now. They have more VLS tubes in the water that can fire than we do right now. And right now, a lot of the U.S. fleet is deployed around Iran and might waste about half of the munitions we would need to shoot at China in a conflict with China in the next few weeks. Very likely that might happen. Um, like things are not looking good for America's ability to compete with China. They're looking worse every year, and China is not a paper tiger like Russia was, and they are deadly serious. And it's just this attitude of like they're saber rattling. It's just deeply frightening to me that that's like the base attitude in the West, because that's what losing looks like.
hmm. Well, yeah, I mean, wait, is that actually the base attitude in the West, would you say? I think it's probably just because that
I
people
think
don't want to
that's
be.
most Americans, yeah. What you
Yeah.
described, like they're not going to do it, is most, yeah, that's most Americans. Not most people in Congress, because they're getting very specific briefings on this stuff, but most like normal Americans, yeah.
Hmm. Yeah, I mean,
Funding for like defense in the Pacific is the only bipartisan thing left in the entire US government at this point.
yeah, it's shitty because like I guess I don't know. This mirrors how people always feel though, right? Like right before like a big war possibly breaks out is like nobody wants it. No one wants it to happen, and like they all tell themselves that's not going to happen, and then it does happen, and it's like, oh well, shit, okay, like yeah, it's it's shitty, but it's yeah. Oh, someone
Yeah. Well,
asked
it's
how you feel about
sorry.
the battleship, but you can respond to that before you answer that question.
I mean, well, I was going to say it's shitty because it's preventable. Like the Chinese are rational. They're not like Putin where they're getting like crazy misinformation. The Chinese are looking at this rationally and they see they have an opportunity because the US is declining so rapidly and they're growing in power so rapidly. The Air Force is going to be half the size it is today by 2032 because of the amount of planes we're going to retire that we built in the 80s. And we're not building replacements for them. And even if we start now, they're not going to be flying in time. So China has this window of opportunity, and they're rational actors. And if we close that window, which we still can do if we act decisively to change the dynamic, if we had good leadership, we still could prevent this from being possible. The Chinese are not going to invade Taiwan if they think they're going to lose. They're only going to do it if they think they're going to win. And they only have a reason that they might win because we are being retarded. And that's just so frustrating to me. But can you repeat the question?
Oh, thoughts on the battleship someone wanted to
Oh
ask.
yeah, the name's really bad, but everyone online, all these influencers who pretend to be experts on military stuff, when they all came out with a complete misunderstanding of what was being proposed, with no fucking idea what they were talking about, and then repeating a bunch of misinformation from like I don't know, playing fucking World of Warships, showed their asses for the deeply unserious people they were. Especially when later the Navy actually released details about the program, and you had the chief of surface warfare at the U.S. Naval War College, literally the most qualified academic to talk about warship design alive today, talking about how this is exactly what the Navy needs. And like everyone who had any fucking idea what the program was understood it dates back to the 90s, and they just put Trump's name on it so he would fund it. Um, I find the conversation around it deeply dissatisfying, and it makes me wonder if half the fucking NAFO YouTubers that talk about military stuff work for the Chinese. Like, I don't fucking know. I hope it doesn't get held up in Congress because a bunch of idiots politicized this because Trump decided to put his stupid fucking name on it, and then everyone to the left of center in the U.S. decided they were suddenly naval experts. It's just another example of why we can't have nice things in this fucking country. As for the design of the ship, it's very similar to what we see the Japanese and Koreans starting to build. There's an issue where we need more volume of launch tubes on our ships. Those launch tubes need to be larger diameter, so you need a bigger ship to carry the same amount of missiles. And we also don't just want to carry the same amount of missiles. We want more close-in weapon systems. We want more lasers. We want more electrical power for those lasers. We want we want directed energy weapons that can destroy drones without using ammunition at a low cost, without using multi-million-dollar interceptors. We want lots more guns now, so we can defend against drones again as a redundant system to the energy weapons for like bad weather, or as a close-in secondary weapon system. And it turns out when you put all this stuff on a ship, it has to be a lot bigger than the destroyers we've built for the last 50 years. An Arleigh Burke is just not big enough to fit all that stuff, and even if it was, it doesn't make the electrical power. So it turns out you need a much larger ship with much more electrical power, which means a lot more engine space and a lot more generators that run off those turbines. And then you're going to need more space on the deck to put more guns and stuff. And that's how you get the quote Trump class battleship, which, by the way, up until very recently was originally named the Next Generation Strike Cruiser. And before that, in the 90s, it was named an Arsenal ship. It's not Trump's idea.
Oh, yeah. Well, you know what? Honestly, I legitimately hope that after Trump leaves office, everything that some sort of order is put out to have his name removed from all the shit that his name got put onto. Because unless there was a law passed that had his name put on things, I don't like it. Can't be that hard to remove his name from everything that he slapped it onto, including military shit. But
legally, it's not even named yet. The ships aren't named until they're put in the water. So that's when Congress will actually name them. And historically, these things have changed. Like the
They
space
should name it.
shuttle.
Oh my god.
The first space shuttle was named Constitution, but a bunch of Star Trek nerds called Congress and bitched for years until we renamed it to Enterprise. Yeah. So yeah.
I hope they name it USS Joe Biden. That would be so funny. That would be
I mean, the thing
hilarious.
is, they're not actually battleships. They're just cruisers, which is a good thing. Cruisers are good. Cruisers are what we need. The Navy needs cruisers. Cruisers are a good thing to have in a Navy. And all of our cruisers, the Ticonderoga classes, they were built when Reagan was president. They were built to last 30 years, and they've been in the water longer than 30 years. They're falling apart. They're being retired. So we need new cruisers. Cruisers in the U.S. tradition and the U.S. Navy are supposed to be named after battles that we won. That's how we're supposed to do it. So that's why, like, Ticonderoga is named after the Battle of Ticonderoga, which was in the Revolutionary War. The cruiser Gettysburg was named after the Battle of Gettysburg in the Civil War. The cruiser Normandy after the D-Day landings at Normandy. So we tend to name cruisers after battles. We name carriers after presidents, typically. The January 6th. God.
wait, did somebody
Yeah.
suggest that?
They said the Battle of the Capitol.
Oh. Oh yeah, that's why Iwo Jima is one as well too. Yes.
Well, Iwo Jima is a amphibious assault ship, which is operated by the Marine Corps, and the Marine Corps names its amphibious assault ships after battles the Marine Corps has won. But for the cruisers, those are part of the Navy. The Marines don't really have many ships, but amphibious assault ships are basically big floating Marine Corps bases that can land a bunch of angry Marines anywhere in the world. So that's kind of what that's kind of really the only ship the Marines have is those amphibious assault ships. Think of it like an aircraft carrier, but instead of carrying airplanes, it carries helicopters full of like 19-year-old psychopaths.
Oh yes. You mean the
Yes.
crayon eating ones? Because
Yes, there are
yes.
like instead of aviation fuel under the hangar, they have a bunch of crayons. They call it like the crayon reserve. And as long as they have the green number 12s, the Marines are good to go. You just give them that and then point them at Venezuela and they will come back with Madero.
Oh wait, was it the Marines that captured him? Is that confirmed? Was it
No, that
like?
was Army. That was Delta Force.
Oh,
Marines have MARSOC and the Raiders, but they didn't participate in that. Although MARSOC don't fuck around; those guys go hard. It's funny the SEALs have all the fame, but they're like the least impressive of all the special operations community.
it's probably just because SEAL Team 6 captured killed Bin Laden. I'm assuming that's the
Yeah,
only
and then the
reason.
guy who allegedly killed Bin Laden wrote a book about it, which he wasn't supposed to. And like, you don't have guys from Delta teams writing books about what they did because they don't want to put targets on their back because they're not fucking clowns. But the guy who allegedly shot Bin Laden became a conservative influencer. So
Oh yeah,
loser.
that's right. I remember that. Didn't he say a bunch of other crazy shit that was probably not true about like the raid or the
Yeah,
other
also he
people?
just recently admitted to having doctored the after action report and that he might not actually have shot Bin Laden. So, you know, crazy on that
Oh,
one. But
okay. Um,
yeah.
I'll be right back. I'm gonna feed the cat. Interact with the chat. Oh, Rob O'Neill, that's his name. Yeah.
I think that's it. That might be it. Yeah, he's a fucking loser. The UK has opened trade deals with China. Yeah, it turns out when you fucking start trade wars with all your allies, they might fucking start talking with China to leverage. To be clear though, like don't kid yourself. Like NATO countries aren't going to start relying on China economically like they were or have been relying on the US. That would just be entering a much worse deal with a much shittier devil. Um, you're going to see just generally more collaboration with other NATO partners that aren't the US. You're going to see more, buy European or Canadians deciding to buy like European equipment instead of American equipment. You're going to see more trade deals. Europe and the old TPP without the US, which is like Japan, Vietnam, Australia, they're looking at like a giant trade deal with Canada and the EU. So you'll see stuff like that. European decision makers are spineless, retarded people, but they're not so retarded that they would like walk Europe into the arms of China.
I just transferred all of the fundraiser money to Anna so she can start ordering stuff.
Nice.
Oh, I'm so cooked. It's 3 a.m.
Yeah. Goddamn Russians hacking your time zone.
This is the true hybrid warfare.
True.
That and
Every
my child
time I open
bouncing on my head
Discord,
at 5 a.m.
True. Every time I open Discord, I'm reminded that the Russians won in 2014. Didn't the Navy SEAL guy tell Dean he would be his concubine if they lived in another era? He did. Yeah, he did. Navy SEALs are so silly.
Oh my god.
One of my favorite memes was that we know it was Delta that got Madero, not the Navy SEAL, because they didn't write 9 book deals about it.
Oh yeah, I heard, Mina. That's awesome. You gave the money to Anna. I'm assuming is she gonna buy everything in Ukraine, or is she gonna?
Yeah, because I crunched the numbers. The heated blankets are cheaper here, but I think they'll just be a pain in the ass. It will take so long to order and get logistically to Ukraine. It would probably just be better to send her that, to let her do that. Also, for some reason, people, instead of like donating to the fundraiser, also donated to her. So she has she got extra money into her PayPal. So basically it should cover it all. It should cover it all. So
Okay, now I'm gonna need you to go steal some Taurus missiles from the nearby Luftwaffe base. I'm gonna need you to put that in the package.
Yeah. I'll send it to the elderly.
Wait, is it still called the Luftwaffe?
Yeah, it means Air Force.
Yeah, I know it does, but I mean they kind of renamed, like it's not called the Wehrmacht anymore, I feel like they renamed.
Well, yeah, but Wehrmacht didn't mean army, did it?
And by the way, the
taken.
whole thing about like Patriot systems, we've given Ukraine a lot of Patriot systems. If we give them any more, we wouldn't like have any left in Germany. So like
Well, the bigger
or in
problem for
Poland.
Ukraine is the interceptors for the missiles more than the number of
Yeah.
batteries.
Hmm.
Obviously, more batteries would help, but yeah, I mean, this comes back to like, I feel like for like 30 years, American defense planners kept telling Europe this would happen, and now it's happened, and everyone's like, "What are the solutions?" And it's like, no, you don't understand. There are none. Like, we didn't build enough of the thing, and we can't now. So good luck. Like, that's kind of the reality. I hate to say it, but yeah, like
Yeah.
the entire Western world can't just start spamming out Patriot batteries like it's 1988 again. I wish we could, but that it took like 60 years to build that industrial base, and then we let it go away, and now it doesn't exist anymore. And all the people who used to work in the factories making those batteries and interceptors, like now they're either retired and their kids like work in Starbucks or at Twitter and tech companies. They're not like manufacturing weapons anymore.
Hmm. Yeah, that's unfortunate. And apparently it seems like, yeah, I don't know. It's very unlikely that the United States is gonna suddenly find its World War II industrial spirit again or whatever. Unless there's a war with
Well,
Taiwan, then maybe, or with China, then
no, we
maybe.
wouldn't, because that's a misunderstanding of what happened. When World War II started, we had 50% of all of the industry on Earth already. We just took that industry that was making civilian goods and told it to start making military goods.
Oh
We
yeah,
don't
okay.
have that industry anymore. That industry doesn't exist. Like in World War II, we'd take a shipyard that was making civilian container ships, and then we'd say like, okay, paint them green, and now they're military cargo ships. That's easy to do. Now we would need to build a shipyard, right? That's a whole different thing.
Oof, no shipyard. Yeah,
No.
that's
You could
Yeah.
goddamn.
also just use the European shipyards.
What?
Well, yeah,
Also,
but that's woke.
Wait, use the what?
the
The
European
European
shipyards.
shipyards. Europeans have a lot of shipbuilding capacity compared to us. Although, to be honest, us and Europe combined have less than Korea or Japan. So,
Yeah.
as far as for the US, it probably makes the most sense to just work with the Koreans and Japanese. But for Europe, yeah, there is a domestic shipbuilding industry, particularly in Italy and France. It's very competitive there. But also Germany for submarines and some other things.
Hmm. Oh, by the way,
Like our water.
how do you guys feel about that fucking Discord age requirement ID shit? It's only limited to certain things, but still.
I think I'm more concerned about their ties to Palantir.
Wait, does Discord have ties to Palantir?
Yeah.
Okay.
Apparently.
I think like
Allegedly.
every large tech company does at this point, as far as I'm aware. I just assume, but probably, yeah.
Oh yeah, all right. I mean, I don't know. I was hoping to get my mind put at ease or something, but I'm probably not going to do it unless I am absolutely forced to. But it sucks. It appears that
I'm
this
not
is
uploading a cat card to Discord. That's I'm not doing that. I
yeah.
don't. I think you need it. You're gonna need it to access like most services and content, right? So that's what they're doing.
No, it's not going to be most services. It's just going to be for like age restricted stuff. So it should be fine. And
Oh,
also it's only going to be on
well, then I
community
could care less, to be
servers.
honest.
So yeah, it's just stupid because I don't know. I'm just worried. Like it looks like that's the direction the internet's going because everybody's fucking being crazy about fucking uh like porn or whatever, or like kids online, and yeah, I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't.
I don't know. I mean, I could care less about access. Like, I'm not. I lose access to adult content or whatever on Discord. It doesn't really matter to me. But if I were to put private information on there that identifies me and my address and all that got leaked to North Korea or some shit, that would bother me. So I just think about it that way.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Anyway.
Oh, before I go, the reason I joined, the bombers we have, B1s, B2s, B21s, B52s, and they're all important. Yes, even the old B52s are still important. And ICBMs don't replace bombers in any way, shape, or form. If they did, we would have stopped building bombers in the 1940s when we first got ballistic missiles, but we didn't. So we're actually building bombers today, believe it or not. The B-21 Raider mass production started last year. So it'd be really weird to invest like hundreds of billions of dollars into the B-21 program if ICBMs could do everything they could do better.
Look at it. It's so
Just
cool
keep in
looking.
mind, if all the professionals are doing something and you think it's stupid, it's probably you and not all the professionals that are stupid. Like, just saying. But
it's
yeah, B-21's it's a fake airplane. Only losers and cowards fly planes that can't go faster than the speed of sound.
Wait, is that the case with all of these bombers that they can't, like, they're just like slow as fuck?
No, the B-1 is supersonic. The B-1B is ours, and then the Russians have the Tu-160, and that's supersonic. There's no other American. The B-52, B-2, B-21 are all subsonic.
Okay. Yeah.
But we use all of them. So, and by the way, like none are well. The B-21's a replacement for the B-2, but like the B-52, B-1, those planes, they're older, but they keep getting modernized. B-52's just got new engines and new cockpits and new wings from Rolls-Royce. And that is like there's still B-52s in the factories getting updated. So these are planes that even though they're very old, they're going to keep continuing to be part of the Air Force for decades and decades and decades. There are B-52 pilots whose parents and grandparents flew the same plane they flew. They fly right now, and they're probably going to have kids that fly that plane if their kids, do the same thing.
Does the B-1 have stealth though? Does the B-1 turn invisible? I understand they don't actually turn invisible.
So stealth it's not actually a term that really means anything. So there's two categories of trying to make an aircraft more difficult to see. We split it into reduced observability, which is a plane that is still detectable by your traditional sensors, but you're going to need to be closer, right? And then there's low observability, which is a plane that's almost impossible to detect with your traditional sensors unless you're within visual range. Like you're going to see them with your eyeball, and then by then your radar is worthless. The B-1 is a reduced observability airplane. It is difficult to see from far away, but as you get closer, you're going to start getting returns, and you're going to know you're looking at a B-1 before you get within visual range. The B-2 is a low observability plane. It's going to be very difficult to target that plane unless you're close enough to throw something at it.
Wait. Oh my god. Does he have... It's fucking I think he has I think Piers has Jack Pasovic on, and it looks like he was at church for Ash Wednesday because he's got a fucking cross on his forehead. Wait, is today
Funny.
when it was Ash Wednesday? Was that soon? Jesus, I thought Easter wasn't until April. I'm so confused.
I have no idea. I don't follow the Christian.
Yeah,
lore.
me either. Not anymore. Oh, it's today's Ash Wednesday. Oh, okay. Yeah, you know what? I'm listen, guys, because I know y'all came here for this, and I want to watch the panel so that I can rage and get mad before stream ends. So
yeah, well, I'll get going so you can get back to that. I will say that I know there is no Christian God because Russia exists. Have a nice day.
True.
Based.
Real and true.
Mina, you need to go to sleep now. What?
No, I'm just trying to do the update for PayPal, but the updates are fucking stupid. Like, the formatting is retarded. But
okay.
I think I've done everything now. So, yeah, good night, guys. Good night, Kalinda.
Good night, Mina.
And have fun streaming. Bye-bye.
Oh, well, bye. Wasn't there a special Live and Learn episode? What was that about? Oh yeah, was there a special Live and... I don't think so. Because I never heard any of the notifications. Nobody went live. I think that was just a joke. Somebody was saying in chat or whatever. Do Canadians know anything about Christianity? Do you never have East? Did you never have Easter in March? Yes, we do. I went to a Catholic school. We absolutely do know stuff about Christianity. Oh, Lena Hidalgo was supposed to get interviewed. What, on Live and Learn? Okay, all right. Somebody mentioned that like they were trying to that maybe they were gonna get Hassan on or something, which would have been fucking epic, but that's not gonna happen. Catholic school, yes, Catholic schools are state funded, at least in Ontario. I don't know if that's the case everywhere else. Anyway, I'm gonna skip to the panel so that we can all get triggered.
Interviews with President Zelenskyy always make headlines and they always spark debate. He is, after all, a world leader and he's fighting the deadliest European conflict since the Second World War.
True.
I personally interviewed him numerous times now since the war began, but this time it felt...
Also, somebody asked me about the Canadian curling shit. I'm very sorry to say, I don't know anything about that. Apparently there was some sort of scandal. I haven't been following the Olympics at all. I am sorry. I've been way too busy with all this other stuff.
Felt different. This is a man no longer holding back. You may be frustrated by the stalemate in Ukraine, by the same talking points, by the same arguments, by neither side giving an inch. Well, so is he. Whatever your personal view of the conflict, Zelensky's personally had 4 years of arguing his country's case with diplomacy, 4 years of questions about Russia's red lines, and 4 years of talking points about why Americans don't support the war, or at least some of them. Clearly, he's had enough. He told me Ukrainians want the war to end, but not without their dignity. He said he doesn't trust Russians, and he'll never trust Putin. He said he's sick of wasting time on historical bullshit about Russia's right to invade. He said that Oval Office bust-up was unfair on his country. He said he's pained by Trump's relationship with Putin, the man who invaded his country. And he slammed the Olympics and Paralympics for what he called an awful double standard. This was a frank, feisty, and fed-up Zelenskyy who wants his country's suffering to end.
Yes, Basil, maybe it wasn't just me. No, it was Spider. Spider came in here and he was like, Zelenskyy low-key kind of hot or something like that. And I was like, yes, I agree or something. Yes. He cheated. The Swedes were whiny babies about it. A Canadian pissed off a Swede in the sport where you sweep ice. That's about it. He cheated. The Swedes were kind of pissed about it. I see. But
for those who've held clear and
Abudits,
firm
yes.
views on this war ever since it began, did it change their minds at all? Well, here to give their reaction to the interview,
not.
Scott Horton, author of Provoked, General Mark Kimmett, former US Assistant Secretary of State, Drac Posobiec, who's the senior editor at Human Events, and Anna Denilchuk, Ukrainian commentator. Well, welcome to all of you. General Kimmett, welcome back to Uncensored. I've interviewed Zelenskyy a few times now, and I really felt now he's reaching a point where he's prepared to speak very frankly, probably the way he does in private, but now prepared to do it in public. And it just struck me that at the center of all this, in the end, is this debate between all the sides, and he made a point of saying it's a three-way debate: United States, Russia.
Yes, Vasserman Posobiec, who is probably a Russian asset. And when I say that, I don't mean that he's deliberately being paid. I just mean that he probably pushes Russian propaganda that's helpful to them. Same thing with that Scott Horton dude.
And Ukraine over territory. That ultimately any peace deal is going to come down to a settlement over territory, and he is not prepared to cede on behalf of the Ukrainian people an inch of land in terms of sovereignty. The compromise, as he was putting it to me, is that it may be they freeze this war on current territorial lines, but without any ceding of territory, and they work out security guarantees, which may be for 10, 20 years, whatever it may be, in a way that ensures Putin can't then...
The guy next to Piers is Scott Horton, Vasserman. Scott Horton wrote a book called Provoked about Russia and Ukraine, where he blames the whole war on the United States and NATO and the EU, and pushes all the conspiracy theories that essentially robs Ukraine of all their agency. And he basically just spews a shitload of Russian talking points. He is a terrible, despicable, disgusting person.
Attack again. What do you make of what he was saying
He's also one of those libertarians that Epic was just talking about
that?
Well, I think he's starting to acknowledge that his war aims are finally getting worn down. And for that matter, so are President Putin's. One of the reasons they can't come to an agreement is because they still believe in their original war aims. President Putin wants him out. He wants to take Ukraine, and he doesn't want Ukraine to be part of NATO. He doesn't want those security guarantees. President Zelenskyy wants security guarantees to include being part of NATO, wants to restore his entire landmass to include Crimea, and wants Russians to pay reparations. What has changed in 4 years of war? So I think at the end of the day, if President Trump wears him down and says, we'll offer you those long-term security guarantees for land, I think he's got a choice to make, and his people have.
Yes, of course. Jack Posobiec always looks very unsettling and very weird. Like he's trying to do that aura farming shit.
Choice to make, which is either continue this slaughter for years and years, or finally come into some sort of Cold War, some sort of frozen conflict inside the country.
I want to play you, General Kimmett, just a clip of what he said about the current state of the battlefield in the context that there's been a report out today that Ukraine has made more gains in the last 3-4 days than it's made for a very long time in this war. Let's hear what Zelenskyy had to say.
If you're asking what's going on the battlefield, as I said, they didn't get successful stories for them. Russians, they try to sell their audience the successful steps, but they can't really. Even their audience, even their very, that they have this very nationalistic, very radical part of Russia, even they don't trust their government, Putin, because they see that there are no successful steps on the battlefield.
Now, the report I was alluding to said that Ukraine has recaptured territory at its fastest pace in 3 years, 78 square miles between last Wednesday and Sunday, which is equal to Russia's advances for the entire month of December. Should we read anything significant into that? And what do you make of his kind of overview that Russia has failed in its military objectives, which, I remember at the start of the war, the belief was Russia was trying to get this over in a few days, depose Zelenskyy, take control, and so on. Clearly, that has not been achieved, and they've lost over 1 million people in terms of death and wounded in this war so far, which is a catastrophic loss for any army. What do you think of the 2 points?
Well, number one, Russia has not achieved its military aims, but in any sense of the word. Number two, with 78 square miles in a country of that size is meaningless. Unfortunately, one of the most prescient articles I ever wrote was in July of 22 in the Wall Street Journal when I said this is going to turn into a bloody stalemate. I wish I was wrong, but this looks like, and you know this well, Piers, the history of the First World War after about 1.5 years. It looks like Flanders Field.
Mm. Yeah, the last person that used the comparison to Flanders to me privately was Donald Trump, President of the United States, who said this is like Flanders. It is open field.
Donald Trump knows about Flanders? I press X to doubt, my friends. Unless somebody specifically was talking to him about that.
And there are thousands of young men being mown down week after week, month after month, year after year. Let me bring Scott Horton in. Scott, I obviously know your perspective on this war. I thought it was interesting that President Zelenskyy several times just said to me he's not interested in relitigating Russia's excuses for doing the invasion, or as he put it, all the historical bullshit. And I'm sure that people will take issue with that. But I think what he was really getting at is that we are where we are, and it's kind of meaningless to any resolution now. Would you agree with that?
Oh boy, here we go. Prepare yourselves, everybody, for maximum disgusting, awful brain rot. All the historical bullshit is a beautiful way to put it. Yeah. I think it's in France, yes. Wait, maybe it's not. Listen, I don't actually know all that much about World War One, okay? But Flanders is there's a poem that was written about Flanders fields and about the poppies, and that's why we wear, at least in Canada, and I think they might do it in Europe too. We wear poppies on November 11th, which is Remembrance Day for us, which is the end of the war. But oh, it's in Belgium. I feel like I was thinking of that. Yeah, it's in Belgium. Yeah, it is. It is a good poem. Yeah, in Flanders, fields where poppies grow, where the dead lay row by row. Yes, yeah. The guy who wrote it is from Guelph, Ontario. Which I only just learned just now. I knew he was Canadian, but I didn't know exactly where he was from. Okay.
Notwithstanding, I know you wouldn't view what happened before as historical bullshit, but do you agree that we are where we are, and if we need to get to peace, actually it is kind of irrelevant?
Yeah, it is.
Well, no, because if you have to take into account what started the war in order to figure out how to solve it. So, for example, if Ukraine is going to insist on war guarantees from all the European countries and even the United States, and including hosting European troops on their territory, well, then obviously that is completely contrary to incentivizing the Russians to compromise and come to peace on their side, since that was one of the major instigators of the war, was the integration of Ukraine into the Western Alliance instead of working.
Nobody was talking about that. Ah, God damn it.
On a permanent neutrality, which, as I've said on the show before, even the NATO expanders said all along, well, we're going to have to make a special case for Ukraine and guarantee their neutrality. And then when the policymakers didn't abide by that, starting with George W. Bush, they really put Ukraine on the path to war. And that's the point of my book.
That's not even true either. This is so stupid. No, Jordan, we can't. Don't you guys want to see me get triggered? I need to like be in a lot of pain. This is so fucking stupid. That's not just because it fucking Western leaders were like publicly saying, "Oh yeah, you know, Ukraine's future is in NATO," doesn't fucking mean that was true or that they were actually going to do it. I think that Bush was the one who started saying that, but then Obama walked it back.
Is, you know, the book is called Provoked, how Washington started this war, not so much Kiev. It's the United States that put them.
Kiev. I'm surprised he doesn't call it the Ukraine. Jesus Christ.
In this position, there's that famous Henry Kissinger quote that says, "To be America's enemy is dangerous, but to be a..."
By the way, I'm not saying that everybody who calls it Kiev is like some sort of like pro-Russian shill or whatever. It's just that this guy absolutely is. So
America's friend is fatal. And what he was talking about was the kind of things that he would do, which is support people in a fight that they can't win, and then eventually.
His name is Scott Horton. He's a Libertarian Party dude who is basically just a fucking Russia shill, and he wrote a book that was just full of he just spews Russian talking points. I would not be surprised if there's a picture of this guy somewhere like in fucking Red Square.
Turn around and leave them high and dry, like the Bay of Pigs, or like the Shiite uprising and Kurdish uprising in 1991, or the Hmong tribesmen in Vietnam, or you name it. We'll make big promises and then stab you in the back. And so the Ukrainians, have a right to be resentful. Joe Biden promised them total victory. We will give you whatever it takes to completely defeat the Russians. And based on those promises, they gave up on.
Scott Hordovich, yes, exactly. Jesus, this is so what the fuck did he expect? Like, Putin doesn't want anything short of taking the whole goddamn country. He wants Ukraine. He's trying to get his empire back. What does it take for you
on
people?
the peace talks in the early part of the war in 2022, and then the die was really cast, Piers, in September of 22, because that is when Ukraine had their best day.
Oh yeah, he is. Yes, he is going to mention Boris Johnson.
Their best weekend was when they got a real victory in Kharkiv and down in Kherson. But then
Kherson? Okay.
And
whatever.
Putin just got angry, called up 300,000 more troops, and then officially annexed Zaporozhye and Kherson and doubled the size of his territorial
Zaporozhye
claims in the war.
Zaporozhye,
which he's still far from achieving. And then, so you mentioned that 78 miles. The only meaningful thing about that really is it reinforces the
somebody needs to jump in and fucking like jump on this guy. I hope that Piers lets other people talk soon, or like lets other people respond.
The Ukrainian government's position that they don't want to quit when they haven't lost yet. But of course, the Russians don't want to quit when they are winning, but slowly, and they are far from finished taking even the rest of Donetsk, much less the rest of Zaporozhye and Kherson. So at the rate we're going, this thing could go on for years.
I feel like Anna is charging up with anger.
And it really is all Washington and especially Joe Biden's fault for getting the Ukrainians into this position and then refusing to negotiate a peaceful.
My God, this guy's really drank that Kool-Aid, didn't he? Yes, it's all Washington and Joe Biden's fault. Yes, because Putin totally wouldn't have invaded without any of that. I really despise that these shill fucks just discredit the will of Ukrainian people and their desire to tell Russia to fuck right off and strengthen its ties with other NATO nations. He called Kharkiv. It's Russian pronunciation would be Kharkov. He nailed two. Oh, did he pronounce the other names like you would with Russian? I wish the biolabs were real and turned Anna into a mutant who could explode people's hearts with a thought. That would be base. True.
Settlement.
Yeah, Anna Danilchuk, I want to play you a clip. This is where he talks about Vladimir Putin and the prospect potentially of a face-to-face, leader-to-leader meeting, which obviously hasn't happened since the war began. If you were to sit with Vladimir Putin to try and finalize a deal, and you were...
By the way, if anybody wants me to 1.5 it, I should have made a goal. This whole stream, I have made $0. You are all very ungrateful. I don't even know if my normal pay pigs are in here. I think ZJM probably went to sleep. No, that's not our Anna. This Anna's name is spelled with 2 N's. She's but she's like a Ukrainian. I think I've heard of her before, but she's not our Anna. No, she's not Ukrainian Anna. The Ukrainian Anna that as people refer to her as.
Face to face with this man that's committed such horror on your country and your people, what would you say to him if it was just you and him face to face?
I don't have personal things to him. I have my point of view why he began or why this system began, and I can definitely speak about it and etc. But I don't need to waste time on historic issues, reasons why he began, all this, I think, bullshit, what he's raising with Americans and etc. That it's not simple things about the Peter the First and etc. I don't need it, because for end this war and to go to diplomatic way, I don't need all this historical shit, really.
He went on to say that he doesn't just distrust all Russians, but he specifically wouldn't trust Putin at all. I just want to flip that question slightly and ask you, as a Ukrainian, do most Ukrainians still trust President Zelenskyy to do the right thing by them in this war?
Yes, and I think this is one of the big things that many people who push Ukraine to have elections right now during 1 week, organize all the process, change Zelensky, and
Oh, by the way, that reminds me. Zelensky said that if they got like a 3-month ceasefire where Russia didn't fuck with them at all, they could have elections. Like I think he mentioned something like that. He said like that's the only way we can do it. We're not gonna do it otherwise because it's not a realistic expectation. Yeah. And then also he said some shit about how like, listen guys, the Civil War in America, that shit was the wars were way different back then, so let's not. It's actually pretty impressive to see the evolution of Ukraine from the death of the USSR to the nation it's had to become in order to defy and fight off Russia. Yeah. So true and based. What's the landscape feels about this? Oh, that must have been an autocorrect. What Zelensky feels about this is how I feel about Taiwan. Okay, yeah. That's probably
it
what
will
you
be
meant.
easier to
God, that autocorrect really, really fucks with you, Epic.
make Ukrainians agree on giving up our territories or the way we see our future. But it's not the first time that Ukrainian civil society surprises the world. And we do have a very open, very sincere and active, not always easy dialogue inside the Ukrainian society. And
damn, how did you figure that out? Oh, no, I mean, I was just like, wait, Zelensky, landscape, yeah, I don't know.
You might have noticed that with protests, with disagreements, we always react in a constructive way. And this is actually what ruins all of Putin's plan. He misreads Ukraine from the very beginning in 2022 and now. They think that the problem is Zelensky, because in Russia, they have just one leader for 25 years and nobody's talking about the need for some elections. So the fact that we have this dialogue, that we influence the decisions of our government.
Wait, he is? Oh yeah. I love how everyone's just watching Jack Posobiec because he just looks so weird.
That we have a parliament that is working, that we do not rewrite our constitutions based on the Tsar's decisions as they do in Russia, adding Ukrainian territories or changing the duration of Putin's regime. So, of course, we can criticize our leaders, we can demonstrate that we don't like something, but in general, what Putin did, he united Ukraine extremely well. And even during this cold genocide that he tried during the worst winter maybe in 10 years, achieved the country. Once again, we back up each other. Regions send energy to most affected, and nobody during the.
Oh no, yeah, Drake Hill. Listen, I cannot take Jack Posobiec seriously at all. Like he just looks like he does look like a clown.
It's called dark days. Things that, oh my God, we want to join Russia, just the country. And concerning meeting with Putin, I think our president is young and strong, and Putin could not survive that meeting. But speaking seriously, I think that not in.
Oh yeah, that's true. Zelensky is like a young man, and Putin is like fucking, I think, what, 70 some. Actually, wait, hold on. Let me look.
Enough world leaders discuss whether Putin is actually adequate and fit for the job now after a quarter of a century of his reign. And I'm sure.
Oh, he's 73 years old. Putin is 73.
That he knows very little about the things that are happening on the front lines in the Russian economy.
Zelensky is 48 years old, yeah.
And that decision, for example, to switch off messengers only proves that this pressure, these problems in Russia keep accumulating. Look at me, I'm in Ukraine. I have problems with electricity, but I have access to messengers. I can speak to you. Russians cannot do it. And not because they are hiding their victories or success, just the country.
Jack Posobiec, it was an interesting moment when I...
All right, guys, prepare yourselves to meet the greatest amount of aura that you have ever felt. Prepare to bask in it.
I told him about this YouGov poll that came out several weeks ago, because obviously there are a lot of people on the conservative MAGA right that have expressed concern about America continuing to fund Ukraine and its war against Russia. It's split the conservative right in many ways, in a surprising way, because if you went back 30, 40 years, it would be unthinkable that the American conservative right would not be united in wanting to help a European country against a Russian dictator. But times have changed. And, you know, I was struck by this poll because notwithstanding all the animosity that's come Zelensky's way from sections of the conservative.
Oh, yeah. Well, this is among U.S. adults. Oh my God. Based? Mark Gigachad Carney. Everybody likes him. People like Claudia Sheinbaum in Mexico, and of course Zelensky.
Right in America. This YouGov poll showed that he is by far the highest amongst American adults when it comes to favorability of any world leader. And it's Putin who's right down the bottom with Kim Jong-un. So what was your reaction to that poll? And what do you feel it says really about what most Americans are thinking?
Well, Piers, yeah, first time I'm seeing the poll, and you know, it really goes to show me that Americans do, by and large, regardless of which side of the aisle you're on, they stand for freedom. They stand for the.
Wow, I'm pretty disappointed. I thought he was gonna. Didn't he do like that weird fucking deep voice thing during that one time when he was? I think when he was on there with Destiny. Now he just. Am I crazy, or was that not a picture of Carney? He looked different. Yeah, no, that was a picture of him.
Right to vote, the right for democracy. These are things that by and large Americans do share. Now, of course, across the left and right, you're going to find many big.
Ha 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 ha! That's hilarious. By the way, anybody who denies the 2020 election and thinks Donald Trump is based and awesome and basically just wants to no, you guys don't care about democracy. But please keep lying.
Differences on how we define that democracy. The left likes to use this as a watchword of, you know, our democracy is under assault, when President Trump is simply, you know, using the actual laws on the books for deportations or something like this. But what I wouldn't
That's not what they're fucking talking about when they say the democracy is under assault. Okay? They're talking about all the blatantly unconstitutional shit that Donald Trump is doing. Jesus Christ. And yeah, also, by the way, most people aren't talking about like the deportation shit as being unconstitutional. They're just talking about that because that shit is unimaginably and unbelievably, well, not unimaginably, but it's like unbelievably fucking cruel, okay? And it's stupid and unnecessary. Although some of that is unconstitutional too, because you are literally denying these people due process before you ship them off to a fucking concentration camp in El Salvador. But yes, they are also breaking laws. Like Donald Trump over here deciding to fucking sign away parts of the Constitution with his executive orders. And yeah, the lack of due process is like the worst. Especially given like what that's in aid of, which is like deporting people to countries that they've never really been to, or that they spent like 5 minutes in when they were a kid before their parents decided to bring them to America. And yeah, like the insanely the insane detainment of people, and it
Feed into that poll too much is an appetite for continued war. And that is where you see the split that you're talking about among the MAGA right. So you see that split. It's typically an age split. Those who are older tend to support war, whether it be Ukraine, whether it be Iran, where of course we're hearing the war drums beating yet again as we speak, and seeing a massive military buildup in the Middle East. And when you look at the younger voters, so I work with TPUSA, and of course, when we see folks really in college, in high school, even I would say up to the 40-year-old level, that's where you just see people who are remembering the history of Iraq, the history of Afghanistan, the losses there, the disastrous withdrawal from Kabul, saying, what was it for? What did we go for? And people who are veterans like myself.
I actually legitimately hate this argument. I fucking hate it. It's so stupid. These things are not the same. No one's talking about putting American boots on the ground in Ukraine. Jesus Christ. When people think about war, why are you talking about it like this? This isn't the same fucking shit. Okay? No one is talking about doing this. Even if the United States were to do shit in Iran, it's basically probably all just going to be bombing them. I don't think, like, there's not going to be American boots on the ground in Iran. Holy fucking shit. Also, by the way, I sincerely hope that this guy had smoke about, like, Venezuela, because that actually did involve American boots on the ground, even if they were only there briefly. Did he just call himself a vet? Yes, tear gas, because apparently he is one. Guy was in the Navy Reserves. Oh, okay. Calm down, little bro.
Who served in the war on terror, a lot of people saying, do we really need to do another one of these things? And politically, that's where the bottom falls out.
I mean, just on that point, though, it's interesting because
Barley was one. He was in the reserves. Oh, okay. So that doesn't wait. Are you saying that maybe that might be like a level of stolen valor because this dumb fuck probably never actually saw any combat or really did much of anything? I mean, technically the term legally fits, I guess, but he's trying to make himself out to be like, okay.
When this debate started, of course, America was pursuing very much an America first under President Trump in his second term. But now he's flexing American military muscles in a number of places, from Venezuela to Iran and so on, showing that he does have an appetite, actually, for engaging in foreign affairs.
I mean, he technically is a vet, but it's a wild thing to call out about yourself on TV when you were a fucking naval reservist. Okay, yeah, I understand. Especially since he's putting himself in that category of like people who served in the war on terror and who actually saw combat and whatnot. I went to basic training and then spent 7 years in the reserve, spending 2 to 3 weeks a year doing exercises just in case.
In a way that perhaps some people who are MAGA America first in their thinking find a little bit perturbing.
It's true, Basil. Is a good point.
But it makes interfering in the Ukraine war more consistent with what he's doing in other parts of the world, because actually, what Trump would argue, he has argued, is that you can't let Russia just ride roughshod over a sovereign democratic European country.
Really? Has he argued that? I don't know if I've heard him make that argument. Trump seems to be taking an insanely, annoyingly both sides position about this fucking war. I mean, I guess he kind of argued it when he says that shit about how it was the apple of his eye, and I said, "Don't do it, Vladimir," and all this other shit.
My whole argument from the start's been, if you let him take Ukraine or the Donbass, for example, as he took Crimea, as he marched into Georgia and all these things, the lesson surely we've learned from Putin is he won't stop there. Why would he? He would just perceive weakness and carry on trying to take stuff.
True.
Well, I think you're going to see this split continue regardless of what really happens, because it's not so much that Americans are going to support Russia in their gains, which of course we're always accused of.
I think this panel was today. I mean, this panel was uploaded today. It's from the 18th. And like this was yeah. I think it yeah, because today's Ash Wednesday and he's got the fucking ash on his forehead. So I think this was recorded today. Yeah, Josh, yes, he does look like such a tool. Well, he doesn't want to surrender European Greenland to Russia. Of course not.
Never anyway.
Oh yeah, maybe he finally was talking about it in that light, I guess.
When brings up this America First line, it's that Americans are sick of putting the interests of other people around the world ahead of their own. When you've got people freezing to death on the streets of New York City under Mamdani, when you've got people who are trying to just put food on the table, where we do still face issues with.
What, the United States can't walk and chew gum at the same time? Really? You should call into WIC? Wait, what, why? What about? What should I call into WIC about? Are they talking about some shit right now? I'm going on WIC tomorrow, Robert. This guy's been in for like, what, a month? Under Mamdani. Oh, yeah, already. No, he's just saying that because he wants to get that dig in at Mamdani. People, I I imagine that homeless people freezing to death has been a thing, or what have you. Yeah. Also, Jesus Christ, reading up about like Newsom and the homelessness shit in California is just, it's so depressing just how insane it is, how long it takes to get anything done. And there's just not really much that you can even necessarily do about that. Because if you want to get people off the streets, it means that you have to build more houses. And it takes forever to build shit. And it's kind of just going on and on. I feel like the tiny homes thing isn't necessarily a bad idea, but I don't know how long it takes to build those, or why everything is so slow. Although it looks like Newsom did a whole bunch of really good shit for that should help in the long run with housing and for homeless people in California. I imagine that unfortunately homeless people in New York City froze to death long before Mom died. Yeah, they did.
Inflation in the United States, and when you look at the affordability crisis, which unfortunately has not, there's been some help, on the gas.
Also, again, this is based on another misunderstanding. The amount of money that the United States spends on the military is not as much as everybody thinks that it is. Yeah, it's more than other countries, but it's already helping, but most will take 5 to 10 years to fix for our cities. Yeah, that's kind of what I figured. Epic leftists are talk constantly about how Newsom went to that place in Los Angeles County and helped tear down that homeless encampment. They're real mad about that. Even though arguably like homeless encampments aren't really great and they should probably be replaced with other things like, I don't know, fucking tiny homes or motor homes or something. Like someplace that's not going to be like a health and safety hazard.
Gasoline and some of the other issues, but price-wise.
Yes, it was so fucking based. Holy shit, that was so based. Oh my god. Honestly, a part of me kind of wants to take that attitude, but I'm gonna need to load up on some ammo so that I can do that, just so that I can yeah. You have no idea how much issues we have had with encampments starting fires that burn down entire fucking. Wait, oh Jesus, okay. God damn. Listen, if you've got articles that you want to throw, oh yeah, you're right. Yeah, you are a desert. Wait, I wonder if any homeless encampments were what started the. Oh man. Listen, I'm gonna have to use the Google scraper to look into that. Because I've been getting a bunch of articles and stuff for it and polling data and whatnot. But yeah. No, yeah, you guys are a desert. I wonder if have any of the wildfires started as a result of homeless encampment shit? Or I guess those usually kind of start more like in the forest or whatever. Maybe, yeah. Homeless encampment started a fire that burned down my GF's house. Oh god, it's a daily thing. Okay. Yeah. Yes, and the homeless problem isn't so cut and dry. Most are mentally ill. It's not really people who are just temporarily down on the. Yeah, I know. That's the other problem. Is that the deinstitutionalization shit caused so many issues with a lot of people, because then what happened is like many of those people wound up going to prison instead, and then they got let out and now they have no place to go, and like if you're suffering from like various mental issues and stuff, yeah, like that's a hard problem to deal with. Really, like they probably should reinstitutionalize all these people, but that's really fucking expensive. And I feel like I don't know. Sometimes I think that these fucking like leftist people just think that California or that the government just has infinite money or something. Yeah, so encampments are unsafe in a ton of ways. I mean, yeah, that would make sense. Like they should be staying in places that are set up by the government rather than like setting up their own shit.
Those are the issues. Obviously, we're in election year this year. Those are the issues that are going to be driving this election, not foreign policy. And I predict that when you go outside of the America First wing and just really look writ large, any of these actions, so you look at continued war in Ukraine or a new war in Iran, that is going to be very, very unpopular with the American people writ large.
General Kimmett, I want to play you a clip. This is where we talked about the now infamous meeting in the Oval Office that got very shouty and acrimonious between President Zelenskyy, President Trump, and Vice President J.D. Vance. People said that you were humiliated in the Oval Office.
What the fuck is happening? It's just, is anybody else having like a weird issue where like the audio on this just sounds like it's coming more out of the out of like the left ear than the right? Is this I hope it's not these things.
That day. Did you feel that?
Hold on.
Science is political. Hassan is right.
Oh yeah, I was maybe gonna watch this. I like even just chose not to watch other people. Actually, you know what? I probably am not gonna watch this because I already watched, because like I know other people fucking reacted to this shit already, and you know, yeah. Okay. Oh yeah, okay. It's probably these things then. I don't know. Um. I don't know anyone IRL who actually lives here who's upset by it. Oh, we just are no longer asking. They have to accept shelter or go to jail. And it's made a huge difference in making our cities stop dying. I don't know anyone IRL who is actually upset with it. Super necessary. I moved to my current residence 4 years ago, and we get at least one riverbed fire a year within 6 miles of me. Although living in Phoenix while homeless during the summer is already insane. Yeah, that seems like it would be. Yes, Bad Bearing. That was there was a guy, like I think someone asked Sam Cedar a question about the Hassan thing, and I was thinking, and his name is Science is Political. Yeah. But unfortunately Sam Cedar decides to take Hassan's side because that I guess his brain has been broken by all the morons that surround him or something. I don't know. Especially considering this is the same guy who argued very vehemently in favor of voting for Hillary Clinton with Jimmy Dore, like I think 5 years ago or something. Because I remember watching that debate too, or watching some streamer that I was watching at the time watch it.
Not me. I had feeling that that Ukraine was in the position, and our people, you know, after all these days and years.
Sam Cedar has always been a fucking retard. I mean, maybe he has been epic. I don't know. I obviously he's always been far left, so you know.
Years, and after all this pain, I thought that it was not how to say справедливо, it's fair, no. Yeah, it's not. It was not just to us. It was not simply what not just to us. Even not the words of president. I'm not about the words. I'm speaking about the situation.
What did you feel, Jenny Kim, at watching that? Did you feel it was disrespectful to Ukraine? Did you feel it was a bit humiliating for Zelenskyy? Or is this the kind of, as I suggested to him, the kind of confrontation that goes on a lot behind the scenes when you're trying to negotiate peace in a war?
I mean, it might, but like, there's a huge difference between doing that kind of shit publicly. Our left doesn't mean retarded, but he is both. Yes. The treatment Zelenskyy received in that Oval Office meeting was so cruel. Yeah, it absolutely was. It was insanely fucking stupid.
And actually, the difference this time was it happened.
I mean, actually, I'd be curious what examples you have of Sam Cedar always being retarded, but maybe you're right. I don't know. Obviously, like, I don't particularly agree. I think that he was with him on a lot of things. I think he's always been like but he's not a communist, at least, or he's not like a fucking socialist, or at least he used to not be. Who knows? Maybe he's gone full socialist now. Unfortunately, so many of these people who call themselves sock dems have basically just gone full insane. Like they just kind of turned into socialists. If you're saying anything bad about Sultan Piker, you will get bombarded by hordes of online rejects calling you a fascist Zionist. I mean, that might be, yeah, sure, Chase, that's true. Although I don't know if that means that like Sam is I don't know. I feel like a lot of these leftist types, what's happened with them is that it seems like the environments that they're just getting like bombarded with shit, or they're. It seems like they've just all gone full black pill. Like Israel Palestine broke them, and then Trump winning further broke them, and now they're all in this annoying doomer spiral about how the Democrats had better embrace left wing populism, or like all is lost. He has spent his entire career regurgitating populist narratives without ever once demonstrating a basic understanding of how our political systems works. I don't know how people like him graduated high school. I understand. Honestly, I didn't listen to enough of him in order to really be able to the populism shit is stupid.
I've been listening the entire show. I've been busy. Here are some chips for scritches.
Well, thank you, Fellrunner. Thank you for the $5, and I will most certainly give Stuart 5 scritches. Is there another Kyle clip in suggestion? What? Really? What's fucking Kyle done now? Oh, hey! The person who posts all the funny shit in Lonerbox's stream has joined in Lonerbox's stream suggestions has joined my Discord. This has to be the worst thing Kyle has said in it, not spoiling for shock value. John Fetterman erupts on Hassan Piker and AOC in viral meltdown. Oh no. That Oval Office meeting, I wanted to die watching our leader make us look like, yeah. And then all the fucking reporters, like that one reporter who asked Zelenskyy about wearing a suit, although Zelensky's response to it was great, but Jesus.
Happened in the Oval Office in the full glare of the world's media.
Yeah, I think that was early on in President Trump's second term, and I think he was still sort of getting his feet on the ground. If you take a look at Steve Witkoff, Jared Kushner, and the other negotiators that we have around the world, they're not acting that way, and President Trump is not acting that way. So that was pretty much a maturation of the president, and I think he'd take it back and at least do it behind closed doors the next time. Listen, I'd like to go back to a comment that was made. I think people don't understand to a great extent what's happening in America. What is called the right-wing MAGA is really a conventional isolationist group, which you find in both the left and the right. President Trump has turned out to be far more internationalist than those on the right that believe.
That wasn't a reporter. No, it was a reporter, but it was MTG's boyfriend as well. No, that guy was okay, I'm sorry. I shouldn't put it that way. He wasn't a reporter. That guy was like a fucking I guess like political commentator or he was just another Trump propagandist dude who basically had come into who's basically been allowed into the White House press corps.
Believed we were going to get an isolationist president, or at least a president that was going to focus on more immediate challenges and larger challenges like.
Don't worry, Americans have looked like fools for a long time. Yeah, but Jesus.
Like that of China.
Like even Bush didn't make America look as bad as Donald Trump does. Yes, he's a pundit, but I might as well just call him propagandist because honestly, these people
would put its focus. But I think it's also important to understand that in terms of quoting Iran and quoting Venezuela, Ukraine is unique. Ukraine is simply unique because Americans don't feel it.
Also, if anybody wants me to speed this up, you can always throw money my way. However, I believe someone requested 5 pets. In my opinion, the only president that had historically. Oh, are you saying that Jackson also made America look like fools? Trump would not have dodged those shoes in a. No, I don't think that he would have. At least Bush was able to do that. I don't know, man. Looking back, Bush looks so much better. Because Trump is like, it's hard for me to look back. Like, is there a president worse than Donald Trump in all of American history? Keep in mind, I'm not familiar with every U.S. president. I mean, maybe there's been some other U.S. presidents who were like also fucking stupidly crazy insane. Although I know that people bring up Jackson a lot, and apparently Trump loves that guy. So, which is kind of says something. Andrew Jackson, yeah. Nixon was bad, Mel, but not as bad as Trump. You know, like I don't know. At least Nixon was intelligent. At least he did like some okay things. I was gonna say like Nixon opening China was probably not a bad idea, but maybe looking back, it was a bad idea. Maybe he shouldn't have done that. I don't know. I don't know. Maybe he shouldn't have. But I have no idea. Never did I ever think I would ever look back at the Bush admin and have to take back everything I ever talked shit about Bush on. Just world's more intelligent than Trump. He just talked funny. Yeah, exactly. All right, hold on. It's pets time. I'm gonna pet the kitty. Where is it? Oh, he's in my chair. Hi. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Hey. He likes the chin rubs. Oh. Oh. Oh, do you want Hello. Hi, buddy. Oh, well, you'll get to see what Kyle is saying. Hold on. Aw. Hi. Oh my god. Oh, you're a sweetie. What are you doing? Apparently Kyle says some stuff about about John Fetterman. If you want, do you guys want me to watch the Kyle thing? It's 10 o'clock now, so I'm probably gonna end soon. The Kyle thing's only 15 minutes. Also, Epic just linked me something, which I will Aw. I mean, I can always watch the rest of this tomorrow. Because I am gonna stream tomorrow too, obviously, because I have the panel. Are you gonna lay down there, buddy? Really? Come on. No. Focus. There we go. All right. Kind of focused on state and national politics, he wouldn't be nearly as controversial. Yeah, that's probably true. Okay, hold on. Epic sent me this, and then
Watch the moment President Bush found out Obama won the elections.
I congratulated him and Senator Biden on their impressive victory. This moment is especially uplifting for a generation of Americans who witnessed the struggle for civil rights with their own eyes. 4 decades later, see a dream fulfilled. It'll be a stirring sight to watch President Obama, his wife Michelle, and their beautiful girls step through the doors of the White House. I know millions of Americans will be overcome with pride at this inspiring moment that so many have waited so long. I know Senator Obama's beloved mother and grandparents would have been thrilled to watch the child they raised ascend the steps of the Capitol and take his oath to uphold the Constitution of the greatest nation on the face of the earth.
we used to be a country. Yeah. Yeah, you really did. You did used to be a country. God damn. Ugh. I miss it. Jesus Christ, I never thought that I would long for the Republican Party of George Bush. But alas. All right. Yeah, you know what? I'm gonna come back to this tomorrow. Maybe after the panel, because I'll definitely still be streaming then. But anyway, here we go. Let's watch Kyle be an idiot for our cap off, and then Chase, I'll watch whatever video you sent, which I assume is some sort of adorable animal video.
You know, there's a lot of stuff going on in the world today because of Trump. I mean, you have the Epstein files coming out. We now know for sure that we're ruled by a shadow government of moneyed interests who are pedophile, billionaire sadists.
Wait, what? Really? Is this what we're... Sorry, hold on. Let's hear that again.
I mean, you have the Epstein files coming out. We now know for sure that we're ruled by a shadow government of money.
God. He's just leaning into it, isn't he? The fucking conspiracy fucking... Oh, hold on. How many videos have you made about Charlie Kirk lately, Kyle? Or has he stopped talking about that? Trump panics over files. Trump's newest scam. Shock poll. Kamala would obliterate Trump if the election were today. Yeah, I'm not shocked. I don't know if I even want to hear him. Fox is not okay. Oh, damn. Is Kyle not talking about Charlie Kirk anymore? Remember when he was pushing all those Charlie Kirk conspiracy theories? Because it got his videos like millions of views. Shadow government of money interest. Yes, please put the triple parentheses around that.
Moneyed interests who are pedophile, billionaire sadists. And I don't know, kind of a big deal that, you know, the worst people in the world are actually ruling over us, and they're rapists and they're pedophiles and they're billionaires and they view us as subhuman. So that's going on. That's one huge thing. The other thing is Trump starts a new war seemingly every other week. That's kind of a big deal. The other thing is, I don't know, fascism now coming to America, where
no one talks about Charlie Kirk anymore except memers and the GOP and Candace Owens. Chase, don't forget her. Although I suppose you could say she's a memer because she doesn't actually believe in anything she says.
you have just the worst stories ever when you look at what the ICE Gestapo thugs are doing and how they're ruining innocent people's lives and breaking up families and arresting people and giving them no due process, destroying the Constitution. All this stuff is kind of important. All of it is important. Never mind the economy now falling apart because unemployment's going up and inflation's going up. And so you got all these things going on. And what is the so-called Democrat, John Fetterman, doing? He's going on Fox News and Fox Business, and he's playing patty cakes with him. Patty cake, baker's man. I love Donald Trump all day long. This is what he's doing, okay?
Okay, listen. I don't like John Fetterman anymore, all right? That's fair. But we'll see what he ends up...
So he goes and talks to Maria Bartiromo, and he says something here. Pay close attention, because the thing he says here may be one of the single most depraved...
Now I'm going to eat my delicious cake angrily. Oh, man.
...things I've ever heard a Democrat say. Listen to this.
You've said to me in the past that there's rot within the Democrat Party when it comes to anti-Israel rhetoric among some members. I mean, Congresswoman Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez recently suggested that the U.S. should consider reevaluating military aid to Israel.
Oh, God. Is this just going to be about fucking Israel? Really? Why? Why is everything about Israel?
Can you imagine? All they did was kill hundreds of thousands of innocent people and wipe 90% of Gaza off the map. Could you imagine cutting off the money and the weapons?
The number, whatever. I mean, it's probably, the real number probably is like 100,000, although how much of that is civilians, whatever. Like, it wouldn't be 100,000 anymore if you cut out however much of that is Hamas. And but I'm not gonna fucking quibble over it. It's just, Linda, you have to fill the Zog quota, but I don't want to. It's boring. You know who I didn't see mentioned in the files? Soros. True. We need Curtis LeMay to come back to throw these, to show these people what wiping out 90% of a city looks like. Yes, absolutely.
What the genocide in Gaza has taught me is there will be some percentage of people that will debate literally anything and everything. I used to naively think,
yeah, I'm sorry, Kyle, that we're not going to buy into your fucking stupid truism shit just because you keep wanting to attach that word to everything where death number is high.
We're in enough of a shared reality where if certain things happen, we'd all go, yes, that is bad, and it'd be universal.
Nobody said that the way that Israel prosecuted the war was good, bro. Except for crazy fucking insane people like that guy that I banned from my Discord after he was in there for 5 minutes and it became clear that he was just looking to troll.
Right. Nuking some country with all innocent people in it. Yeah, that's bad. I now don't think that's true because we basically saw the functional equivalent of nuking.
Do you think whatever?
A country with innocent people and fucking 30% of people are going, based, I love that. We should do more of that. If you're against that, you're actually a freak.
I mean, it was stunning. Tell us more.
No, I agree. You know, I've consistently, that's part of the rot in the Democratic Party.
So understand, they invited John Fetterman on to bash other Democrats.
I'm so fucking beyond tired of this shit. Just go full Stu Peters mask off and stop pretending. Yeah, I know.
And to bash Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez.
I can't do it, you guys. Like, why? Why does it have to be about Israel? I thought that it was going to be about the vote blue no matter who shit.
Because she said, hey, there should be some conditions on the weapons that we give to Israel. Now, by the way, she has maintained a position that other left-wingers, myself included, have criticized her for, where she goes, I'm okay with giving them defensive weapons, but I'm not okay with giving them all.
Defensive weapons? Yeah, you heard it here first, folks. To no one's surprise at all, Kyle Kalinske basically thinks that more Israeli civilians should die because he thinks that would be good to like hold them back or make them reconsider or some bullshit that's not true because it would just make them go harder.
offensive weapons. I think that's a bullshit distinction. I think at this point, if you're giving them defensive weapons, you're granting them impunity to get away with whatever they want to do offensively, right? If there's no consequences.
Epic, I don't know if you're still here or not, but I'm kind of just waiting for you to say something about how that's not how, like, yeah, obviously this guy is retarded and doesn't know anything about how war works or whatever.
For what they do, then you're effectively shielding the people who are committing a genocide. So, but that serves it. She actually has a so-called moderate position, and they look at that and go, "Huh, you're crazy. Obviously, they should be able to loot the U.S."
I mean, I think that I think that AOC's position is reasonable, by the way. I don't think there's anything wrong with saying, hey, you know what? Yeah, there should be some conditions on our aid to Israel, and we shouldn't, like, make them do crazy, or, like, we shouldn't just, like, have them do whatever the fuck they want with our weapons. But, like, Jesus Christ. Of course, this guy thinks Israel shouldn't exist and that they're basically just like Nazi Germany, but I don't know what a defensive weapon even means, to be honest. I think he's talking about the Iron Dome, but I mean, is the Iron Dome like a weapon? I mean, well, it is a weapon because it shoots down rockets, but yeah, it's air defense. But yeah, he's talking about the Iron Dome, and he thinks that these people think that yeah, another good freeze frame. True. Oh, hey, it's Zelenskyy. He's still crazy. Yes, Conduit, he is. I don't know what you or he understands the Iron Dome to be. My understanding of the Iron Dome is that it is a thing that shoots down the cheap ass, shitty, unaimable rockets that Hamas fires over the border, and that it can also shoot down that's what it does basically. And it uses like defensive batteries, and it's an extremely sophisticated system because I think the batteries are like they explode midair or something in order to ensure that like none of the wreckage like lands on anybody or something like that. Yeah, and Iranian they do shoot down Iranian rockets, Chase. But for like more high-tech missiles that Iran throws at Israel, I think they use the David slings to shoot those down. Or air defense. What makes that more or less defensive inherently than a MK-82 though? I'm so sorry. I don't. Oh, it's a bomb. Unguided low drag. Actually, there's nothing does really, because you could conceivably just turn the fucking Iron Dome around and start shooting like the fucking Iron Dome interceptors at like a city probably, and like blow shit up with them. So yeah, you're right. It's not they are used the weapons application, or the way that the weapon is being used is for defensive purposes, but it's not like it doesn't need, or it's not like you couldn't use it for offensive purposes or whatever. This take is too good, so I'm gonna save it for when my blood isn't boiling. But yeah, all right, fair, understand. Is that defensive? Is what defensive? The MK-82? Or are you talking about pointing the Iron Dome at a city and firing off those okay, let's try this. Try to put space out the words. That seems to work for only P.
Treasury whenever they want, get any sort of weapons they want at a moment's notice.
Part of the rot in the Democratic Party. You know, why? If you have to pick a side, why would you pick the side or defend Hamas or defend Iran in a way?
I'm going to jump off a bridge.
I mean, honestly, that's a fair question to ask. These morons ignorantly believe that if we stop all aid, they'll be rational actors and just give up any aggressions in Gaza, the West Bank, and their neighbors. It makes sense. Oh shit, Epic, it looks like the Automod ate your thing. If you want to like come back in and explain it, you can. I didn't say it's not my Automod. It's YouTube's Automod. It's YouTube's fault. Listen, I don't think that Fetterman's most insane, like, where Fetterman lost me wasn't necessarily the Israel shit. It was the fucking simping for Trump and like the weird shit that he was doing there. All right, hold on. Oh, that's right. I forgot. This laptop hates me. All right. Go ahead. What? Oh.
Hello?
Hello.
If someone, okay, let's say an F-35 takes off from an IDF base and it drops a bomb, a Mark 82 bomb, and that bomb hits a missile launcher before it's launched a weapon at an Israeli city. Is that a defensive or offensive action?
I mean, it,
And
it
then
would be
is that bomb a defensive or offensive bomb?
it would it would be like a it would be a preemptive defense action, I think is what people would say, but I
Okay.
understand what you're getting
Okay,
at.
got it. Okay, you have an F-35. It's got a Mark 82, and it's flying in international airspace. And a Chinese ship shoots a laser at it. And if that fighter doesn't retaliate and sink that ship to disable the laser, his plane's gonna fall out of the sky from a hole melting through it in the next few minutes. Is it defensive or offensive if he drops a bomb in that Chinese ship?
Oh, I think you could call that defensive because the Chinese ship attacked him
Okay,
first, I guess.
so then 500-pound bombs are defensive weapons, right?
Yes, they can be. Yes.
Okay. Yeah. So this distinction doesn't actually exist in the minds of anyone who's actually thought about armed conflict for more than 5 minutes. Is the point I'm trying to express. I'm trying to have you and everyone listening get there. But
Okay.
what is like? What if Iron Dome is shielding an airbase that's launching airstrikes on Gaza? Is that a defensive or offensive weapon? You know, like what if Hamas is trying to hit that airbase instead of just, you know what I mean? Like these distinctions, they don't fucking mean anything. War's war. Like don't moralize it. Like when we're talking about like defense or offense at a tactical level, it's not being applied to weapons. Don't have morality. They're tools, right? If I pick up a hammer, is it a hammer for hammering a nail or a hammer for cracking your skull open? You know, one of those is pretty offensive, right? But that's my intention. It's not the hammer's intention.
Yeah, of course. Okay. Yeah, I
Yeah.
understand. Yeah, you're right. Like whatever.
Yeah.
War's war.
So politicians were moralized like this is a defensive weapon, like when we send javelins to Ukraine. But yeah, you know, it's that I don't know how an anti-tank guided missile is inherently any more or less defensive. It can be used in both defensive and offensive action.
Okay. God damn. All right. Yeah. No, I get that. That's fair. You're right. Like there is no such
By the
thing
way,
as-
and that there's an ethics reason too. This isn't just semantics. There's an ethics reason you should think about it this way. Like the goal with a conflict, we support. If we're going to support somebody, the goal is to end the conflict. Like the support should be decisive. It should end the conflict. And just giving Israel Iron Dome interceptors is actually just going to lead to more people dying than giving them all the tools they need to actually solve the problem. And if we don't trust them with tools, then we shouldn't give them tools. But that's a different conversation.
Okay. Oh, so you don't think that America should condition weapons to Israel? You think it should either be like all or nothing, or do you have? Yeah.
No, I just don't think the conditioning should be based on this moralized, stupid understanding of if a weapon's defensive or offensive. I think it should be based on what are we materially trying to achieve here. So, like when Biden throttled back delivery of the Mark 84 warheads, which are 2,000-pound general-purpose bombs, that was particularly because we had started delivering the small diameter bombs, which are 250 pounds, and they're a lot more accurate. So less collateral damage. And Biden basically said, like, we're just not going to let you use the 2,000 pounders anymore because you don't need to. Like, realistically, the small diameter bomb, it's so much more accurate. It can hit so much closer to what you're trying to kill that you don't need that big warhead anymore. And in the events you do need a bigger blast, it's generally you're trying to penetrate the earth and hit a bunker. And that's you wouldn't use a Mark 84 for a bunker anyways. You'd use a BLU 109 or a warhead designed to go through the earth,
The bunker
not explode on the
buster?
surface. Yeah, BLU-109 is a type of bunker buster. It's one that would be dropped by an Israeli F-15, but it's not really one we use in the U.S.
Okay. Yeah. All right. So that's fair. All right. I understand that. So doesn't Israel have a whole bunch more of those 2,000 pound? I that's what everybody would say in response to
They
that
They
had.
do. However, they get them from us, and if we're not giving them, they have an incentive to keep them to only use them when they need to use them, and to use other more expendable munitions. And if we can, this is why I said what material effect we're trying to do. We can use these pressures to dictate how they fight their war. Like we can say, we're not going to give you any more of the big 2,000 pounders, so save those in case you need to drop them on Iran. And we're going to keep giving you lots of these small 250 pounders, so you drop those instead. And there's an argument to be made, if we cut all arms shipments to Israel, they would probably just go back to using the 2,000 pounders, and then they'd probably drop more and more places because now they don't care at all. Which is why, it's funny. I support reducing arms shipments to Israel for strategic reasons, so we can get more of those arms to Ukraine and Taiwan. If you're thinking ethically for saving Gazan civilians, it would probably result in more civilians dying, because the Israelis are probably just going to drop more bigger bombs in more places now.
Well, yeah, because America has historically, I guess, like reined them in, and that probably a lot of the really bad shit they did before they became BFFs with the U.S. So, yeah,
I mean, they'll do shit while they're like. I'm not saying like the pressures we impose work very well all the time, but I'm just saying like the alternative is nothing, and nothing is almost definitely worse.
Yeah.
But yeah.
Well, yeah, and obviously right now I guess there are no pressures because Trump basically gave it back. Oh, before you go, one other thing, because I did look it up. Apparently the US doesn't have any treaties with Israel that like make America have to continue to fund them or send them weapons or whatever. But obviously it would still be exceedingly difficult for the US to just
It's U.S. law that we have to maintain a quantitative military edge.
Okay.
QME. If you Google QME Israel, you'll find information on that.
Okay, I know that there was an
So that has like a definition. Yeah, the it might not be because I remember earlier when we were talking about it, I had entered the conversation with the understanding it was congressional law, and then there was a bunch of people in your chat saying treaty law, and I said, oh, then if it's treaty law, it might just be an act of Congress. The whatever. I don't know the name of the act or treaty that would underlie the QME requirement.
Yeah, I do wonder about that. I don't think it's a treaty though, because I was looking at the treaties.
Well, let me look it up. Should be pretty easy to find here. U.S. foreign policy, trying 2008. What a legal okay, but what? This is through the FMF. Preserving Israel's QME.
Oh yeah, that's from APAC.
Well, of course, it's an APAC website. I don't want an APAC. 112th Congress, is this it? When's the 112th? This was passed July 27th, 2012. An act to enhance cooperation with the United States of Israel and other purposes. Okay, United States Israel Enhanced Security Cooperation Act of 2012.
Wait, is that the?
Let me just double.
Is that the MOU, or was that no? The MOU is newer, I think. They did a memorandum.
Well, this is an act of Congress.
Yeah. Well, hold on. Israel, U.S. MOU.
Yeah, this was signed into law by President Obama. So this is U.S. law. I'm going to send you. So yeah, not treaty law, U.S. law. So you would need 60 votes in the U.S. Senate to get rid of this law. Let me just get the.
Oh, is that how that works? To repeal a law, you need 60 votes.
In most, but not all cases. It depends on the type of law and specifically what it's doing. There are some cases where you can do it with 51 Senates. For instance, the big beautiful bill that was passed through reconciliation, which is where they take an existing act of Congress, a passed budget, and they modify it. And then you only need 51 votes. You don't need 60 votes. And that's how the big beautiful bill got passed without Democratic support. But for most things that are really not that, Congress, you're going to need 60 votes in the Senate as long as the opposition decides to filibuster, which they do every single time.
Yeah, okay. That's all right. Yeah, so like
So, yeah.
it's not
It's
happening.
not. So I was wrong. Yeah, that conversation we were talking about it as if it was treaty law, which requires 2/3 of the Senate, which is 67 votes. So anyone listening to that, it's not treaty law; it's an act of Congress. So it's still U.S. law. Just instead of 67 votes, you'd need 60 votes in the Senate. Yeah. Also, you would need a majority of the House, and of course, the president would have to sign it into law.
Okay. Yeah. Hmm.
But yeah, so that law, 2012, so Obama signed it into law. That gives this basically requirement that the U.S. maintains what's called a qualitative military or quantitative military edge. QME generally is what it's going to be referred to as. And that is a requirement that we supply Israel in such a way that it has the ability to basically be a regional power that can't be threatened by existential threats like Iran. Um, it's kind of where it comes from. The idea being like we want to prevent another like 1967 like conflict or 1973 like conflict. Like we want to keep Israel. Keep in mind like a lot of deterrence theory underlies this. Like it's in the U.S.'s interest to arm Israel in a way where it can deter state actors against itself, because then the U.S. has a more stable Middle East in general.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, that makes sense. Oh, Jordan says, "How does the UAE get away with sending U.S. arms to Sudan?" Yeah, that's a great question. Wait, has it been confirmed that they're doing that? That they're sending arms
Yeah,
in the
I
United
have
States?
no idea if that's actually happening. I would say that generally to re-export most U.S. arms, you need a re-export license from the U.S. and the president needs to authorize that and has veto power on it. Although, of course, that doesn't apply to things we don't really put re-export restrictions on. So, like small arms, like if we sell you M16s, we don't give a fuck. Like a civilian can buy an M16 in America. We do not give a fuck where that gun ends up. A lot of them end up in the hands of our adversaries. But when we sell people things like fighter jets, we tend to you need our permission to get rid of that airplane in any way that isn't burying it in the ground.
Hmm. Yeah, okay. That's why people couldn't send their shit to their planes to Ukraine when they wanted to. If the US
No,
said
actually, the
no.
U.S. approved re-export of the F-16 in 2022, like 3 months after the invasion. It just took a while to train the Ukrainian pilots. Ukraine was getting F-16s. We knew that within 2 weeks of the invasion happening. It was just a
Oh,
matter of funding it and then making it happen, and the pilots training. I mean, the pilots had to train for 2 years, right? Like, so you
yeah.
do the math. Like, when did they start flying F-16s? It was in 2024. It was in like January, right? And when did the war start? It was in February 2022. And a lot of these Ukrainian pilots trained for 18 months,
Yeah. Okay,
Yeah.
maybe it wasn't that. I could have swore that there was something that Dylan was talking about. It was some kind of weapon. Maybe it wasn't planes. Like that I think
I'm going to
Australia
be
was.
honest.
Hmm?
I have so much respect for Dylan Burns as a person and what he does, but the reason I don't watch his channel is because he gets way too much into the details about these weapon systems that he does not understand, like the politics behind them, the transfer.
Hmm.
Like he understands the Ukrainian perspective really well, better than I ever could. He's been in that country, I haven't. But he's said a lot of things about like why we have or haven't sent certain things. I just don't think he really understands what he's talking about.
Did you hear him talk about cluster bombs?
No, I only watched him for the first year of the war. So you know what? I'm going to be honest. Sorry, the first year he was there in Ukraine for the war, not like the day the war started. So he might have evolved a lot. I might not even be
Yeah.
fair, to be honest.
Um,
I just don't. Yeah.
he gave like I guess a very detailed explanation about cluster bombs. And he talked about like I think the number of duds within each bomb or whatever. And I think he said that Russia's were higher because obviously, I guess Russia's bombs are of a different, but America's were way better. He also, although he did mention, I think he said something about maybe having mixed feelings about the cluster bomb stuff, or I don't remember if he said that, but he definitely said that obviously this got a lot of outcry from people because people don't like cluster bombs. And yeah.
Yeah, I don't think people should have any mixed feelings. Cluster bombs are based. Some of them are problematic, but the types that are problematic we got rid of a long time ago, like in the 1980s. Like it's U.S. law. Like we've banned a lot of that shit. We don't make it anymore. We don't store it. The shit we give to Ukraine isn't that stuff. Like very early cluster weapons were pretty gnarly because their dud rate was crazy. It was like 20%. So you'd have like 500 submunitions, and they all look like little Ziploc bags full of candy. Like they're brightly colored and shit. So kids pick them up and play with them, blow their fucking arm off. And you have 500 submunitions, and like 40 or 50 of those just wouldn't go off. And you'd have an F-105 Thunder Chief drop 14, 15, sometimes 20 of these bomblet canisters. So in one flight of 4 F-105s attacking one Vietnamese radar site, they might release 10,000 submunitions with a 20% dud rate, right? So this is where this fear comes from, but that was Vietnam, and that's not today. Like now, sensor-fused munitions, you have like individual laser-guided submunitions with their own propulsion that will find a tank and detonate on top of it. And if they don't, they'll detonate in the air to minimize the risk to people on the ground, like friendly forces or civilians. And like you could do that in an urban area instead of dropping a 2,000-pound bomb in that tank. You know what I mean?
Okay,
And those
yeah.
individual submunitions might be 50 pounds each, right?
If there are, when we're talking about duds, I'm assuming, if I recall correctly, is the danger that sure, it might be a dud, but it could possibly explode later if somebody picks it up and handles it, and that's the issue, because then you have a bunch of like little little bombs lying around or whatever. Is that the problem or what have you? Is that why people are worried about the dud shit? I don't entirely understand. I think Dylan explained it like that, or yeah.
Well, I think the concern with the duds is, in one hand, it's true with the Russian weapons, right? They do produce a lot of unexploded ordnance, and that's a problem. On another hand, it's true with like some of the older stuff we gave Ukraine. Less true, like it's not as bad as the Russian stuff, but it's not perfect. The dual purpose improved conventional munition, I believe that's DPICM, the 1.55 millimeter shells that we gave to Ukraine. Those are cluster shells for 1.55 millimeter howitzers. Those do have a tendency to leave a couple unexploded submunitions almost every time you fire them. And that's, on one hand, that is an issue. On the other hand, a few of these shells can do the job of hundreds of conventional shells. And, conventional shells do have a dud rate too. There's a lot to weigh there, and I can among experts, I can see why some would have a concern. I don't think that the concern comes from a reasonable place in a lot of people. I think a lot of people have this view that cluster weapons are what they were when we were dropping them on Vietnam, and that's what we were supplying Ukraine. And I think, quite frankly, that the reason a lot of people have that perception is because of a pretty tremendous amount of Russian misinformation being blasted, all over social media and on television and just everywhere about, pretty much any weapon that's really good at killing Russians.
Just like what you were, just like the Grad rockets, which is very funny because that's a Soviet weapon. But wait, hold on. Debate Boar is saying, he's saying shit. Listen, Debate Boar, if you think that an attempt to repeal, if you think an attempt to repeal that act with regards to Israel would not get filibustered, then I don't know. I think the point still stands there.
Yeah, I mean,
absolutely would.
Yeah, I agree. There's certain things they don't, like Ukraine aid or Taiwan aid didn't get filibustered. I agree with these things, but I mean, we're talking about repealing the relations act that's underscored the last 15 years of U.S. Israel security partnership. I just don't see that I see really the Senate Majority Leader and the Senate Minority Leader, like both Schumer, like both sides of this, like fighting to the death to prevent that from happening. So I think it would
Yeah.
be safe to say this would be an issue. You would need 60 votes in the Senate. I did say, I think when I was talking to her, and if I didn't, I should say now, there are cases where you could do things in the Senate with 51 votes. Yes. But I mean, when we're talking about really consequential, contentious issues like this, I don't see that. I don't.
Yeah, well, he said
Yeah.
I think he's just objecting to your claim that everything's being filibustered. Although it really depends, debate boy. It really depends.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like any big contentious issue right now is. I agree there are bipartisan things like support for Taiwan is very bipartisan. That gets like 85 votes in the Senate. More than Israel or Ukraine or any other ally the U.S. has right now. So it was like 2023 or 2024 when we last the Senate passed a pretty big, I think like 18.1 billion for Taiwan and some other allies in the area. And I think that was like 81 votes in the Senate. So like there's definitely things where there's still bipartisanship today in Washington. It's just there's a lot of things that are very contentious too.
Yeah. Don't worry, Chase. I'm gonna finish watching the video. Also, what do you mean? Is that guy even in here? Is he saying watch the rest of the video? Oh, please don't leave Kyle video unfinished. He says something genuinely crazy. He's said a lot of genuinely crazy shit already, but okay. These people want me to torture myself. That's what this is. Is this what being a
Yeah.
streamer is like?
It looks like it. I don't know why you choose to do this with your life. But, yeah.
I like the conversations and the research stuff is fun.
Yeah, but you can do both of those with being a streamer. Then again, if you can do it and make a living, I get it. I guess if you're doing it all day anyways.
Yeah, well, unfortunately, slop tends to make a lot of money. Or it tends to, like, I don't know, and it also brings the views.
Yeah, that's
But
true.
yeah. Leah
Hey, I
said
mean, you got an
earlier.
audience that's willing to donate more to Ukraine than Hassan's audience would. So.
True. That is correct.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's not just but yeah, like this sphere has been incredibly generous. Which reminds me, guys, I might do a 24-hour stream and like just stay up late or stay up all night. Maybe like next month or the month after. If I can build an audience off debating Lactoid, if DGG watches that maybe, or if I can build more of an audience, then I might do like a 24-hour stream to do some sort of fundraiser for one of those Ukrainian organizations that helps find the kidnapped children that Russia stole, because that shit is
Yeah.
yeah. Oh, thanks, Jordan, for the $2. Oh, here you go.
Support your local Ukraine lobby. Support your local Taiwan lobby. Abolish Russia now.
True. Make Russia small again. Abolish. Yeah.
Decolonize Russia.
Yes. Yes, Chase, the Israelis and Arabs would be awake for that one. But yeah. In any case, I'm gonna go back to suffering before I end my
Good
stream.
luck.
Go to sleep.
Don't.
Thank you.
Yeah, a good one.
Have a good one. Oops. What's this genuinely crazy thing that Kyle says, I wonder? What do you guys think? What do you guys think it's gonna be?
She didn't defend Iran, and she didn't defend Hamas. She didn't do either one of those things. He's just making that up. That is just utterly made up. He has, like, this guy's, at this point...
Well, no, she didn't do that, but Hassan does.
He's a robot for the Israel lobby. And they, like, pre-program him with dumbass talking points, and he just regurgitates them without any thought whatsoever. She didn't mention Hamas. She didn't mention Iran. You did. You mentioned it. And I think her concern is, I don't know, maybe the 90-something% innocent people who were killed in Gaza. By the way, even Israel is admitting that their own numbers is like, we killed 83% innocent civilians. That's their own numbers. That's bullshit. It's actually over 90%, probably over 90%.
I mean, I don't know if, like, are those numbers even up to date? Like, no, debate 4, I'm not going to talk about AOC in Munich. I don't know why she decided to go to Munich. Listen, Debate Board, if you're here to watch me shit on AOC, I'm probably not going to do it as much as you might want me to. Because, overall, I don't really have a problem with AOC. Because I'm not a conservative like you are.
5%, but they're even admitting that. And you can't look at that and go, hey, that's bad. He can't do it. He can't do it. He's basically, he had a stroke, he has brain damage, and now he's this robot pre-programmed with Israel lobby talking points.
Stand with Israel. I'll never vote for any kinds of restrictions on aid, whether it's military, financial, or intelligence. There are ever going to be any restrictions on that.
He said, I'll never vote for any restrictions on aid. So look, take his word for it. You want to bomb a hospital? Totally fine. They bombed every hospital in Gaza. You want to bomb a school?
She should have said she supports a no-fly zone over Beijing. True. I mean, you know what? At least, the thing is that the thing about AOC is that, she's not going to be president anytime soon. She's too young. She needs more experience, and I really hope she doesn't try running for president. I feel like that would be stupid. She should spend some time, doing other stuff. Maybe she should try to become governor of New York at some point in the future, if that's possible. Maybe she, who knows? Maybe she's angling to run for Chuck Schumer's Senate seat. Maybe she's going to try to primary him. I don't know. But she needs more experience, so I hope she doesn't run for president. And hopefully, as she gains more experience, she will continue to moderate. Because when she first came in, she was way less pragmatic than she is now. I think she will end up as House Speaker maybe one day. Who knows? Yeah, she might. Listen, guys. Debate Board thinks AOC is an idiot because Debate Board is a conservative. Of course, he doesn't like AOC. Let's be real.
Totally fine. They bombed every school in Gaza. You want to bomb UN buildings? You want to shoot people in the face if they're waving a white flag? You want to starve innocent children? All this stuff they did. All of this stuff they did. He goes, yeah, that's fine. Whatever. No big deal. So understand something. If they were to nuke Gaza, he would be like, yeah, I never want to do any restrictions on them. And he has to know.
Yes, I understand that John Fetterman is brain broken on Israel, but okay.
To pretend like he's the moderate in this conversation. Jesus Christ.
And now for here we are, we can have peace. Again, that's become part of the serious problem in our party.
What? We can have peace? That becomes part of the series? Is he saying it's bad to have peace? Because that's what that sounded like to me. That's
restrictions on that. And now for here we are, we can have peace. Again, that's become part of the serious problem.
I mean, why don't you roll it back further to hear the full context of what he said?
In our party.
Yeah, my interpretation of that is peace is bad. We don't want that. But he's not done yet. Now he's going to go directly at not only AOC, but also Hassan Piker.
And I think that, personally, that the idea of completely unconditional aid, no matter what one does not make sense. I think it enabled a genocide in Gaza.
She talks about a genocide, but I have a Jerusalem Post headline this week that Iran is shooting protesters in their hospital beds.
Oh my God. So when it comes to what Israel did to Gaza, you can have pictures, you can have videos, you can have firsthand testimony, you can have 78 articles in reputable publications, and they go, nope, there's nothing to see here. La 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 la. There is no genocide. I don't know about. Blah 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 blah. Everybody shut up. I can't hear you. I can't see.
Bro, again, genocide is not just war crimes plus death number high. Oh shit, late night Kalinda. Oh hey, on Android. Listen, Leah, I agree with you. I don't mind this streaming time, but the problem is that I get way more viewers when I stream during the day. Just way more. If I start in the morning rather than starting at night, especially since in the evening, this is prime time streaming time, and not nearly as many people are going to be are going to come over and watch me when fucking when Destiny is live and IRI is live and Dylan is live and and Wick and whoever the hell there's usually a lot. I would rather start in the afternoon rather than at night, but you know what, who the fuck knows. I probably just need to keep streaming and build an audience, because when Loner first started streaming, obviously some number of people I don't know, something made a whole bunch of people decide to watch him instead of watching Destiny while he was live. So who knows? But I don't mind streaming in the evening, and obviously tomorrow night I'll be doing this too. Yeah, all the homies streaming. I bounce between, honestly. Yeah, that's what I mean. When it's in the evening, everybody is constantly everyone's live. Whereas the morning is a great time. But obviously when Loner Box is live, it's just not. Also, there's not a shitload of people aware of me yet, so yeah, I'm still working on it.
I can hear you. I can see you. That's what their reaction is when we have all the evidence. But you got people making up stories about protesters in Iran, zero evidence, and they go, oh, obviously Iran. I'm not kidding. They're now claiming more protesters died in Iran than Palestinians died in Gaza over the past 2 years.
Is Kyle just denying that any bad shit happened in Iran? Is this the genuinely crazy thing that you were talking about, person who linked to this? Because that's like, is he just? Oh, you mean the fact that he?
I actually don't know how we work around this, having zero shared reality anymore. I actually don't know. You can make the most insane hyperbolic claim ever. As long as it's directed at an enemy country, you don't need evidence. People will regurgitate it, they'll believe it, the US media will repeat it. That's what happens, right? In fact, Adam Johnson wrote a great article.
I mean, I'm not really surprised that he's simping for Iran, given that Kyle takes websites like Dropsite News as gospel, and like he uses Twitter as a fucking source. But I was not expecting that he was just gonna deny that like protesters are being killed in Iran. Bro, have you not seen the pictures of all the fucking body bags? It's not like there's no evidence of this.
On this a few years back, and that's the point. Like, so if you talk about like North Korea, for example, you can make up anything, and people.
Yes, debate for Kyle is part of the problem, undermining shared reality. I would say normally it's like the fucking dumb fuck MAGA people, but let's be honest with ourselves. It's not just them. Like it's basically all these populist retards that are contributing to the undermining of shared reality. Iran is a brutal authoritarian theocracy. You would think progressives would hate that. Yeah, but they don't, because pragmatic America bad. Even Hassan doesn't say that. He says the IRGC killed protesters. Yeah,
They'll run with it. You can make up anything, and they'll run with it because you don't need evidence because they're the enemy.
Yeah. Oh no, it's social media's fault. But like populism, essentially, actually, it's not just social media. I would say it's alternative media. The lack of like any sort of fact checks and any of that kind of shit, where like people will just be able to spread misinformation with impunity. And then on top of that, yeah, populism is a cancer, and it is contributed to this as well. Because they fight. Yes, pragmatic American. It is because that they fight against Israel. I know, and Israel is America's friend, and America is bad.
They're the other. So you know the burden works the other way. Like you say something and they have to disprove. No, we didn't do that. But yet they have to disprove it, right? When it comes to allies, you can have pictures and video and all the evidence in the world. And they go, nope, doesn't count, or there's a good reason. Didn't happen, but if it did happen, there's a good reason for it. So shut the fuck up. That's how it works.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. Why is she so eager to criticize and find a way to criticize Israel? But I don't really recall them saying anything, as Iran was executing thousands and thousands of their protesters for that.
By the way, let's assume for argument's sake that what they're saying is true, which it's not. The reason to criticize Israel and not criticize Iran is because we arm Israel, we fund Israel. They're supposed to be our satellite state, right? Well, in that scenario, we have control over what they do. So
really? You think that you guys wouldn't criticize Israel if America just stopped giving them fucking money? You still would. So stop coping, Kyle.
We should try to pull the leash a little bit. When it comes to Iran, we don't arm them. We don't fund them. They're not our vassal state. So,
Also, Israel is not America's vassal state. Holy fucking shit. Stop taking agency away from all of these fucking countries. Jesus. Like, the America bad, Israel bad. All these are things Hassan says because his coffee was late. Yes. Populism is brain rot. It is the reason, it is the very reason I left the right. I mean, yeah, because unfortunately, populism has basically taken over the Republican Party in ways that I don't think it's really taken over the Democratic Party. And that's part of the reason why all of these morons are mad, because they think Democrats should be running on left-wing populism, which, goddamn. Like, I'm fine with them using some populist rhetoric because unfortunately, there's a populist, like, we're in a populist moment right now. I don't think Pisco was wrong about that. And sadly, the polling data seems to reflect that kind of rhetoric is helpful or whatever. But you don't need to go fucking full retard populist.
us critiquing that is no different than us critiquing, I don't know, something that happened in the year 1874. Like, there's no relevance to it. They don't listen to us. We don't listen to them. Like, there's no relationship there. So even if what they're saying is true, which it's not, it still would make no sense.
Now, there was never any genocide in Gaza, absolutely. And there should never be any conditions for aid for Israel because they were in...
He keeps repeating it. There should never be any conditions for aid for Israel. That is so depraved. What happened there was so atrocious. If you try to make up a sadistic scenario in your mind, just make one up and say it out loud, they probably did that. You know, the one that we discussed the other day is they use these bombs called thermobaric bombs or vacuum bombs. They make it go up to 6,000 degrees Fahrenheit. They instantly boil your blood.
Reject populism, embrace Newsonianism. True. Honestly, Epic, seriously, like the more that I read about Gavin Newsom, the more like generally based I think he's not perfect, but yeah, I don't know. I don't understand how these like fucking far left morons who claim that they want all this far left shit can look at Gavin Newsom and hate it. Oh my god, it's so retarded. Wait, what? Oh, what Kyle is saying? The thermobaric shit. Oh no. Hold on.
So depraved. What happened there was so atrocious. If you try to make up a sadistic scenario in your mind, just make one up and say it out loud, they probably did that. You know, the one that we discussed the other day is they use these bombs called thermobaric bombs or vacuum bombs. They make it go up to 6,000 degrees Fahrenheit. They instantly boil your blood and they incinerate you. They evaporate you. You just don't exist when they drop.
Oh yeah, Loder mentioned this the other day that this is a thing that people are now claiming that Israel did, but of course you don't have any fucking evidence for it, and like conveniently they just like they make the victims the people no longer exist. I mean, like, mind you, you could probably, like, obviously if this actually happened, then they should be able to produce like you know, the list of victims or whatever, or people who were reported missing, and like we'll find out at some point. But this seems very unlikely to me. Or is that not even... They use thermobaric bombs just like us and everyone else, yes. Okay. Is he wrong about the thermobarics? Yeah, but whether or not they use it on civilians is what I mean. Like, is that...
One of these things. 3,000 Palestinians totally disappeared because they use these thermobaric vacuum bombs. Okay? They did that. Nobody even fucking talks about it. We talked about it on this show. Nobody fucking talks about it because the horrors and the atrocities.
Wait, is this actually true? Did they do... Because that seems very... Okay. Did they actually use thermobaric bombs in Gaza? It's like the drones that played children crying to lure Palestinians out in the... Wait, I haven't even heard that one before. Where is Kyle Smoke for Russia targeting Ukrainian infrastructure? Pragmatic American, Kyle doesn't care about Ukraine because it's white people. And also because they're an American ally, and Kyle doesn't like NATO because Kyle is retarded.
Hello?
Oh shit, hold on. Epic, you came back in. One sec.
Barracks, they're just really efficient explosives. Everyone uses them. Why would you carry a 250-pound TNT bomb when you can carry a pound?
Hello. Hey, sorry. Oh, you got so triggered you had to come back in here.
I just want to say real quick, thermobaric, they're about twice as energy dense as conventional explosives. So why would you carry 500 pounds of TNT when you can carry 250 pounds of thermobaric charge? It does the same job. There's nothing immoral about it. They don't vaporize people. They do burn hotter than TNT, so I guess there would be more burns. But I don't know what people think bombs do. What do you think happens to a person who's a 2,000-pound bomb will pick up a bus and throw it a half a mile? What do you think it does to a person? Thermobarics, they're just another type of bomb. If I describe what a bomb does to a human being, it sounds horrifying.
Yes, because war is horrifying.
Yeah, they're all like that. It's not just the thermobarics. They all vaporize shit. That's what bombs do. Anyway,
Yeah.
I'll let you get back to it.
Okay, Jesus Christ. God damn. No, they were doing what that GIF that I just showed said, where it exposed people's skeletons and then they disappear because they melt. The thermobaric bombs are like the Green Goblin's bombs, guys. From the fucking original Spider-Man movie. It liquefies their insides. That's what it does. I mean, like, Yeah.
They become so fucking commonplace that nobody bats an eyelash. You know, and they do this all the time, like during big events. It might have been during the Super Bowl or during some big event. They were like, yeah, go bomb one of the refugee tent.
The thermal detonator, yes.
Cities. Just go bomb, because nobody's going to even talk about it, because if we kill 100 or fewer people a day, nobody will bat an eyelash. I remember early on in the genocide, they went to one of the refugee camps and bombed a building with 100 people in it, murdering 100 people, and they literally said, the IDF said, yeah, there was one Hamas guy in there, so we did that. And I remember Wolf Blitzer going, what? Even Wolf Blitzer, who's pro-Israel, was going, you did what? You killed 100 people to get one? Maybe? What? So, I mean, it's just crazy to me that he can sweep all that under the rug, not pay attention to it. But then again, he literally has brain damage. He literally has brain damage. He's not like Lindsey Graham, where they have probably pictures and videos of him doing Lord knows what with, people he doesn't want released. But this guy, he's got brain.
Jesus Christ. Okay. These guys are just fully on this conspiracy shit, aren't they? Like, listen, I don't like Lindsey Graham. Or actually, wait, was Lindsey Graham the guy with the weird stuff? Who had like the weird shit involving like the caterpillars or like someone, I can't remember. Isn't this the guy? Thermoplastics are bombs that use air as the oxidizer. Thermobarics are use bombs that rather than rather than containing their own oxidizer. That means they give a greater explosive power as they are full of fuel. Yeah, I know Lindsey Graham's an Iran hawk, but yeah. How have I not missed this segment? I did kitty meds and food, and I took my time. Oh, I'm sorry. Well, you see, I got sidetracked a couple of times, right? Because Epic had to come in and tell me how like wrong Kyle was about the thermobaric shit. And also, I just got really angry.
Damage, and
we're almost done with it.
Not a coincidence. He got brain damage and became pro-MAGA. He got brain damage and became more conservative. He got brain damage and became pro-Israel. That is not a coincidence. That is not a coincidence. Anytime your brain gets damaged, you go in one direction and one direction only.
And there shouldn't ever be any conditions for aid for Israel because they were in an existential war. That's part of the problem with the very anti-Israel part of my party. So call that what it is. Why wouldn't you can't just stand? And why would you align?
Okay, listen, I'm sorry. I love all my Israeli friends in the chat or whatever, if any of you guys are even still here, because it's insanely fucking late there. But I don't know if I were they in an existential war? Is that a fair thing to say? Is that like accurate? In 1948, they were in an existential war. In the Yom Kippur War, they were in an existential war. I don't know if this is an existential war. Like Hamas doesn't really have the ability to destroy them. That's part of why what Hamas is doing is so stupid and only hurts Palestinians. However, it could have gone really badly if things had been different on October 7th, obviously. Like if Hezbollah had have attacked, if people in the West Bank had have risen up, all of that kind of stuff. But 1973 was the last existential, yeah. Because like Egypt really got them in that. Like they were almost fucked there. And obviously in 1948 that was a big one too. But yeah, like 67 was they won that easily. I mean, it lasted 6 days for fuck's sake. So but yeah, I don't really think, no, they're not in an existential war. That being said, all you gotta do is just say they were attacked. They were attacked. It was the largest terrorist attack since like the largest number of Jews killed since the Holocaust in a single day. They were attacked. It was insane. It was brutal. You can't expect that they weren't going to respond. Although obviously any reasonable person would say that how they respond is kind of matters. And I think they kind of went crazy. You said the number. Oh yes, I did. Oh, I'm sorry. 6, 7.
Yourself for raging anti-Semitites and very pro-Hamas people like Hassan Piker.
The extent to which they just make shit up is truly astonishing to me.
What do you mean? Hamas is, oh god, is he gonna...
And you're allowed to get away with it. He's allowed...
Hassan, Jesus, I said Hamas. Hassan is pro-Hamas.
To get away with it, to just say, Hassan loves Hamas!
I mean, he does. Have you watched his stream, Kyle? Do you actually, like, know anything about him? Have you watched him just play terrorist propaganda, including, by the way, Hamas propaganda? Really? Have you watched him deny the bad shit that Hamas did on October 7th, like the rapes?
Hassan cares deeply about the innocent civilians in Gaza who've been murdered. That's who...
Yeah, he does. Well, see, at the same time, cheerleads terrorism and, like, bad shit that actually harms Palestinians.
He cares about. And by the way...
It was existential for the people that died. I mean, yes, Also, obviously, like on that day or like at the beginning of that, it would have definitely felt existential. Like that was a huge blow. But I'm just saying that like there's like Hamas is not going to destroy Israel. There is no chance that that's going to happen. Yeah. He did ignore the protests in Gaza. Actually, he didn't just ignore them. He lied about them and said that they were all collaborators.
While we're talking,
I think, or he like just dismissed them or something, or he spun them. I don't know. There were a few spins. I can't remember exactly what he said. I know that there were clips of that.
About Hamas, let's remember that there's 30 to 40,000 of them in Gaza, maybe. Okay, there were 30 to 40,000, maybe. There were 2.3 million people in Gaza. Okay, and they killed hundreds of thousands is the actual number. Even
hundreds of thousands. Again, the number is probably about 100,000.
Israel knows. Even Israel knows. Yeah, we bulk kill civilians. We mass kill civilians. Stop trying to make this about Hamas. That is a fucking red herring. Everybody knows it's a red herring. Everybody knows it's not the core. When Israel came out and announced, all right, no food, no fuel, no water, no electricity, no nothing for the entire Gaza Strip. That was them saying collective punishment. Yes, I love collective.
Yeah, you know who stopped them from doing that? You know who made them not do that anymore? The guy that you continuously shit on because he was, in your opinion, too nice to Israel.
Punishment, kill them all, starve them all. And here's this idiot going, why are they defending Hamas on the other side? Nobody's even fucking talking about Hamas except you guys. Oh my God, holy shit.
Hamas people like Hassan
Yeah, that's the problem, Kyle, because you guys like to pretend that Hamas doesn't exist.
Piker. And now, why can't you just call it what it is? You know, there's a rot in my party standing with pro-Hamas people like that, whether it's even in the New York Times. They're fascinated with him. So, I mean, where we are.
I mean, he's right. Like, at least here, Fetterman is right. Like, it is insanely shitty that Hassan gets all this praise from all these people who fucking love, or like, from all these people who are supposedly liberals or who are liberals who are just completely blind to the fact that he is a crazy tanky dude.
And call this is and stand with Israel. That's our.
Is he even speaking English? Did he stop speaking English at some point there?
So I mean, where we are and call this is and stand with Israel.
Where we are and call this is and stand with Israel.
Bro, he had a stroke. Come on.
Bro, he did not heal from that stroke.
Although, you know what? Honestly, I don't even know how much I care because is Fetterman Ogre Man? No. Although you could. I feel like Ogre Boy, if you were here, would be insulted at you comparing him to Fetterman, even though they do kind of look similar. But you know,
he did not heal from that motherfucking stroke. I'm telling you right now.
What it is, you know, there's a rot in my party standing with pro-Hamas people like that.
But I'm not gonna. I don't know. I'm not gonna go in on. Although Ogre does go in on other people's appearances. But
whether it's even in the New York Times, they're fascinated with him.
Fascinated.
I mean, where we are and call this is and stand with Israel. That's our special ally. And there was never a genocide. And when there is a genocide where you're executing tens of thousands of people in Iran, why not and call that out too?
Oh my God.
I mean, calling that a genocide is also probably it's not everything has to be a fucking genocide when death number high. Holy shit.
He's actually making the argument that Iran is doing a genocide. As Trump is preparing the bombers, preparing the warships, about to bomb Iran to smithereens, do regime change, break another country in the region, he's over here running cover for the fascist, imperialist, warmonger MAGA regime going, yeah, Iran's doing a genocide, go after them, yeah. Jesus Christ.
I mean, you should go after them because they're murdering their civilians, and that's really fucking bad. Like, you don't have to, like, be retarded and call it, like, a genocide or whatever, but it's still really bad.
Man, Jesus Christ. Look at his face, too. His face right here, it looks like he knows he's just a sad, pathetic little propagandist. That's what it looks like John Fetterman knows. By the way, there is a rot in the Democratic Party. The rot in the Democratic Party is all the elite scumbags like John Fetterman who are still ultra-Zionists, despite the fact that Zionism is apartheid. That's what it is. All
right, I'm out. I can't do it. Listen, I got to like the absolute worst thing that he said. Like, does he say more insane shit in here? Because I can't do it, guys. I'm sorry. I can't. Yeah, apparently Fetterman is an elite Democrat. I mean, the guy's been in Congress for like what? 4 years? Because he got elected in 2020, I think. And also, he's probably going to get voted out because he veered like way too far. Like, because when he was voted in, he was a progressive dude. He was like Kirsten Sinema. He was voted in as a progressive dude, and he wasn't going to stick around. Yeah, I don't know. He's probably going to get fucking primaried. Fetterman actually represents the district where the Tree of Life synagogue shooting happened. I mean, whoever comes next, like, Fetterman will probably go, but whoever his predecessor or whoever his successor is probably going to be pro-Israel too. If he's in a district where there are lots of people who care about Israel, be they Jewish or not, then yeah. But that's, I don't care about that as much as I care about the fact that John Fetterman is like fucking kissing up to MAGA and shit. Also pro natural gas. Oh yeah. Zionist in Israel refers to right wing, right? No, Jordan, it does not. That's Kahanists. Kahanists are far right crazy Israelis that all of these morons think are what Zionists are. Zionist just means you think that Israel has a right to exist as a Jewish state. That's it. That's all it fucking means. But these people think that it's actually just Nazism or some shit.
Zionism is supremacy. Zionism is this idea that we're going to have a multi-tiered system in Israel.
Okay, I'm done. I can't. I hope there's not any more, but this is stupid. I'm assuming that he doesn't say anything else insane. Like, the fact that he just denied that the IRGC killed all those people is crazy to me. That he's just, where is he getting this from? I think Newsom saying he loved Israel and thought it has a right to exist is half the reason he is getting the hate wave, to be honest. Oh yeah, no, Epic, you're absolutely right. That is absolutely why. That you're right. That is totally like a large part of the reason why he's getting so much hate. It is just because of that. It's because like Gavin Newsom's not hella super anti-Israel. I bet that if he was, a lot of these people would probably be like, oh my god, look at all the cool stuff he's done for trans people. They probably just love his record. But yeah. And because it previously they probably didn't, I don't know. I'm actually curious. You know what I should do? I should like look back and see if I can find older videos to see whether or not these people had anything good to say about Gavin Newsom before all of this stuff. Before Gaza. Yes, the purity test fucks need to stop. I agree. No other country gets this. Do they have to have a right to exist shit? Yeah, I know. But, you know. Is it because people are fucking brain broken? I think Vosh hated Newsom before Gaza. Yeah, maybe. I don't know. I mean, other people might have also hated Newsom because when Newsom first came about, he was like the Mamdani of San Francisco. That's how it's the one marrying gay. Yeah. I went and I read that. Yeah, Newsom was like handing out marriage licenses in San Francisco illegally. But oh, Vosh just hates California. Yeah, I guess so. Yeah, I don't know. Like, that's pretty based. These fucks think he is the same as MAGA. That's because these people are stupid. Anyway, I'm done. I can't do it anymore. There's no way that he says anything else that's this crazy in this video. And yeah, I can't. I don't need to hear any more shit about how Zionism is like Jewish supremacy or whatever the fuck. I've already heard it. I've already heard it 3,000 times. Enemies of the Republic who fled to the Seattle regime are not to be tolerated. Oh yeah, that's true. He did. He did flee to the Seattle regime. Hey, isn't oh come on, isn't Washington like a cool like democratic place? The Seattle regime is rightfully Oregonian. Oh my god. Just as Nevada and Colorado is California. Well, okay then. Hi. Aw. Hi, baby. He's so cute. All right. All right, friends. I'm going to bed. Tomorrow I'm gonna do a bunch of research. Then I should be back at around like, I don't know, 5 or something. Right before, like maybe an hour before the debate, and I guess I'll watch the rest of the Piers panel then. Fuck you, Kyle Kalinske. And also fuck you, the Coco Melon Cat from hell for subjecting me to this brain rot and making me hate Kyle Kalinske that much more. The debate's at 6 p.m. EST on Wick. Oh. California. Jesus, it was huge. Oregon territory. Nice. Missouri territory. What the fuck? Texas? Slave state. I love how they're just referred to as slave states. Free state. Return to tradition. I'll send the Kyle video to Loner. Loner's not gonna watch the Kyle video, bro. Honestly, listen, Chase. If you want Loner to like watch that video or whatever, instead of, he's not gonna watch the whole thing. So literally just timestamp the fucking Iran part and like and fucking send him that. And maybe he might react to that. But that's gonna be it. Like, he's not gonna watch that entire video of just like Kyle basically repeating fucking leftist talking points about Israel, because it's so boring. I really basically only watched that because that the person who linked it asked or like said, like, he says something legitimately crazy. So you have to say it like Arnold used to. California. California. Okay. The Yankees stole Disneyland from us. Apparently, Vosh mentioned Hutch today. Chase, if you can find that if you want, but I don't know why. Every time Arnold spoke as governor on TV when I was young, it was a fever dream. I don't know if Arnold was like a good governor or not. Well, it seems like a lot of people liked him. Hello, my fellow Californians. I can't do it. All right, guys. Anyway, have a good night, everybody. See you all tomorrow, okay? The governor, yes. He was fairly progressive for a Republican. Yeah, well, yeah, you'd have to be in order to get elected in California. In order to get elected in, like, I'm just kidding. I will not call it California. California seems like a nice place. Anyway, good night. Say good night, Stuart.